The hero, who found himself inside a video game, was breathing heavily and wondering why all this was happening to him. The young man had hated his father his whole life. His father had caused him a great deal of pain and suffering through his actions. He looked like an ordinary man, but it was a facade that many people around him believed. His own son had always wished for his good-for-nothing father's death, silently cursing him and praying for his demise before going to sleep. Finally, the day came when the fool passed away from a heart attack, and the young man had to attend his funeral. The unpleasant father was a vile criminal for whom pulling off some forbidden scheme was a piece of cake. He was also a womanizer to the core and often entertained himself with charming ladies, surrounding himself with them from head to toe. The brunette's greatest vice was his greed for money. He would have bitten someone's throat out for it. The protagonist considered him a huge, dirty stain on his life, so his death was the best thing he'd ever done for him. The young man assumed that his father had a hunch about his impending death, but then decided to just let it go and continue enjoying life. Nothing else mattered except the fact that the blinding sun was shining outside the window, warming the young man's soul. Office workers, as always, were heading off to slog away at their jobs, as if they didn't realize that their lives aren't endless and are very fleeting. Finally, the relaxed young man watched the traffic on the street, sipping hot coffee and thinking about his plans for the future. Overjoyed, the young man began jumping up and down, loudly welcoming his new life free of the burdens that had always weighed him down. No one could have imagined that his pathetic old man had been hiding 500 million yen in cash in the basement. Flopping down on the couch, the young man said with a smirk that his father had really screwed him over with this move, even though he clearly hadn't meant to. With that kind of money, the dark-haired guy could get anything his heart desired, and the first thing that came to mind was a luxurious silver car. Next came charming ladies in short dresses and expensive lip gloss who would be tempted by a wad of cash. But none of that was actually needed by the slyly smiling young boy who already had something in mind. Hearing a distinct knock on the door, the boy, his eyes shining with happiness, rushed toward it, knowing full well who had arrived. With lightning-fast reflexes, he snatched the package from the bewildered delivery person's hands and signed the receipt just as quickly. At full speed, the boy ran to the luxurious bed with a soft mattress he'd been dreaming of for a very long time. With the ability to buy whatever he wanted, the protagonist decided to redecorate his bedroom, and it all cost him 30 million yen. The young man, with his head in the clouds, had 3 vows: that he would never work, never make friends, and certainly never get married. A career felt like a splinter in his butt, so the young man had absolutely no desire to get involved in that quagmire. He was satisfied with just his coworkers, with whom he went to barbecues, and was deeply annoyed by the constant internal squabbling among them. A significant other and a vow of fidelity until death absolutely repelled the protagonist and seemed meaningless to him. His worthless, clueless old man had been married 12 times in his entire life, and that made the kid sick to his stomach. He had no intention of following the same pathetic path and wasting his best years on empty, pointless relationships. The kid decided he'd just stay home under the covers and play video games, since that was the height of his dreams and a true paradise. When the games finally finished loading onto his device, the kid declared that he intended to earn platinum on them. 2 months flew by unnoticed, and the unshaven kid finished a rather long playthrough of Dungeon Attack. It took longer than he'd expected, and now there were plenty of trash-filled bags scattered around his messy room. Then the kid decided to try VR and experience something new, but suddenly heard a quiet notification. His expression changed slightly. He fell silent and began to ponder, not even knowing who could have messaged him so unexpectedly. A message appeared on the screen on a red digital display, stating that he had one unread message. The troubled protagonist couldn't figure out where it had come from, since he had blocked his friends list just a short while earlier. The development team thanked him for completing the game and expressed their delight that he had managed to finish it in its entirety. The sullen guy assumed they'd been tasked with winning over the players, but it was clear they hadn't succeeded. Suddenly, a message popped up offering to conduct a survey, which struck the young man as unusual and a bit strange. Now he had to rack his brain, even though he just wanted to keep playing and not think about anything at all. The screen said that someone preferred pretty girls, and it repeated this twice, which seemed rather strange. The puzzled young man wondered why the developers were asking such silly questions and didn't know how to answer. Using the joystick, he decided to make a choice so he wouldn't have to dwell on it, and could get back to playing the games as soon as possible. Then another strange screen appeared where one message said that the player liked being hit and the other that he liked hitting others. The young man clicked somewhere again, hoping that all of this would lead to a happy ending and that he'd be somewhat impressed. Several more unusual questions popped up in a flash, and the hero now had a bad feeling inside and didn't know what to do. In a fit of anger, the player asked in a raised voice when this nonsense would finally end, but no one was going to answer him. Suddenly, the system asked if he knew the end of this world and forced him to give a yes or no answer. The bewildered guy, with sweat on his face and his mouth agape, froze, rereading every word and trying to grasp the meaning. He remembered that he had already cleared everything on the map in the game Dungeon Attack, and that was used as his answer. He was asked if he wanted to change the outcome, which sounded dramatic and could have serious consequences. The tense, dark-haired guy fell deep into thought, trying to figure out what was actually going on and what had caused it all to start. Suddenly, it dawned on him that things might not be as rosy as he'd hoped, so he couldn't let his guard down. The angry young man exclaimed that this was a fake invitation from scammers who wanted to fleece him of all his money after the survey. The young man added that he wouldn't be fooled so easily, and the mustachioed cockroach crawling nearby was already tired of his screams. Now the nervous player's lower eyelids had turned blue, his teeth were chattering, and he was breathing heavily, feeling quite anxious. The young man was terrified when he saw a cockroach crawling across the table. It seemed very disgusting and scary to him. After calming down, the hero heard the click of a button on the joystick and looked over at it, realizing that he hadn't pressed anything himself. The young man reached for the gamepad himself, controlling the mushroom to make a selection, and felt a slight shiver run down his skin. The system was still asking if he wanted to change the outcome, and the cursor was positioned for a yes response. Without any hesitation, the brave young man chose the first option, after which an incredibly bright light began to emanate from the screen. The boy was blinded and began shielding his eyes with his hand, still anxious and unaware of what awaited him in the next couple of minutes. Gritting his teeth, the hero tried to make sense of what was happening, but due to his impaired vision, he couldn't make any predictions. Within a minute, all that remained in the room were a pile of trash bags and a turned-off TV screen. Finding himself in a completely different place, the nervous young man looked at the black gloves on his hands and wondered what on earth had happened. The breathless player, with blood and scrapes on his face, quickly realized that these weren't his own limbs, and that made it all the more terrifying. His red, dilated eyes revealed the horror of realization, a reality he initially refused to accept, but eventually had to. Standing before him was an adversary who ordered his opponent, who had fallen to the ground, to move and tell them where the treasure was hidden. One of the thugs, with a weapon slung over his shoulder, threatened that they might hit him on the head again to set him straight. What was striking was the fact that the protagonist found himself inside the Demon King and now possessed considerable power in real life. The fighter, who looked very nervous and angry, seemed as if he could destroy any opponent with just one piercing glance. From that moment on, a terrifying new life began for an ordinary video game enthusiast who could never have even imagined such a thing. Suddenly, the young man felt a wave of intense nausea he couldn't control and began spitting uncontrollably, unable to make sense of what was happening. Standing opposite him were several thugs armed with bladed weapons, ready at any moment to beat him senseless and take everything he had. Looking into the face of one of the criminals, the hero wondered who this man was, but he couldn't remember him. Laughing loudly, the eccentric shouted, asking where the Demon King had hidden his treasures, which they were eager to get their hands on. Drenched in sweat and visibly shaken, the hero stared at him, remaining silent and not knowing where to turn. The burly man warned that they could beat him up at any moment, so it was best not to provoke them. The red-eyed devil was still lying on the ground, struggling to get up as he gradually came to terms with the situation. The young man who had been pulled into the game had absolutely no idea what the strangers were talking about, and the thought of it made his blood run cold. Glancing around, he noticed terrifying stone statues of various creatures that seemed to be staring directly at him. The young man had no idea where he had ended up or what was going on here, while the armed crowd waited for a signal from their leader. Trying to keep a cool head, the young man told himself that he had simply been playing at home. But then something had radically changed everything. First, they decided to figure out the situation, and only then would they try to recall how he had ended up in this predicament. Beads of sweat streamed down his face nonstop, while the horned demon tried to piece the puzzle together and draw some conclusions. His whole body ached terribly, and he knew full well that with legs like that, he wouldn't be able to run far. The extremely tense young man knew that if he didn't calm down and come up with something, they'd simply finish him off without even asking his name. Unexpectedly, the hero mustered the courage to ask the crowd in a trembling voice to wait a moment, as if he had come up with a plan. He hoped to extract at least some information and asked which demon king they were talking about. With a sharp movement of his hand, the gang leader grabbed him by his protruding horn and began to squeeze it tightly, causing pain. The thug smirked and asked if the fool had finally lost his mind, since he'd started asking such ridiculous questions. The blue-eyed man called him a wimp, then reminded him that he was the king of demons named Dantalion, which sounded astonishing. After hearing these words, the protagonist had a sudden epiphany and finally remembered whose body he had ended up in for some unknown reason. Dungeon Attack was an RPG in which a warrior set out on an adventure to defeat the overlords of Hell's minions. The game had a ridiculously high difficulty level, and the ending in which the world fell plunged players into the deepest depression. In it, brave warriors had to defeat all the existing lords of the underworld and thereby save the planet. For his part, the good-for-nothing Dantalion ranked second to last on the list, which made him a weakling and a lowlife. Now the young man pieced everything together in his mind and realized that he had found himself inside the world of Dungeon Attack, a game he had recently finished playing. He felt uneasy at the thought that he had become the weakest demon king, whom the bandit was currently holding by the horns. The stunned young man couldn't believe this was possible, but at the same time, the situation explained a lot to him and made him think. Completely lost in thought, he began to gain even more insight and now knew what he might face. Suddenly, the man across from him began to get very angry, which was evident from the force with which he clenched his fist, causing Dantalion's horn to hurt more and more. Eventually, the scoundrel delivered a hard slap to the Demon King, who once again lost his balance and slid across the ground on his back. The young man felt quite a sharp pain and didn't even have time to process what was happening before abrasions had already appeared on his body beneath his clothes. He understood perfectly well that at this rate, they would indeed simply kill him, so he had to do something urgently. Smiling, the fair-haired bully turned to his cronies to discuss the situation and plan their next move. His buddies began to laugh loudly at their pathetic opponent, whom they could take down with just one small blow. The pathetic little devil tried to get back on his feet, but to no avail, while his enemies looked down on him and didn't take him seriously. Without a shred of mercy, one of the fighters landed a blow to the pathetic creature's jaw, instantly causing him to cough up blood. As he was being beaten, the hero wondered, could it be that his father had cursed him one last time before finally passing away? The young man had just decided that he would be able to live in peace and comfort when everything changed abruptly, and now he was already losing consciousness. Suddenly, he saw a man sitting at a table against a pure white background, and quickly realized it was his worthless father. He couldn't understand at all why the man was grinning as if something were giving him pleasure. He blamed everything solely on his parent, because of whom he had suffered all along, and even now found no peace. A long time ago, the young man had been kidnapped by a stern stranger who had had run-ins with his lousy dad. This was already the third kidnapping, and at that moment, the man driving the car nervously wondered why the brat was so unflappable. The child, whose hands were tied, truly showed no emotion, as if he were already used to this sort of thing and knew there was no reason to worry. By then, the boy was so fed up with it all that he sat silently and didn't worry about a thing, which only made the criminal more wary. The thug took him to an abandoned building and chained him to a chair, then stood across from him with his arms folded across his chest. Pointing a gun at the young man, the man threatened that if he heard even the slightest squeak, he would easily finish him off. Then the daredevil realized what was going on and suddenly asked to be killed because he wanted to finally be free of his father and rest in peace. The young man knew that if the gun was real, victory would be his, while the criminal was in a state of shock and began to get nervous. Suddenly, the boy reached for the gun's trigger, goading his opponent into action and sending him into an even deeper state of shock. The muzzle was accidentally pressed against his forehead, causing the criminal to become even more nervous, and now his hands were trembling. From that moment on, the protagonist's life, tainted by the sins of his wayward father, was destined to change forever. Terrified, the cowardly thief collapsed to the floor and began crawling backward, completely oblivious to what the child was doing. In the end, the kidnapper, who had experienced severe stress, turned himself into the police, while the little boy lost the game but survived. At the same time, the clever dark-haired boy came to understand something and began to piece things together in his mind so that he could move forward in life with a new outlook. The perceptive young man realized that the one with the stronger will always survives, and he was completely right in his assessment. By this point, Dantalian had already forgotten all about it, which is why he was lying before a crowd of fighters in the guise of the weakest demon king. Stepping on his head with his heel, one of the bandits asked once more where the treasures were hidden, giving the fool one last chance. Suddenly, it dawned on the hero that, at that moment in the game, he had already been killed, and that changed everything, granting him new advantages. He realized that in that case, he could do whatever he pleased without worrying about the consequences at all. Snapping his fingers, the fair-haired man asked if the pathetic demon really thought he could take the jewels with him to hell. Whispering, the blond man said that his patience had run out, and behind him stood a comrade with a huge weapon slung over his shoulder. The bald, burly man asked if the group's leader was sure, noting that the pathetic king had already confessed to everything. The psychopath exclaimed that they would find the treasures themselves, so he asked his comrade to destroy the pathetic creature. Swinging a massive spiked hammer, the grim warrior shouted that the fool would weep in the afterlife. But suddenly, the brave Dantalian held out his hand and spread his fingers, showing no sign of fear. It was astonishing that, by some unknown force, he managed to stop the weapon at the last moment and remain unharmed. The disconcerted gang leader stared at this with wide eyes, unable to comprehend how such a thing could have happened. The protagonist vowed to himself that he would do anything to save his life, which was more precious to him than anything else. Now he looked somewhat intimidating and mysterious, and his red eyes glowed in the darkness, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Soon Dantalian looked up and glared menacingly at the crowd of enemies who had managed to get on his nerves quite a bit. The strong young man had successfully rid himself of the curse that was his worthless father, who had brought nothing but trouble his entire life. The hero was finally completely free and should have been enjoying it, looking back on his deeds with pride. But unfortunately, that was only his perspective. Fate had other plans, so he was dragged into the world of the video game Dungeon Attack. The powerless young man found himself in the body of a weak demon king who was killed right away and not even given a second glance. The fighter's starting conditions were far from ideal, and he had to rack his brain to come up with a plan for survival. Standing before him was a whole group of adventurers eager to get their hands on the treasures that the demon clearly possessed. There were only a few seconds left before the hero's demise, so the hope in his heart was already fading rapidly. Still, the young man had no intention of giving up, because no sooner had he tasted freedom than they were already trying to take it away from him. Exhaling heavily, he said, in a firm tone, that he would show the adventurers exactly what was going on, so they would leave him alone. In his mind, the daredevil kept repeating that he would survive at any cost and was ready to make a titanic effort. The brute laughed loudly, realizing that the fool had finally come to his senses and was already looking forward to presenting the king's head to their boss and receiving their reward. Clinging to his shoulder, the hero thought to himself that he didn't know where the treasures were hidden, which made things infinitely harder for him. Even if he guessed correctly, the enemies would kill him on the spot without batting an eye, so he had to talk them down and buy some time. Kneeling down, the daredevil unexpectedly admitted defeat and was ready to face punishment for his very existence. Suddenly, it was revealed that the jewels were located in the Demon King's luxurious chambers, which were unguarded. However, he added that they were hidden behind a secret magical door, which immediately piqued the group's interest. The brave man noted that only he could break the powerful spell, so they shouldn't have treated him so poorly. Giving his opponents a stern look, Dantalian wondered in a cool voice what they would say to that. Suddenly, a disconcerted Dantalian saw a bright yellow light in front of him, which was a warning sign. As it turned out, it was a lightning-fast swing of a sword by one of the warriors, which made him freeze in place, afraid even to breathe. The group's leader forced him to his knees again, while he himself drove the tip of his blade deep into the ground. The stern-looking blond man threatened that if the scoundrel was pulling their leg, he'd soon be sent to rot 2 meters underground. Showing absolutely no fear, the terrifying-looking Demon King agreed to his terms and was ready to start cooperating. Filled with joy, the leader exclaimed that the treasures were in the chambers, where he and his crew needed to head as soon as possible. Everyone was ready to rush there with pleasure, while the hero exhaled quietly, realizing that now there was one less problem to worry about. The enthusiastic adventurers began raising their swords and arms in the air, fully aware that they would soon strike it rich. In his mind, Dantalion told himself that the real battle was about to begin, one that would bring him victory. He had a little time before they reached their destination, but he needed to use it wisely. The hero tried to figure out what to do next on the fly, while his furious eyes continued to glow red. The adventurer walking ahead asked the Demon King in a raised voice not to fall behind, and the Demon King tried to obey. The impulsive blonde asked if the dimwit was really trying to stall for time, and decided that he was eager to meet his end. The daredevil began frantically searching for a way to kill the enemy team before they got the better of him. The problem was that a dozen armed fighters stood in his way, so the task was considered practically impossible. Glancing around, he remembered that he was in Dantalion's castle, where he might find something he could use. The tension stemmed from the fact that there wasn't a single monster left on the premises that could come to his defense. The gang leader, already anticipating riches, ordered the fool once again to hurry up, since they were tired of waiting for him. The cunning fair-haired man knew full well that as soon as they got their hands on the treasure, the useless demon would simply meet his end. All around him, the hero noticed the remains of monsters that had been lying there for a long time, so he didn't know what to do in this difficult situation. He had to rely solely on his own strength, but he didn't even remember how much further he had to go before reaching the king's chamber. The tense young man thought to himself that if this were a real game, he would have already taken care of everyone and emerged victorious. Suddenly, an idea struck the young man, and a plan seemed to form in his mind that could save his skin. Smiling slyly, the young man remembered the mighty eye of God, thanks to which he could completely change the course of events. If the young man really was inside Dungeon Attack, then this tactic should work like a charm, something he believed with all his heart. The digital display indicated that Dantalion's castle was an F-rank dungeon with no special effects, armies, or inhabitants. With a flash of a smile, the daredevil prepared to put his plans into action, hoping that everything would go well. He began to carefully study the skill table and draw conclusions to avoid any mistakes. The Eye of God was one of the abilities in the game that allowed you to see your location on the map, as well as enemies, traps, and items. It was a rare skill that could only be obtained halfway through the game, so not everyone was able to acquire it. There was a loophole in the game settings that allowed the ability to be used in only one location. It could be used in the very first dungeon where players were taught all the intricacies of the game, Dantalion's castle. The young man hadn't expected the Eye to come to his rescue like this, and he had previously wondered why this ability could only be used there. The young man, looking extremely serious, continued to read every line carefully, knowing that he had no room for error. He paid close attention to the clause stating that there were no armies in the area and therefore no one would come to his aid. Suddenly, the Demon King's eyes widened in shock when another notification appeared. The system warned that the danger level in the area was high and urged him to summon troops as soon as possible. Discouraged, the young man simply froze in place, unsure of what to do, since the adventurers could kill him at any moment. Suddenly, an ID contract appeared, allowing him to hire various monsters, ranging from slimes to low-level golems. The brave young man realized that the Demon King had a skill for summoning creatures, and this changed the situation and brought him joy. But very quickly he sank back into deep thought, shifting his gaze to the lower right corner of the digital display. As it turned out, the young man had only £100 in his account, and the prices were steep, which made things even harder. The disheartened young man wondered what the damned king had been up to, since he hadn't even managed to amass any wealth. After doing some quick calculations, the young man concluded that he could summon 8 goblins to face the 10 fighters, though they wouldn't last long. There was no guarantee that the golems would hold out either, and with the chambers just a short distance away, a decision had to be made immediately. Utterly focused, Dantalion thought through everything down to the smallest detail, knowing that otherwise he would simply fall by the sword. He was constantly aware that he had no one to rely on and needed to recruit worthy beings into his army who would definitely help him. At the same time, he still had only £100 in his purse, which wasn't much to work with. Unexpectedly, a decent idea took shape in the young man's mind, but he didn't rush to celebrate and continued to mull it over. But the probability of success was only 60%, and that was too low to risk his life. There was no time left for a backup plan either, and this cornered the young man in a situation from which he could no longer escape. The leader of the adventurers walking ahead continued to grin, sensing that he would soon be able to strike it rich. After gathering his thoughts, the daredevil decided he had to give it a try and told himself inwardly that he was ready. For the operation to succeed, he needed to gain the trust of the burly men. But finding common ground with them was quite difficult. To start with, the cunning player decided to learn more about them and began thinking about what questions he could ask. Suddenly, he simply employed the technique of the Apostle of Aphrodite and began emitting red rays in all directions. Now the protagonist knew the detailed characteristics and names of his potential opponents, which fundamentally changed the situation. He used a skill that allowed him to see information about his enemies, thereby making his task easier. Dantalian was most interested in the fair-haired man, who stood out from the rest due to his impulsive nature and arrogance. This was a man named Luf, an adventurer whose level was only 13 and who possessed no special techniques. The wary blonde turned around once more and noticed that the Demon King was trailing behind, showing no particular hurry. In a fit of rage, the commander pointed his sword at him and ordered him once again to get a move on, since he was already starting to drive everyone crazy. The cold-blooded demon apologized in a quiet voice, still pretending to obey them unquestioningly. But suddenly, he flashed a sly smile and froze in place, realizing that the time had come to show himself in all his glory. The crowd of fighters turned toward him, ready to beat him to death, and waiting only for a signal from their leader. The protagonist thought to himself that this was the perfect time to make the first move and show those fools what he was capable of. Apostles of Aphrodite was one of the high-level skills in dungeon attack, available in the dungeon where Prang found himself. With its help, one could see the stats of other players, which were usually hidden from prying eyes. The young man had all the necessary information at his fingertips, but he still didn't know how to play his cards. The tense leader of the adventurers turned to him again, constantly urging him on because he wanted to claim the treasure as soon as possible. Relentlessly threatening him with a sharp sword, he ordered him to stop holding them back, considering it a subversive act. The perceptive hero knew full well that the key to success was to make the warrior's boss trust him more. Impulsive Luf clenched his teeth tightly and glared at the monster he wanted to send to rot in the grave. The Demon King decided to take a risk, his inner voice telling him that the game was worth the candle, so there was no need to worry. Using an ability invisible to those around him, he regarded the adventurers as prey, eager to get down to business as soon as possible. Soon to his right, he spotted a skeleton with an arrow protruding from its helmet into its skull and realized it was time to take the first step. Confident and speaking in a raised voice, the guy asked everyone to stop, preparing to make an important announcement. The bewildered crowd immediately froze in place and turned around with their mouths agape, unable to figure out what the fool wanted. An enraged Leif shouted, demanding to know what the hell the scoundrel, who had already thoroughly annoyed everyone with his stalling, was on about. An extremely serious Dantalian pointed his finger at a nearby passageway, warning that a trap had been set there. What he heard stunned the group's leader, who nearly dropped his sword, while everyone else simply tried to process the information. Taking a step back, the young man reiterated his words, preparing to explain everything in detail so as to leave no room for misunderstanding. It was said that in a couple of meters, a hidden device would fire about a dozen arrows, and it would be impossible to avoid injury. That is precisely why the brave man declared he would go first, while the disheartened fighters remained behind him. The fearless king of the demons was ready to disarm the trap on his own, to ensure a safe passage for everyone. The extremely tense blonde asked why they should take his word for it, but at first all he heard in response was silence. His agitated comrades began to say that, judging by the map, the passage ahead would only get narrower, and even the devil himself would break a leg in it. The cool-headed Dantalian kept moving forward, but the impulsive Luf once again tried to stop him with shouts. The hot-headed man yelled that he couldn't even dream of running away from them, and the hero himself slowed his pace. In a calm tone, he said that he himself understood that with legs like these, he wouldn't be able to run away, and that he merely wanted to show them a sign of respect. Grinning, the young man remarked that they were all different from the adventurers who had come here before, since they hadn't tried to kill him right away. With a menacing glare, Dantalian noted that they could follow him if they trusted him, but he offered no guarantee of their safety. The anxious crowd froze in place, sweat beading on their faces, unsure of what to expect or what might happen to them. Still, the unshakable Luf exclaimed that he didn't care about any of that and ordered the group to follow the Demon King. The alarmed allies began to try to dissuade their boss, suggesting they wait in a safe place instead and not put themselves at risk. They pointed out that they had nearly fallen into a trap at the entrance, and if they ventured deeper into the cave, they might lose their lives altogether. The squad commanders recalled how huge steel blocks had previously fallen on them, blocks that could have easily turned them into mincemeat. The hot-tempered blonde shouted, asking if they were men or cowards, but in response he saw only fear in his comrade's eyes. A sly red smile was visible on the protagonist's cloak, and he was secretly glad that everything was going exactly according to plan. A few minutes later, the young man wondered if he had moved far enough away to take the next step. With two sharp arrows tucked behind his back, the young man was convinced he had nothing to worry about yet. But he didn't let his guard down. He had managed to sneak past unnoticed with the projectiles he'd collected from the dead a little earlier, and that was a significant advantage. For a while, the Demon King silently examined the items at hand, pondering how best to use them. Clenching his fist tightly, the brave young man told himself that the time had come to put them to use, and he was eager to deal with the adventurers as soon as possible. Then he began to clench his teeth tightly, filling himself with courage and confidence in his next moves. Gathering his thoughts, the warrior swung one of the arrows, knowing that if he didn't strike, it would simply be the end for him. At that moment, a wave of blood splattered everywhere, followed by loud shouts and screams. A crowd of wary fighters nearby froze in their tracks at what they heard, trying to make sense of what was happening and where. One of the agitated young men quickly realized that it was the voice of the Demon King, but what had happened remained a mystery to everyone. A very nervous Luf asked in a raised voice what on earth was going on, but no one could give him an answer. Still, the ruler of the demons asked them not to approach, since it was still too early, and the tense crowd didn't want to take any chances. A worried subordinate asked what they should do, but the boss took his time answering because he didn't know anything. But soon he ordered everyone to be on alert and threatened to kill any cowards on the spot without mercy. The guys, almost whimpering with fear, looked at each other with the eyes of victims, hoping with all their hearts that they would manage to survive. With a loud shout, the group's leader asked where Dantalion was, who wasn't responding at all, while the assistant noticed something ahead. A fairly large pool of blood was spotted on the floor, which made them even more wary and gave rise to dark thoughts. The adventurers noticed a long trail and decided it wouldn't hurt to follow it to find out more. Armed with a torch, they took a few steps forward and soon froze in their tracks, overcome by shock. Lying on the damp ground was the severely wounded Demon King, with a long arrow protruding from his leg, barely breathing. Even Luf was deeply shocked by what was happening. He asked what had happened, but the man opposite him couldn't answer. Still, the young man struggled to lift the body, saying he'd lost consciousness, but even blinking was painful for him. The wary blonde asked for an explanation of what had happened and wanted to know more about the dangerous trap. In a calm tone, the horned man asked him not to worry, emphasizing that all the traps had been successfully neutralized. After hearing this, the team members exchanged joyful glances, clearly pleasantly surprised. A shocked Luf asked why Dantalion had saved their skins when he could have kept quiet and left them to face the attack. Placing his hand on his chest, the demon repeated that they differed from other adventurers in that they had given him a chance to survive. He added that he was impressed by this act, and that was the sole reason he had shown them a gesture of respect. Admittedly, the young man had been reckless and had been wounded, but that wouldn't be a problem for him. Pulling the bloodied arrow sharply from his leg, the fearsome Dantalion declared that it was time for them to move on. His fearless behavior stirred new emotions in the blonde man, and the young man himself noticed that the other's attitude was changing. At that moment, the young man received a system notification that the adventurer's favor level had increased significantly. His respect for the young man jumped immediately to 5 points, which was already an astonishing result. The shocked hero could not have imagined that his plan would actually succeed and bring him so much benefit. In addition, all the other members of the combat team also began to view the Demon King differently, and the messages kept coming. Just as the brave hero had hoped, they all began to sympathize with him, so now he could start acting a little differently. But this was only the first stage, and the outcome still wasn't enough for Dantalion, who decided to move forward. At the same time, the Horned One's charm level had also increased, but it was still at a measly 3rd level. Having struggled to his feet after a rather serious injury, the warrior nevertheless said that it was time for them to move on. After giving it some thought, Loof mentally labeled the guy as strange but realized that he might be useful to them in the future. Suddenly he declared that with such a wound, the king would only slow everyone down, and added that they would have to help him with medical care. The boss startled his comrades standing behind him by ordering them to immediately help the demon emperor get moving. One of the guys put his arm around Dantalion and asked him to hold onto his shoulder while he himself continued moving carefully. The young man thanked him for the help and remained silent, thinking about his next steps. With a kind laugh, Loof asked him not to be surprised since he was the first to help them, and this could be considered a return favor. Afterward, the group began moving forward, and the hero realized that getting along with the adventurer's boss would be quite difficult. The brave young man kept repeating to himself that this wasn't enough and that he needed more success, so he continued to put in the effort. He manipulated the red threads, invisible to those around him, doing so masterfully and without giving himself away in the slightest. Now the second phase of the covert operation was beginning, which he executed flawlessly, leaving no loose ends. After a short while, the team finally reached the entrance to the Demon King's castle, and this was the moment of truth. An elated Loof pointed out that he had imagined the door to be smaller, and his enthusiastic ally agreed with him. Without a moment's hesitation, the squad leader flung open the massive gates and was the first to peer inside. He was looking forward to the imminent discovery of treasures and unprecedented wealth for all the adventurers, and was already imagining how he would spend it all. The clever blonde urged His Majesty to hurry up and retrieve the jewels and stop wasting their time. Suddenly tears streamed from the horned Dantalion's eyes, and he began to look at the fighters as if he were a little puppy. The bewildered people had no idea what had caused this emotional outburst and began exchanging glances. The agitated young man asked why the king was crying, and the king apologized in a soft voice. The hero appealed to their sympathy, explaining that this place reminded him of his family who had long since passed away. It came as a shock to the fair-haired boss to learn that demon kings also have families, since he had previously never considered them to be anyone at all. The demon, covering his face with his hands, confirmed this, while the people around him didn't even know how to react. The sentimental young man said that a long time ago, he too had loved ones, but now everything had changed. He too used to consider someone his family, but one day everything fell into the abyss, and he was left to live with a scar on his heart. He recalled various goblins and tall orcs who stood guard at the castle and faithfully served their ruler. One day, invading armies arrived and began to slaughter everything in their path, showing not the slightest mercy. At that point, the Demon King had no choice but to flee and hope that danger would pass him by. But that was naive. A crowd of armed men spotted the horned creature in the corridor and began to rush forward, fully aware that they needed to pierce him with their swords. They decided to make their task easier by drawing their bows to strike their target from a greater distance, right in the back. Fire was opened instantly, because no one was going to stand on ceremony with a coward who had frozen in fear. Blood-smeared projectiles flew at tremendous speed toward the disheartened Dantalion, who realized this was the end. The stunned young man couldn't believe it, but for some reason he was still alive, though blood was already splattered everywhere. Unexpectedly, a burly orc, who had remained loyal to the emperor until the very last second of his life, used his own body to shield him. The warrior, suffering terrible pain, turned to his lord, asking if he was all right, and this made an even greater impression. Tears began to stream from the ruler's eyes, and he couldn't control them, for he felt sorry for his comrade. All the flying projectiles were embedded right in the back of the burly warrior, who was worthy of a monument. The goblin, who stood his ground to the very end, said he would deal with the enemies and asked the leader to flee as quickly as possible to save his own life. Stunned, Dantalion was completely at a loss, and with a tremor in his voice began to mumble that he couldn't abandon him in his hour of need. It pained him deeply to see someone so close to him dying right before his eyes, while he simply stood there, unable to help. The orc, remaining calm, promised that he would be all right and assured him there was no need to worry about him. It was becoming increasingly difficult for him to speak, but he still expended his energy to urge the king to go to a safe place. Tears continued to stream from the sentimental horned one's eyes, and he clenched his teeth tightly, trying to calm himself. Each tear held memories of a loyal ally who had sacrificed his life for him. The burly man remained standing where he was, leaving no room for doubt about his loyalty to the emperor. Sharp arrows were still sticking out of his back, and the silent Dantalion finally turned around and began to walk away in an unknown direction. At that moment, he was explaining that all the members of his family had given their lives to protect him and give him the chance to live on. Deeply moved, the adventurers hadn't expected to hear such revelations and expressed their sympathy. One of them had always thought that demon kings were terrible, but now he realized that this was not the case at all. It was striking that a seemingly ordinary imp was mourning his fallen comrades, and doing so with incredible sincerity. The brown-eyed young man believed that Dantalion was a decent demon and shouldn't be mistreated, since he had saved them before. Immediately, Fighter Jack's favorability rating toward the ruler of the demons increased by 20 points, which was an excellent result. At the same time, the rest of the team began to trust the young man more, which was exactly what he had been aiming for. A pensive Luffy remarked to himself that the king's story differed from the legend he had heard earlier. Some time ago, a mysterious girl had claimed that the ruler of the demons was a heartless monster. At the same time, his attitude toward Dantalion had improved significantly, which once again underscored the hero's professionalism. But at the same time, the fair-haired man was more interested in whether he could benefit from this. He couldn't care less about the rest. The utterly calm horned man turned to his allies once more, taking a few steps forward, which instantly drew attention to him. He expressed his sincere gratitude for bringing him here, where he had the opportunity to recall times past. The brave man acknowledged that he had not been mistaken after all, since they were nothing like the adventurers who had killed his family. The young man believed that even the souls of the dead could rest in peace upon seeing their nobility. Unexpectedly, the king declared that for this reason, his life and the castle's treasures now belonged to the group of warriors. An elated Luffy immediately asked where the riches were hidden, eager to get his hands on them as soon as possible. As the bedraggled Dantalion had mentioned earlier, the jewels were hidden using a powerful magic spell. He said he would lift the powerful spell right away, but first asked everyone to step back a little for their own safety. The excited blond man complied and asked everyone to follow the instruction, eagerly anticipating the trinkets. Everyone present took a few meters back, and the protagonist said that would be quite enough. In a quiet voice, he remarked that it had been a difficult journey, but they had handled it perfectly and deserved praise for it. The cunning young man was pleased with himself since everything was going exactly according to plan, and very soon he would be able to finish off the fools. The brave man decided to add the finishing touches and use the system to activate one of the techniques. The statistics were crystal clear to him, but there had never been any treasure in that worthless castle. With only 100 libras left before the young man's rebirth, the weakest Dantalion couldn't afford to treat himself. However, that was enough to pull the wool over the fool's eyes, so the daredevil didn't doubt himself for a moment. The pro remembered perfectly well that in the world of dungeon attack, 1 libra was equal to 15 silver coins. The digital assistant asked if he really wanted to spend 76 units of currency, which was quite a lot. According to the game's rules, all purchased items appeared before the player, and the young man decided to take advantage of this without hesitation. For a few more seconds, he remained deep in thought, preparing to choose the positive option. Meanwhile, Dantalion smirked slyly, knowing that very soon his act would come to an end and everything would be a thing of the past. Suddenly, with a look of malice, the young man exclaimed that he was the 71st demon king and ruler of these lands. On his own authority, the emperor bestowed upon the brave heroes the treasures lying in his chambers, maintaining a look of fearlessness and severity in his eyes. The adventurers standing in front of him froze and simply stared at him in silence, not quite understanding this maneuver. Discouraged, Luffy looked at his counterpart with slight bewilderment. The man was behaving strangely, but Luffy believed that everything would turn out all right. The rest of the guys were shocked and simply waited for the final outcome, hoping to receive the promised treasures. The mysterious king's smile was promising and even somewhat unsettling, though he himself remained calm. Several silver coins appeared in the air at once, falling into a single pile and making loud clattering sounds. They fell in stacks. To the eye, there seemed to be a great many of them, so everyone could rejoice at their newfound wealth. The pleasantly surprised fighters couldn't believe what was happening at first, but the money was indeed theirs for the taking. The elated commander burst out laughing, realizing that he had finally achieved his goal and could now relax. Like thunder from a clear sky, coins continued to rain down on the heads of the happy adventurers who had reached their destination. The jubilant group began picking up the coins from the floor and shouting that they had succeeded and that their efforts had paid off. The giggling blonde thought to himself that the treasure had finally fallen into their hands, and now they could be proud of themselves. He began to grind his teeth quietly and chuckle slyly, while everyone else enjoyed their triumph in their own way. Suddenly, the eccentric burst out laughing and his expression changed, as if he'd been seized by a strange fit. But it was simply sheer elation. At that moment, Lufa's favor toward Dantalion increased once again by as much as 50 points. The man declared that all the jewels would be divided equally and ordered his companions to gather everything down to the last coin. Now he was certain that the Demon King would still be useful to them, which meant it wasn't worth killing him just yet. The enigmatic ruler of the demons addressed the fighters respectfully, asking them to listen carefully to what he had to say. A slightly haughty, fair-haired fellow said that they were a bit busy right now, and if he wanted to give them anything else, he would have to wait. The protagonist kept receiving notifications that the adventurer's respect for him was growing. Now everyone was even willing to help him in many ways, knowing that he was honest and always happy to thank good people. The cool-headed guy apologized for the interruption, but noted that there was a conversation that simply could not be postponed. They were told that another 36 adventurers had just entered the dungeon, and this was considered a warning sign. At first, the news didn't register with Lufa, and he simply went into a mild daze, continuing to smile and process what he'd heard. Meanwhile, the faces of his loved ones already showed signs of intense anxiety, as the situation promised horror. The daredevil remarked that he had used magic to detect intruders, but hadn't expected such a result. The alarmed group couldn't believe it and wondered how such a thing could have happened. The tense leader understood perfectly well that 30 people were too many to handle. The first thing he did was ask the Demon King if there was another way out of the castle they could use. The emotionless Dantalion replied that there was only one door, so there was no hope left for their rescue. The panickers immediately began discussing how they had fallen into a trap and now all faced a terrible death in a confined space. No one knew what to do in this situation, since there was no way they could stand up to 30 thugs. They would simply be overwhelmed by their numbers. The bewildered fighters began to succumb to intense fear and tremble, and even their brave commander couldn't gather his thoughts. Suddenly, the fearless Dantalion turned to the captain, noting that an idea had come to him. With the utmost seriousness, he said that if they couldn't escape, they would have no choice but to face the enemy. Stunned, Luffy immediately asked what exactly that meant, while breaking out in a cold sweat. The unflappable demon asked if they had a map, and his counterpart immediately replied in the affirmative. Unfortunately, the imp couldn't predict which route the enemies would take, but there was a chance to latch onto something. Unexpectedly, he declared that he could act as bait to give his allies, who were already on the verge of wetting their pants, a head start. The disheartened adventurer didn't quite follow his train of thought, but he had no choice but to trust the enigmatic fellow. Judging by their large numbers, Dantalion concluded that the enemies were part of a military unit, which meant they were likely using magic as well. The king was certain that their first move would be to follow his trail, and added that there were as many as 3 paths leading from the chambers. The daredevil emphasized that he and his allies would split up and take different routes, and that way they would manage to escape. Stunned, Luffy couldn't believe that he was willing to sacrifice himself for them once again. But in an instant, he fell deep into thought. The tense bruiser asked if the Demon Emperor was trying to make a run for it right now, and noted that there might not be a squad at all. His agitated counterpart held out his hand and sincerely assured him that he truly wanted to lend the guys a helping hand. At that moment, he didn't have time to convince them, so he took a step closer to the fair-haired man and whispered something. The extremely nervous man clenched his fists tightly, realizing that he had to trust a creature he barely knew once again. Then a strange smile appeared on his face, and he felt a sense of calm inside, which made things feel much easier. Smiling, Luffy said they were ready to do as the king said, since he had already proven himself to be quite reasonable. At the same time, he asked them not to tell their enemies about the decoy plan, otherwise his men would be upset. Immediately, the squad leader shouted at everyone present to stop panicking and grab the treasure while they still had a chance to escape. The cunning hero thought to himself that he had no doubt about the captain, who had once again naively fallen for his scheme. With a somewhat intimidating gaze, he carefully watched the back of his counterpart, knowing full well that his plan was working like clockwork. A full 3 sacks, stuffed to the brim with silver, lay on the floor, waiting for the adventurers to grab them and make a run for it. The leader ordered everyone to split into 2 groups and take different routes to the exit so as not to put themselves in danger. His very nervous companions asked the boss to explain his plan, since they didn't want to act like blind kittens. The brave Luffy told them to shut up and listen, then showed them a paper map of the dungeon and began to explain everything. It was said that the warriors who had infiltrated the dungeon would take the safest route, namely the same one they had taken earlier. The leader emphasized that 30 people resembled a combat unit, so it was pointless to try to compete with them. With a menacing laugh, the blond man said that their only option was to increase their chances of survival and not take any risks. Deeply alarmed, his companions were shocked by his statement and froze in place with their mouths agape. The leader noted that if they split up, at least someone would definitely be able to get out of there, and that was already pretty good. But suddenly he reached for the bag and declared that all the treasure would stay with him for now, and that was already a warning sign. An enraged team member immediately asked how they were supposed to interpret such an insolent gesture on his part. The utterly unflappable Luffy smiled and urged everyone to calm down, noting that he wasn't taking the treasures away for good. It was said that the second group would get the Demon King, who was staring at him with extreme severity and in silence. The fair-haired man emphasized that the guys were in luck and promised that if they survived, they would not only receive a reward, but also become true heroes. Those present sank into deep thought. Even though they understood that all of this was completely wrong, he insisted it was worth it, while he himself, like the last rat, slung the bag of treasure over his shoulder and hobbled on. The group members tried to object, but the despicable boss shouted at them all to shut up and stop arguing with him. The insolent man ordered them to pull themselves together immediately, after which he began to laugh like a true psychopath, thoroughly pleased with himself. The scoundrel threatened that if they argued with him, they would die like dogs, a statement that struck his comrades to the core. Then the manipulator mentioned the soldiers' families, who might be left alone in the event of their terrible deaths. Discouraged, they stared intently at their leader, who had masterfully brainwashed them all. The stern Luffy exclaimed that they must all fight for their lives and not even think about being afraid of death, since it is a natural occurrence. Some of the fighters were still in a daze, but two had already started shouting and doing everything they could to support the commander. A small group of people soon set off toward the second tunnel, lighting the way with torches and remaining silent. The blond man who had chosen the safe route snickered at them and called them idiots, the kind you just had to put pressure on, and they'd fall for it right away. At first, the cunning fellow thought they were truly doomed, but fortunately, he managed to pull off a scheme and come out on top. Some time ago, the fighters suspected Dantalion of deceit, and he replied that he didn't have time to convince him. The king whispered that his counterpart could send a few men with him to ensure he didn't run off anywhere. It was said that no matter how things played out, Luffy would come out ahead, since the treasures would be with him. Then the demon added that if he was telling the truth, some of the blond man's companions would die with him, and his share would grow larger. If, on the other hand, he had made up his mind, the guys simply wouldn't let him escape, so the fair-haired man would continue to have the upper hand. His words sparked a realization in the man, who was pleasantly surprised and realized that he truly couldn't lose. Smiling slyly, the captain thought to himself that if the fools died, the loss would be minor, and the main thing was to get himself out of there. At the same time, the hero wasn't part of the group either, and knew perfectly well what the short-sighted moron who was only eager to get rich was thinking. Choosing the right moment and glancing at the map again, the stern young man decided it was time to act. Using the system, he began selecting monsters to hire, eager to finish off all the adventurers as quickly as possible. Suddenly, everything around them began to shake violently, causing panic among the fighters, who were already deeply anxious. The guys didn't want to believe it, but they assumed a sudden attack had begun, and Dantalion also began to feign fear. No one had any idea why the ground had started to glow, and they all stood there trembling, unsure of what lay ahead. A huge amount of dust rose into the air and reduced visibility, which made the situation even more tense. The nervous adventurers covered their faces with their hands to keep the dust out of their lungs, but the dirt still settled inside. At that moment, one of the men lost his grip on his extinguished torch and simply dropped it, his body completely weakened. Opening his eyes slightly, the fair-haired young man asked the Demon King what was going on, but received no answer. Suddenly, someone wrapped their hands around his face, clamped his mouth shut tightly, and began to choke him, which came as an even greater shock. It was the protagonist who advised the fool to keep his mouth shut and not cause any unnecessary trouble. The warrior threatened that things would only get worse if he disobeyed, and as beads of sweat trickled down the man's face, he made no attempt to break free. The merciless devil began to press a sharp dagger against the throat of his opponent, who did not want to die. Tears began to stream from the captive's eyes, and Dantalion whispered that he was now in his debt, but this did nothing to calm him. Showing no mercy whatsoever, the daredevil simply disposed of the unarmed man. Meanwhile, the rest of the group stood ahead, staring at the purple trail that had suddenly appeared on the ground. They didn't even notice that their dead comrade was already lying in a pool of his own blood, killed by the very person they trusted. The utterly shocked fighters could not fathom what kind of magical phenomenon they had encountered. Something resembling an ancient figure inscribed with incomprehensible hieroglyphs appeared in the air and was approaching them. It was whipping up a strong wind and causing the ground around them to crumble, which only fueled the panic in their hearts. Terrified, the adventurers wondered what it could be and screamed loudly, but no one could save them anymore. A massive stone golem suddenly emerged from the ground, formed by otherworldly forces. The pitiful little people froze in place and stared wide-eyed at the scene, but they were powerless to resist. The animated giant began swinging its sledgehammers, threatening its enemies with instant annihilation. Overcome by incredible fear, one member of the group shouted loudly that they needed to get out of there immediately, hoping to survive. Nevertheless, the creature struck, shattering the floor in front of it and once again sending up an unbearable cloud of dust. One of the men was lucky enough to survive, getting off with only a severe cough, though his vision was severely impaired. Looking more closely, the stunned adventurer saw his companion's bloodied hand beneath the golem's paw. The second ally was being held captive by the merciless red-eyed monster, which had him in a tight grip and wouldn't even let him breathe. Terrified, the warrior grabbed his blade and shouted at the villain to release his friend immediately. Summoning his courage, the young man lunged forward and tried to strike, but unfortunately he simply broke his weapon. The disheartened adventurer was completely flustered and froze in place, unable to believe that he was now completely defenseless. The enraged mutant began to shout loudly, showing his readiness to turn his opponent into mincemeat for his antics. Having lost all hope of survival, the young man was utterly desperate, realizing that his end was now at hand. The grim creature pinned yet another fool to the ground, turning him into a pool of blood. But there was still one left watching it all. The trembling bandit watched the events unfold with terror in his eyes, not knowing where to run or how to defend himself against the invincible golem. In the end, he simply broke out in a cold sweat and let out strange screams, with nowhere left to hide. Suddenly, the cold-blooded Dantalion appeared behind him, having managed to pull off a brilliant scheme to destroy the scum. His concerned allies said they needed to flee immediately, but his counterpart said nothing and simply stood in the shadows. With his eyes wide open, the pitiful young man looked at his companion, who was acting strangely, and refused to speak. Suddenly, the brave man simply stabbed the naive adventurer with his sharp blade. The latter had no idea why he'd done it. Immediately, the fool collapsed to the ground and began to bleed out, while the hero smiled slyly, preparing to explain his reason. Placing his hand on his chest, the daredevil said that there was one reason that had compelled him to do all this. The fact was that he was a bloodthirsty demon king, known for his cunning and his hatred of scoundrels. Meanwhile, the group on the other side also felt the tremor and had no idea what had happened. Alerted, Luffy quickly realized that the second squad had encountered 30 enemies, which meant the king hadn't lied to him. Giggling to himself, the scoundrel thought that the demon had done him a great favor by ridding him of extra mouths to feed from the treasure share. But in an instant, the fighters stopped, seeing something ahead that left them somewhat shocked. Deeply shaken, the blond man blushed and was thrown off balance, unable to understand what Dantalion was doing there. The cold-blooded demon looked into his eyes and instilled fear in them, for now he was behaving completely differently and was no longer a victim. It quickly dawned on the fair-haired man that the team had managed to outmaneuver the intruders, but he couldn't see the rest of the guys. The unexpected hero grabbed his dagger in a flash and lunged forward, about to say something to Luffy. Showing no emotion, he murmured that all the men sent after him had been killed. The psychopath, his face tense, looked at the devil, asking why he was here, and thought the whole thing was just a joke. Touching the tip of the knife to his finger, Dantalion wondered if the fool simply refused to accept the terrible reality. With a menacing smirk, He said that he had indeed taken care of everyone, all by himself, something no one had expected of him. After that, the hero turned around as if nothing had happened and began to walk away, causing his opponent to be deeply shocked and enraged. The daredevil called them all complete idiots who had placed their full trust in him, only to be finished off by him in the end. Growing more furious by the second, the blond man called him a true scoundrel who had simply used them all. At that moment, all the adventurer's regard for Dantalion plummeted to zero, but he couldn't have cared less. Flashing a smile with his sword in hand, the hero remarked that he was lucky since they turned out to be dumber than monkeys, for which he was very grateful to them. Laughing loudly, he asked if those lunatics really believed that the Demon King could side with mere humans. The brave warrior sought to fill everyone with unprecedented rage, and he succeeded, for within a couple of seconds, Luffy's expression changed drastically. Unable to control his emotions, the blond man shouted at the top of his lungs, hurling insults at the scoundrel for what he had done. His equally furious allies raised their weapons, ready to tear apart the wretch who had dared to lead them by the nose. Paying no attention to anything else, they charged into the attack, while the red-eyed demon simply stood his ground, biding his time. Without a moment's hesitation, the hero summoned the stone golem once more, which could wipe out the entire pack in a single blow. For the first few seconds, the four-eyed bruiser focused on his targets to avoid any mistakes. At that moment, a moderately powerful explosion thundered, allowing him to halt the enemy's advance and intimidate them all. Soon the terrified young man saw the arm of a comrade who had been seriously wounded, protruding from beneath the rubble. One of the allies had terrible luck and was simply smashed into the wall, turned into a mere meat patty. The merciless creature began to scream aggressively, further intimidating the enemies so that they wouldn't even think of victory. Paralyzed with terror, the man nearly dropped his sword and was completely at a loss, not knowing where to turn. The unprecedented shock led to his instant death, and his blood splattered everywhere, splattering the squad captain. Deeply shaken, Luffy couldn't believe what was happening, as he had always considered his team invincible. A desperately bald, burly man with a hammer swung at the golem from behind, hoping to at least wound it slightly. He was indeed lucky enough to land a powerful blow and remain on his feet, without even staggering. Now only stone debris lay scattered on the ground, and the fighter could be proud of himself, having clawed his way to safety. Rejoicing in his victory, he joyfully reported to his boss that he'd succeeded, and there was nothing to worry about now. The commander, drenched in sweat, was speechless and stared at everything with wide-open eyes, as if it were too early to relax. Suddenly, the cool-headed Dantalion appeared behind the brute and, in a flash, ended his life with his sword. Exhaling, the warrior quietly thanked the squad once more, and Luffy in particular, who had been a great help to him. Feeling deep sorrow over his comrade's death, the blond man screamed loudly, refusing to believe what was happening. The unflappable hero stood beside the fully recovered mutant, showing his readiness to kill anyone. His disconcerted opponent tried to figure out how everything could have changed so abruptly, given that he had previously behaved like a victim. The young man explained that to kill a home, one simply needed to destroy its core, which was a piece of cake. At the very least, an experienced adventurer who knows a few facts about these creatures would have no trouble handling it. The daredevil explained that one shouldn't fall for such a cheap provocation and should use their head instead of just their muscles. With a menacing glare and a smile, Dantalion emphasized that the situation had changed and wondered what the boss would do next. Extremely tense, Luffy kept wondering how such a pathetic king could have changed so much in such a short time. It finally dawned on him that standing before him at that moment was a true ruler of demons whose behavior was terrifying. Still drenched in sweat, the fair-haired man told himself that it was too early to give up and that he had to fight to the end. He reminded himself that he had gotten out of worse predicaments than this, so he would find a way out this time as well and be able to continue on his path. Suddenly smiling, the squad commander turned to the Demon King, as if preparing to negotiate something with him. Unexpectedly, he threw down his sword, fell to his knees, admitted defeat, and then nervously asked to be put to death. Holding the blood-stained blade in his hands, a completely calm Dantalion called it a good move. With slow, measured steps, the hero began to move toward his opponent, whom he still didn't trust, knowing just how treacherous he was. The seemingly powerless adventurer stared at the ground and began to chuckle maliciously in his mind, hatching an unusual plan. He realized that the fool had fallen for his rather simple trick, which meant he would manage to escape with the treasure. The haughty Luff considered him a pathetic creature, incapable of even attempting to take him down. With a dagger hidden behind his back, the man declared that today a horned demon would join the ancestors, but it certainly wouldn't be him. Meanwhile, the hero was reading the information on the digital display about summoning the monsters he needed for battle. He took his time and carefully analyzed everything in his head to avoid mistakes and prevent defeat. He still had 100 pounds to his name, which he needed to spend wisely, since they had been hard-earned. The young man continued to take small steps forward, while Luff waited for the right moment to strike. The crafty blonde was about to suddenly draw his dagger and inflict a through-and-through wound on the devil's spawn. Before launching his attack, he had to wait for his opponent to take a couple more steps. The man was getting closer with every passing moment. But suddenly, the young man simply stopped in his tracks and held his sword out in front of him, as if he'd sensed something. The adventurer, drenched in sweat, grew extremely nervous and, seething with anger, wondered why he had hesitated. The protagonist turned to his opponent, who was kneeling before him, wanting to say something to him before killing him. As it turned out, thanks to the system, he had immediately learned of the defeated Luffy's intentions, which is why he was acting cautiously. Suddenly, the brave warrior laughed loudly, looking at the pathetic fool who had hoped he would fall for his trite trick. The warrior threatened that this time the scoundrel would truly meet his end, and no one would be able to come to his defense. On the verge of fainting from fear, the blond man stared at him with narrowed eyes, his whole body trembling. Suddenly, intense rage began to well up in the fighter's heart, and now he longed to reduce his opponent to dust. Grabbing his sword and charging into the attack, the psychopath shouted that they would not lose under any circumstances. He was ready to tear everyone in his path to pieces, just to stay alive and become rich, which was what he had strived for his entire life. Dantalion, on the other hand, stood motionless and showed not the slightest sign of agitation. Suddenly, Luffy lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. He didn't even have time to process what was happening before he found himself lying on the ground. He slid a couple of meters on his chin, leaving deep scratches on it, but he wasn't seriously hurt. With a sharp movement, he turned his gaze back and looked at the Demon King, who had managed to outmaneuver him on the spot. As it turned out, the fool had stumbled into an ordinary slime and slipped on it, which caused everyone to burst out laughing. Now, like a rabid dog, he was furious at the vile creature that had appeared out of nowhere and thwarted his plans. Meanwhile, the ruler of the demons stood behind his opponent, who had fallen into a deep stupor and was once again breaking out in a cold sweat. The extremely nervous adventurer realized he couldn't pull his arm free because it was stuck on something. As it turned out, a massive golem had crept up on him completely unnoticed and grabbed his limb, preventing him from escaping. In excruciating pain, the fair-haired man began to scream at the top of his lungs, straining his voice to the limit. But it didn't make it any easier, not even a bit. The unflappable hero checked the information on the digital display, paying no attention and remarking that everything had gone exactly according to plan. Fortunately, the young man had previously set aside money for the slime, and that saved him. He couldn't even believe that everything had gone so smoothly. Holding the copper in his hands, the daredevil asked how Luff felt when the one he'd considered a weakling was reducing him to dust. Casting a terrifyingly cold glance at his opponent, he asked what it was like to experience such a horrific death. The gloomy-looking blonde was completely at a loss and no longer believed he could be saved, but he was still trying to unravel the king's mystery. He wondered if he'd made a mistake when he decided to kill the demon's spawn, but he quickly dismissed the thought. He also recalled the episode in which he had taken a map of the castle from a mysterious woman, but that didn't fit either. Soon it dawned on the squad commander that his main mistake had been the challenge he'd thrown down to the unpredictable Dantalion. Now he realized he should never have gone against him, for he was truly a dangerous demon king. Meanwhile, amid the thick white smoke, the protagonist saw the smiling face of his dead father, whom he had briefly managed to forget. The man urged him to be prepared for the fact that, no matter what decision he made next, his life would still be 100 times worse than his own. The angry young man began waving his arms, mentally ordering him to get lost and never come back. Suddenly, someone woke Mr. Dantalion, who snapped his eyes open and came to his senses after a nightmare. The man found himself in the company of a charming, blue-eyed girl from the demon clan, who had been trying to get his attention. The frightened king asked in a raised voice who she was, and the lady realized that he hadn't fully recovered yet. Without wasting any time, the beauty decided to get straight to the point and explain everything to him clearly. She reminded him that 2 months ago she had lent him £100, and furthermore, the interest on the loan currently amounted to 96 units. The polite lady asked him to pay off the debt today, since the amount had already grown to a sum that was quite substantial for their economy. The stressed-out ruler had no idea what this stranger who had disturbed his deep sleep was talking about. It all began 3 weeks ago, when the hero was drawn into the world of dungeon attack, into the body of one of the weakest demon kings who ranked second to last. Opening his eyes, he saw before him a group of arrogant adventurers, thirsting for his death and riches. And then the daredevil risked his own life for a chance to destroy the scoundrels who dared to mock him. When it was finally over, overcome by exhaustion, the ruler allowed himself to collapse to the ground and sit down. Behind him stood a loyal stone golem, who supported him and was ready to carry out any command. In a state of utter helplessness, the hero remarked that it was all finally over and that he no longer had to fear death. Still, he raised his emotionless gaze and looked ahead to take in the immense work he had accomplished. The training was complete and the king's level had risen, while Luf lay on the ground with a sword protruding from his back, no longer posing a threat. The assistant urged Dantalion to choose one S-rank skill to learn, and among the options were many unusual techniques. The young man sank into deep thought, determined not to make a mistake and to settle on something worthwhile. It suddenly dawned on him that this was only the beginning, so he would no longer have a peaceful life and should forget about it. Clenching his jaw in frustration, he wondered if he would be able to survive in the body of the weakest demon ruler under these circumstances. At the moment, there was no guarantee that the young man would manage to return to his own world, which meant he had no choice but to keep trying to survive here. It was important for the warrior to choose his skills wisely, but it was unclear which ones would suit him best. For a while, he simply sat on the ground and reread the names of the skills, taking his time so he wouldn't regret his choice later. Still, the daredevil realized that the technique of the Apostle of Aphrodite would allow him to see his opponent's stats and their level of affection for him, and even read their minds. It was a very useful skill, so the young fighter decided to choose it and move forward with it. Then his attention turned once again to the blood-soaked leader of the adventurers, who was already beginning to stink. The golem standing behind him was ready to begin carrying out orders from its master, who was constantly deep in thought. The young man was extremely tired and didn't want to do anything, and this was absolutely obvious since he had been under a lot of stress. Even the fact that an ugly corpse was lying 2 meters away from him didn't bother him in the least, given his lack of energy. Nearby lay the body of a bald, burly man with an axe, who had never managed to destroy the summoned mutant. Patting the monster on the head, the young man politely asked to be allowed to lie down for a bit right now and not be disturbed. All the young man wanted was to sleep and finally regain his strength, so he fell asleep very quickly and forgot everything in the world. The next thing he remembered was waking up in a bed with a comfortable mattress, his arm bandaged in 2 places. The first thing the hero did was sit up and begin surveying the room, which looked quite ordinary and unkempt. The golem had probably carried Dantalion to his room, and the young man himself hoped that the recent events had merely been a dream. But he was still in the body of the Demon King and couldn't go anywhere, so the serious expression didn't fade from his face. He remembered perfectly well what had happened and constantly wondered if he would be able to survive in the body of the weakest creature. Ignoring his anxious thoughts, an assertive lady suddenly burst in, intent on forcing him to pay off his debt. In a gentle voice, the girl addressed His Highness, who looked at her again without much emotion. The new intruder looked quite lovely, and her sapphire blue eyes were mesmerizingly beautiful. She was a lady with an icy gaze, dressed in a brown business suit, whose name was Lapis Lazuli. Settling comfortably on his throne, the somewhat arrogant ruler repeated once again that he had not borrowed any money. Apologizing for her rudeness, the lady emphasized that she simply could not understand why he was saying such things. Rising respectfully to one knee, she reminded him that 2 months earlier he had taken out a loan from her trading company, and she was absolutely certain of it. Then Lapis took out the promissory note and unfolded it, showing that everything had been documented down to the last detail. A tense Dantalion realized there was no way he could fool her, since they'd been going around in circles with her for a week already. First, thieves stood in the Demon King's way, And now debt collectors on top of that. Things couldn't get any worse. The hero had no idea why he had to clean up all this mess caused by a fool, especially since he himself hadn't had anything to do with anyone. The young man believed that the group had messed up on their own, since lending money to such a blockhead had been a colossal mistake. Suddenly, a powerful insight struck him, causing his red eyes to widen. The polite ruler asked if he could ask a question, and Liapis, who had been listening intently, was already prepared for it. The unflappable Dantalian asked if she knew what would happen if he decided not to pay the debt. His counterpart calmly replied that, first of all, he would be declared bankrupt, and that alone could cause a great deal of trouble. Crossing one leg over the other, the daredevil still asked out of curiosity what would happen after that. Thinking it through, Lazuret said that her trading company would acquire full ownership rights to the Demon King's castle. After that, they would give him just a few small assignments, which he would simply be obligated to carry out to the highest standard. It was stated that the debtor must obey instructions without question and not even think of contradicting his superiors. Now everything was clear to the cool-headed ruler, but he still had one last question before ending the conversation. Unexpectedly, he asked what day it was, which surprised the girl a bit as she found it strange. Black magic suddenly began to swirl around his body, and his eyes turned red, which made her even more wary. Feeling a drop of sweat on her cheek, Liapis asked what His Majesty, who was behaving unusually, meant. The stern Dantalian wanted to know the exact date, so the lady replied sharply that the calendar showed April 17th, 1505. A full 6 days had passed since the principal debt's due date, and thus the interest would only continue to grow, while the king would go bankrupt. Tense Lazuret silently stared at her counterpart, unsure what to expect from him, and was already beginning to slightly regret having come. The brave man said he had a counteroffer and declared that he needed a loan for another 10,000 pounds. A couple of days later, a multitude of birds of prey, eager to find prey, were circling above the Kunska Trading Company's branch. A breathless, green-skinned creature was rushing down the street, asking everyone to get out of the way and not get in his path. Right on the run, the nervous head of the company's department named Torker jotted down notes on a sheet of paper, realizing he wouldn't have time to finish. When he was done, he instructed the fairy to deliver the document to Her Majesty Paimon no later than 8 o'clock, and learned that there were no problems with the ships in the port of Batavia. Glancing anxiously at his watch, the gentleman remarked that things were looking bad, since he was completely running out of time, even though he had been running as fast as he could. In his mind, the goblin noted that the higher-ups had decided to convene the entire leadership at the worst possible time, and he had no idea what had happened. Soon he burst into the room, apologizing for being late, but the leader immediately pointed out that Torker had been delayed for quite a while. With his arms folded, the mysterious man emphasized that for them, merchants, precious time is money. With a sly grin, the somewhat intimidating leader said it was time to start the meeting, since they'd already been sitting around idly for so long. The Kunska company was backed by Malbus, the Demon King, who ranked 5th, and Madame Paimon, so it was the best venture. At the helm of the firm was one of the 3 true vampires, Ivar Lodbrok, who could strike fear into people's hearts with just a glance. The gentleman stated that they had all gathered here today for one reason, and asked Lapis Lazuli, who was standing nearby, to explain it. The blue-eyed girl remained completely calm and was ready to help her boss, so she formed a thought in her mind. The nervous attendees at first couldn't believe their eyes, and eventually realized that standing before them was a hybrid of a human and a succubus. Everyone was displeased that a child of cursed blood had appeared at the leadership meeting and wanted to drive her away. Revealing his terrifying red eyes, the corporation's leader ordered everyone to be quiet and not interrupt his train of thought. Drenched in sweat, Torker didn't understand what was happening and tried not to get involved so as not to expose himself to scandal. The head asked Lapis to continue, and she obeyed him, since she wasn't even listening to anyone else. It was reported that recently, Dantalian, the Demon King ranked 71st, had requested an additional loan. The goblin with the monocle was starting to get angry, realizing that they'd all been gathered in one place over such a trivial matter. Slamming his fist on the table, he shouted at the half-breed to stop spouting nonsense and asked the chairperson how they were supposed to make sense of all this. The reserved Lodbrok asked his colleague to calm down and not get worked up, since the question was quite interesting. The man asked quietly if Lazurit could tell them what sum the ruler of the devil's spawn had requested. The cool-headed lady replied that they had been asked for 10,000 pounds, which was already considered somewhat astonishing. The stunned participants in the discussion were speechless at what they had heard, as they had never encountered anything like this before. The stunned department head knew better than anyone that such a sum was equivalent to the budget of a small country. Rising abruptly once more and slamming his fist on the table, he shouted, asking if this fool had really meant what he said. Without a shadow of a doubt, Lapis confirmed this, and hadn't lied at all, because Dantalion really was unpredictable. A little earlier, she had been kneeling before him, sensing the dark magic swirling around him, so she hadn't argued. Then, flashing a smirk, the protagonist declared that he wanted to take out a loan of 10,000 pounds. The girl replied that she didn't understand this at all, since he hadn't paid off his previous debt yet and was already trying to take out a new one. So, the brave young man replied that this was precisely why he was borrowing a larger sum, but the point still remained unclear. Puzzled, Lazurit admitted once again that she truly couldn't make head or tail of what he meant. The young man suggested they speak frankly and asked why the company had lent him money if everyone knew him as a talentless demon king. He didn't hear a single word in response from the woman, even though he was absolutely right and could have laid everything out clearly. The lady lowered her blue eyes to the floor and replied softly that she didn't see him that way, unlike many others. Smiling slightly, Dantalion surmised that they hadn't expected him to repay the debt from the very beginning. The perceptive young man was certain that they wanted to declare him bankrupt and turn him into a corporate lapdog. In an instant, he moved right up close to Lazurit, who had frozen in place, gently touching her hands. The gentleman remarked that his suspicions were precisely the company's true objective, and that arguing with him was pointless. Looking at her with a stern red eye, the Demon King asked if she could prove him wrong. In response, the lovely Lapis felt a drop of sweat trickle down her cheek and, puffing out her lips slightly, said that her counterpart was mistaken. The cool-headed Dantalion asked whether the trading company had ordered Lazurite to ingratiate herself with him and borrow money. The girl immediately replied that it was her own initiative and no one had put her up to it. Chuckling, the hero said to himself that the woman was lying and wasn't even blushing, but that only made things more interesting. He decided to return to the main topic and explain why he needed as much as 10,000 pounds. It was said that in this way he was agreeing to become the corporation's lapdog for the rest of his life. In return, the Demon King asked for nothing more than money and emphasized that this was a fairly cheap and profitable deal for them. Furthermore, Dantalion noted that this was a very advantageous offer specifically for Lapis, who didn't understand a thing. She could become famous as the one who, single-handedly, managed to turn the ruler of the demons into a servant of a trading company. Gently touching Lala's chin, the young gentleman asked what she had to say about it. Staring intently into her eyes, the persistent dark-haired man asked whether the beauty agreed with his idea. Unexpectedly, the brave lady grabbed his wrist firmly, all the while remaining completely silent. With a sharp movement, she pushed his arm aside, looking him straight in the eye and showing no sign of nervousness, yet she gave her consent. At that moment, a disgruntled Torker protested that this was clearly some kind of trap, since the scoundrel hadn't even been able to return 100 pounds. With a flash of a smile, Ivar Lodbrok acknowledged the remark as fair, then handed the floor back to the emotionless Lapis. The girl tried to formulate a few sentences in her head so she could explain everything clearly and without hesitation. A little earlier, Dantalion had anticipated everything and explained to her what she needed to say when such questions arose. In the end, the woman began to say that the Demon King had gone mad and was now suffering from the plague of this world. She added that without a specific cure, he would simply die. And furthermore, he was doing this for the sake of his beloved. What he heard caused some confusion for Torker, who had no idea what all this was about. The calm Lazurit stunned everyone by pointing out that the debtor was referring to her, since she was in fact his beloved. The stunned crowd wondered if the cunning girl even realized what nonsense she had spouted, and now doubted her even more. The lady said that she had grown close to Dantalion of her own accord for the sake of one important matter. The enraged goblins shouted that she was a despicable half-breed and demanded that she be thrown out for daring to lay a hand on the king. It was all done so that the horned devil would become a lapdog for the great company, so it was worth it. After these words, Ivar Lodbrok began to laugh loudly and maliciously, asking what his colleagues had to say about it. A bewildered Torker, sweat beading on his face, looked at the man who was rejoicing like a child and was almost about to start dancing. The leader noted that the half-blood had recently joined them, but was even willing to sacrifice herself to escape the fate of an outcast. Laughing menacingly at the top of his lungs, he called the whole thing simply delightful and realized that they were invincible. The old man said that at first he couldn't understand why the young woman had lent money to the talentless Dantalion, but now everything had changed dramatically. He declared that they would allocate special funding for him, and once again addressed the beautiful Lazurit in a raised voice. The old man told her to return to the Demon King's castle and relayed that they would give him 10,000 livres, just as he wished. On May 3rd, the woman arrived in the sunny trading city of Kairis, where ships with white sails were moored in the harbor. The lovely Lapis instructed the workers to gather all the grass of the type she had shown them, as much as they could find on the continent. A tense man pointed out that they would have to hire thousands of people, and paying them would cost her 8,000 libras. The lady said that this was an order from the Demon King Dantalion and urged them to get to work immediately. Then she turned and began walking away in the desired direction, while the workers exchanged knowing glances with one another. Unafraid, the beautiful Lazurit continued on her way, pondering the matter at hand and knowing she was doing the right thing. Giggling behind her back, the fools discussed how the sly woman had become the mistress of a ruler who had completely lost his mind. After some time, Lapis arrived at the protagonist's chambers and reported that his order had been carried out. It was said that not a single blade of grass remained on the continent, and that everything had been cleared away into pre-prepared storage facilities. Closing the thick book, the young man emphasized that she had done well and deserved a reward. The woman asked if she might inquire what the cunning leader, who never shared much, had in mind. The young man kept quiet about the fact that he wanted to borrow 10,000 pounds, which he needed for rapid military development. The lady didn't understand why he was buying useless weeds when he had said he needed a large sum of money in connection with the impending epidemic. Smiling and setting the book aside on the table, the gentleman asked what her thoughts were on the matter. Lapis, with the utmost seriousness, stated that she saw absolutely no logic in his actions and was completely candid. Taking a large glass in his hand, the young man merely smiled, preparing to explain everything to her in detail and set the record straight. First, he suggested celebrating her unprecedented success and raising a toast which left the beauty speechless. The composed lady politely declined the offer, as she wasn't particularly fond of drinking alcohol. Dantalion, with his stern demeanor, asked if she really thought he had slipped something into her drink. Remaining completely calm, the lovely Lazurit apologized for her rudeness in refusing to drink. The young man said he was just joking and urged her not to frown, after which he suggested they try the ritual again. Now she was holding a glass of wine in her hands, and the gentleman proposed a toast to their bright future together. Now the young woman took a slow sip, and a drop trickled down the corner of her lips, but she didn't seem to mind at all. Wiping her mouth sharply, the wary lady quietly asked His Highness what exactly he had poured into her glass. In turn, the hero put his hand to his forehead and began to chuckle, offering no answer, which was starting to annoy her a little. He finally said that it was the fruit of her labor, specifically a decoction made from the herbs she had gathered, and asked curiously if she liked the taste. A very serious woman asked if His Majesty was joking, but it all boiled down to the harsh truth. The man emphasized that the company believed he had gone mad and was making a cure for a non-existent disease, and that was precisely why he had requested the loan. It was said that if one stopped to think about it, there was some truth to this, but in reality, his intentions were different. The silent Lazurit looked into the eyes of the Demon King, who was behaving strangely, while mentally analyzing the situation. After that, the daredevil decided to get to the point and not beat around the bush, asking Lapis if she knew what the date was. Doma replied that according to the imperial calendar, it was June 20th, and asked if today was some kind of special date. Upon hearing this, the young man fell deep in thought, piecing together some puzzle in his head and muttering something under his breath. He suddenly announced that starting tomorrow, she would go to the place indicated on the paper and check on how things were going there. The wary young woman began to read the writing on the sheet carefully, asking why he needed all of this. With a sly chuckle, the young man asked her to go there on her own first, promising that she would understand everything afterward. The hero knew she'd been going through a tough time lately and pointed out that it was also necessary to take breaks and relax. A few days later, Lazuret found herself at the hot springs for travelers located in the Kingdom of Sardinia. As she dried her wet hair, the lady tried to figure out what that strange Dantalian, who remained a mystery to her, was up to. Soon she pulled back the curtain and entered the bathing area, continuing to mull over the pressing issue nonstop. She couldn't figure out what the young ruler could possibly want in a place where there were only beautiful young women. Settling comfortably into the warm water, the beauty recalled the note the Demon King had given her earlier. The lady wondered if this whole story about the epidemic was true, but she quickly pushed those thoughts aside. She was certain that Dantalian was incapable of predicting the future, so there was no point in thinking about it. The lady couldn't understand why she was so agitated, and suddenly heard a loud woman scream not far from her. With a trembling voice, the woman relaxing there exclaimed that her friend had suddenly collapsed unconscious on the floor. The green-haired girl was making soft sounds as she lay there with her eyes closed and her cheeks flushed from the pressure. Anxious, Lazuret quickly ran over to her and began asking what had happened, while also pleading with her not to lose consciousness. The injured girl mumbled that she was in severe pain, but when asked where exactly, she gave no answer. The lady who had come to her aid noticed that she had a high fever and exclaimed that they would take her to the hospital immediately. But suddenly, the pink-haired lady's eyes widened, as if she had seen something truly terrifying. As it turned out, the injured girl's body had begun to be covered by a huge black spot that looked so terrifying it sent chills down her spine. Right then, she remembered the Demon King's paper list, where this very symptom had been listed. Realizing the full horror of the situation, Lapis began to get even more nervous, not even knowing where to turn. Suddenly, she dropped to her knees and simply froze in place, as if sensing something strange nearby. The lady sensed an inexplicable energy and wondered to herself what on earth was going on here. A short time later, the hospital received its 30th patient, which astonished even the most experienced doctors. Lazuret sat on the yellow bench, looking gloomy, constantly bombarding herself with various pieces of information, but unable to put the puzzle together. Deeply shaken, the lady couldn't believe what was happening and thought there must be a reasonable explanation for it all. At that moment, an extremely tense doctor approached her and asked if she was all right. Suddenly, she was told that everyone else who had been at the hot springs, except for her, had simply died a painful death. The man advised her to leave this terrifying city as soon as possible, and black spots unexpectedly began to appear on his neck as well. This time, the blue-eyed lady wasn't quite as surprised, since she hadn't emerged from her deep thoughts. She began examining her hands down to every finger, hoping she wouldn't find any symptoms. She recalled the moment when the Demon King had given her a potion made from gathered herbs to drink, the taste of which had seemed disgusting. At the time, a giggling Dantalian remarked that this was the result of her hard work and asked curiously if she liked the potion. Nervous to the very end, Lapis didn't want to believe her suspicions, but everything added up without a shadow of a doubt. Now she could be certain that the ruler of the Devil's Brood was not mad. The mysterious hero had indeed managed to foresee a terrifying epidemic that would claim human lives in a matter of hours. On July 16th of that same year, a barely visible fairy flew past the Amstel branch of the Kunska Company, holding a scroll in her hands. She knocked politely and apologized for disturbing Mr. Torker, who was sitting with someone in the room. A hot-tempered goblin shouted that he was in the middle of a meeting with Her Highness Paimon and ordered everyone to get lost. The gracious queen of charm and beauty, with a smile on her face, said that it was no problem for her and that she would wait. The gentleman admitted that he was sincerely sorry, after which he decided to hear out his subordinate who had brought the news. The breathless fairy reported that headquarters had contacted him not long ago and handed him a piece of paper where everything was laid out. Wary, Torker began to read carefully, knowing full well that if some nonsense had happened, he was done for. Within a few seconds, his expression changed drastically, and he felt his heart tighten with a surge of anxiety. He had received word that a terrible disease had spread throughout the Kingdom of Sardinia and would reach neighboring countries in the coming days. The level-headed Paimon noticed his strange behavior and calmly asked what was going on. Clenching his trembling jaw tightly, the gentleman flatly refused to believe the terrible news, but it was a harsh reality. Information had emerged that Dantalian possessed a disinfectant, and Lapis Lazuli had organized the gathering of the herbs needed for the medicine. The imperturbable queen asked to take a look at the scroll as well, after which she began to study it carefully. She learned that the current value of the Demon King's property was estimated at approximately 3 million gold coins. A puzzled Torker looked at Her Majesty and tried to ask if she was all right. In an instant, a smile appeared on the beauty's snow-white face, and she called everything that was happening amusing. Meanwhile, the protagonist was in his chambers, gazing out the window and pondering how to increase his influence. Remaining utterly unperturbed, he said to himself that a dark storm was approaching. The young man never stopped racking his brain and was constantly thinking things through, which quickly wore him out. Soon he smiled and, turning around, asked if the beautiful Lazuret had managed to relax in the hot springs. The cool-headed girl took her time answering, and standing motionless, simply gazed into his eyes. The young gentleman pointed out that she looked pale and assumed she hadn't enjoyed the bath at all. The serious lady asked in a soft tone whether it was true that he had known everything perfectly well in advance. The hero immediately played dumb and asked what exactly she meant by her question, all the while continuing to smirk. The reserved Lapis asked him not to evade the issue and noted that she was referring to the terrible epidemic in Syracuse. She was interested in the herb he had told her to gather earlier, which turned out to be a miraculous remedy. Suddenly, Dantalion began to laugh menacingly, pretending not to understand what the lovely Lala was talking about. Spreading his arms wide, the mysterious Demon King asked if he hadn't warned her about one important little thing. Deeply shocked and thrown off balance, the lady stared at him with wide eyes, not knowing what to expect. In his mind, the hero acknowledged that his counterpart was right, since he had known from the very beginning what future awaited them all. The events in Dungeon Attack took place in the year 1515, when the plague swept across the entire world, plunging it into darkness. According to the game's storyline, the outbreak of this grim epidemic occurred precisely at the hot springs of Syracuse that summer. A year later, it became clear that the black grass possessed miraculous properties and served as a cure, but until then it had been considered nothing more than a weed. The young man found himself right in the middle of this period, and his knowledge of this era proved incredibly useful. Then, in the IOU, he noticed the date he needed and began making further plans, basing everything on it. At the same time, the daredevil understood perfectly well that without the devoted beauty Lala, he would not have been able to handle all of this. With a sly smile, the gentleman asked what people at the Kunska Trading Company were saying about this. The lady replied that the corporation was in complete chaos right now and that the entire leadership had just been summoned to an emergency meeting. Stepping abruptly close to her and staring menacingly into her eyes, the king asked why she wasn't running there as fast as she could and why she had come to him instead. Still baring his teeth, the young man suggested that she believed it was now dangerous for her to return to her home. The company surely thought it was impossible to predict the outbreak of the epidemic, which meant that someone had deliberately released the disease into the world. Touching the forehead of the stunned Liapis with his own forehead, the demon remarked that the company now clearly considered her to be the one to blame for everything. He emphasized that she herself had told them she could turn the king into an obedient little dog, so she would be the first person they suspected. The beauty had happened to be in the right place at the right time when the plague broke out, having previously scoured the entire continent in search of a miraculous herb. It all smacked of betrayal, and now the anxiety in her heart was growing, yet she had no plan to get out of this situation. Putting moral pressure on his assistant, Dantalion remarked that since she had come here rather than to the corporation, she should understand this herself. The woman was completely at a loss and was afraid to even breathe, while the horned one didn't stop intimidating her. From the moment she was born, Lazuret had been treated like useless trash and mocked in every possible way, causing her emotional pain. She had to work tirelessly to earn her position and prove to everyone what she was truly worth. Now all her efforts had been in vain, and what she had strived for so long had crumbled in an instant. It seemed as though the pathetic demon standing before her now was not the one she had known before and could intimidate. The mistress even began to think that this wasn't Dantalion at all, but someone who had managed to impersonate him and act professionally. The treacherous ruler said that the enchantress now had only one option and ordered her to bow before him. He promised to grant her unprecedented power if she complied with his demand and did so without hesitation. Unexpectedly, it was announced that all of the extraordinary medicine would come under the control of Lapis, who was stunned to hear this. The one-horned devil said that this world was destined to face a merciless epidemic and that unfortunately many would perish. Those who considered the girl a filthy half-breed would also be susceptible to it, though they would begin desperately searching for a way to survive. The demon added that the fools would come to Lazuret in tears, wishing to strike a deal and save their own pitiful skins. The subhuman, who had been considered useless scum, would now hold the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in his hands. Pointing his finger at the lady, a serious Dantalian asked what decision she had come to and whether she wanted to possess such power. The flustered, blue-eyed woman understood that she shouldn't agree to this, yet she couldn't figure out why her heart was beating so fast. But a few seconds later, she felt complete calm within and even smiled slightly, having weighed all the pros and cons. Unexpectedly, she knelt before the ruler and bowed to him, expressing her agreement to his terms. Now the imperturbable Lapis entrusted her life to Dantalian and sincerely promised to serve him faithfully from that moment on. Then the lady gently kissed the protagonist's hand to back up her words with action and prove the sincerity of her intentions. The brave hero confidently guaranteed her a front-row seat in exchange for her confession, which had greatly impressed him. After that, the diligent Lazuret sat down at the table, where a small dinner with drinks had been prepared especially for her. For some time she reflected on the choice she had made, and there was no sign of regret in her eyes. A week later, a servant knocked on the door of His Highness's chambers, reporting that she had brought him lunch. In the end, she simply stood at the door and decided to enter on her own, apologizing for the disturbance. Ever since the Demon King had become her master, he had either spent endless hours reading the books in the castle or sleeping. At that moment, he was sprawled right on a chair, snoring loudly enough for the whole room to hear, with a magazine resting on his face. The girl couldn't make head or tail of her patron, who behaved quite frivolously and didn't seem to be thinking about anything in particular. She was curious about what was going on in Dantalian's head, a man she had once known to be completely different. 6 months ago, Lapis had contacted him, hoping to get a promotion at the company after first forcing him to pay off his debt. At that time, she had knelt down and respectfully introduced herself as a representative of Kunska, but the haughty demon ordered her to be silent. The arrogant fellow said he wasn't interested in the name of some half-breed and asked her to get to the point. The horned one turned out to be quite a character, and just as Lazuret had expected, as soon as she showed him the money, he immediately pounced on it. Suddenly, the adventurer Loof walked into the room and concluded that the girl had a special pass from the ruler's castle. He began to grin slyly at her, realizing he could make a nice profit off her. The fool's words stung the beauty a little, and she wanted to make him howl in agony somewhere in a back alley. But the Demon King was beyond Lapis's comprehension, so she kept racking her brain about him day and night. Right now, the lives of the entire population of the continent were in the hands of a reckless guy who didn't give a damn about anything. She couldn't understand how, in such a situation, Dantalian managed to sleep so soundly and not even wake up suddenly from nightmares. Several countries had already sent letters offering to purchase precious herbs to cure their people. The girl simply couldn't believe that the Kunska Trading Company would remain silent in such a grim situation. Meanwhile, department head Torker was knocking on the iron gate, asking permission to enter and see Mr. Ivar. He quickly received permission, and within a minute, found himself in the company leader's office, which looked quite simple. First, the elderly gentleman lit a candle and invited his guests to sit down so they could begin their conversation in peace. The man himself sat on a throne, constantly deep in thought in the shadows, which slightly unnerved his colleague, even though there was no reason to worry. With his hands folded, a very serious Lodbrok asked what the current situation was. A concerned Torker replied that the plague continued to spread, and it was only a matter of time before it engulfed the entire continent. The gray-haired man emphasized that according to their organization's calculations, as much as 30% of the entire population would perish in the fog of the pandemic. The stunned goblin hadn't expected to hear such statistics and at first assumed his counterpart was joking, but that was foolish. Giving his interlocutor a stern look, the stern leader asked if he was joking at all, and immediately heard a frightened no in reply. It was also mentioned that today all the lords had suspended trade operations with the company, and this was already angering Ivar. Even more astonished, Torker was completely speechless, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. In a fit of rage, the long-eared man slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming that it was all because of that hybrid girl, and asked where she was now. Lodbrok, maintaining his composure, replied that they still hadn't been able to contact her and her whereabouts remained unknown. At the same time, he believed that she had planned from the very beginning to betray them and leave them with nothing, but he hadn't realized it before. Grandpa realized that Lapis had been in the area where the epidemic broke out, and before that she had been gathering the herbs needed to create a cure. He added that the pandemic couldn't have been accidental. It had clearly been created on purpose, but the intentions behind it remained unclear. For a minute after hearing this, the goblin pondered and tried to piece the puzzle together in his head, but it wasn't easy. He was only concerned with the question of what powerful figure was behind all this and what they stood to gain from it. The perceptive Torker noted that the girl had clearly unleashed the plague upon the world, but she couldn't have pulled off something like that on her own. Now the department head suspected that Dantalion had been helping her all along, the very same Dantalion she had initially tried to turn into a lapdog. Still, Ivar objected that if the Demon King were capable of such a thing, he would never have sunk to such a lowly position. He considered the Horned One to be nothing more than a minor pawn, just another cog in the machine like Lapis, who were merely carrying out someone else's whims. But he was greatly mistaken. The agitated, bespectacled man asked if anyone was truly capable of sparking a global epidemic. The corporate leader had only one insidious demon on his mind, one who was constantly striving to cause trouble for the entire population. They were talking about one of the continent's greatest lords, an immortal dark mage, for only he had the power to carry out something on such a massive scale. A tense Torker added that if Barbatos was indeed involved, then anything was possible. The assassin hated humans more than anyone else and had unleashed wars on more than one occasion, destroying one country after another. The concerned goblin realized that humans would bear the brunt of the plague, and in the worst-case scenario, they faced extinction. With a sly grin, the utterly calm Lodbrok remarked that such atrocities were typical of the kings of the Devil's Brood. The panicky man with the monocle asked what they were to do if this was indeed the work of the mighty King of Hell. He said that the company had forged strong friendships with many rulers, and that was precisely why they had risen so high. The big-eared one added that if they had to take a stand against one of them, they would need to prepare thoroughly and find solid evidence. His completely confident counterpart emphasized that Lapis and Dantalion would tell them everything, so there was nothing to worry about. Leaning back in his throne, the old man asked his colleague not to worry, saying that he had already taken the necessary measures. With a strange laugh, Ivar promised that those foolish opponents would yet regret having crossed him. Discouraged, Torker really wanted to believe that everything would be all right, just as the leader said, but troubling thoughts wouldn't leave him. An unflappable lady with green hair suddenly entered the room and immediately addressed the leader. Still laughing heartily, the old man reached for the scroll in her hands, assuming that the enemies had already sent a reply. Deciding not to keep her waiting, he quickly unrolled the paper, but suddenly saw a small flame right on the hieroglyphs. With eyes red as fire, Lodbrok began to read everything carefully and addressed the alarmed staff member in a raised voice. Unexpectedly, the leader ordered his subordinate to go to Her Highness Paimon and convey their request to her. The man considered her the only one capable of fighting Barbatos on equal terms, and Torker set about carrying out the order. The girl was on terrible terms with the Demon King, so the leader of the group was certain she would definitely agree to help. The haughty ruler grew angry that a bunch of lousy brats dared to stand up to him and try to cause trouble. His agitated colleague turned around and saw that the Lord was no longer sitting on the throne and had suddenly vanished somewhere. The timid goblin felt a chill run down his spine and began to notice red traces of magic in the air, which alarmed him even more. The eccentric Ivar bit through his subordinate's tender skin with his fangs, muttering that he would finish off his enemies one by one. The terrifying vampire decided to start with the charming Lazurit, who would become part of his collection of living dolls. Meanwhile, a worried Lapis rushed into Dantalion's quarters and, trying to wake him, exclaimed that they were in serious trouble. Rubbing his eyes, the sleepy Demon King asked what had happened to warrant her waking him from his sweet slumber. His extremely serious assistant handed him a medium-sized invitation that had arrived unexpectedly. The unflappable gentleman asked where exactly they wanted to see him, and the woman across from him replied that he was being summoned to a meeting. All of this was the scheme of the malicious Lodbrok, who wanted all the rulers of the Devil's Brood to gather in one place. The alarmed young woman added that Walpurgis night was coming, and that was by no means a good omen. The bloodthirsty vampire was certain that he would be able to deal with all of the company's enemies in one fell swoop. A short time later, under a clear sky, sorceresses in black robes and unusual headdresses were flying on broomsticks. One of them asked her younger sister who their next client was, and she replied that they would have to deal with King Dantalion. The blonde immediately realized that they were talking about the ruler who had fallen in love with a rose-haired half-blood and taken her to live with him. Giggling, her friend pointed out that forbidden love was quite romantic, but it was just her usual sarcasm. Suddenly, their companion asked the girls not to make things up and added that they would be there soon. Meanwhile, the main character and his subordinate were in a cave, where the lady was urging His Majesty to hurry up. The disgruntled young man asked her to keep quiet since he had a headache and asked why he had to go to the training camp. Shielding his eyes from the sun's rays, he also wondered what Walpurgis Night even was and what use it was to him. The bewildered lady couldn't fathom why he was asking such basic questions if he was the king of demons. She wondered if her frivolous counterpart had never understood the purpose of this gathering. Deciding not to beat around the bush, the young man answered in the negative without hesitation, after which a brief silence fell. After that, Lapis explained that it was an event where all the rulers and their closest subordinates gathered. Together, they resolve global issues to maintain universal order, but these meetings are held irregularly. The young man was picking his ear and grumbled that none of this concerned him in the least, so there was no point in wasting time. The unwavering Lazuret once again addressed His Highness, trying to get her point across to him. It was stated that the theme of the event was the plague itself, which was the #1 issue. The town of Nibelheim, where a branch of the Kunska Trading Company was located, was chosen as the meeting place. Based on this, one could conclude that the firm was the initiator, since Dantalion holds a monopoly on the miracle cure. It quickly dawned on the protagonist that they would come after him on their own anyway, but he still didn't care about any of it. Still, he thought to himself that no sooner had he dealt with one problem than another immediately arose. The only thing that was clear was that they couldn't let the corporation resort to using its considerable force against them. In the end, the gentleman agreed to go to Walpurgis Night, since there was no other option. The negotiations offered some guarantee of a peaceful resolution to the situation, and in the event of a bad outcome, there was still a way to pull something off. The hero wasn't worried at all, because he knew he had the loyal Lapis Lazuli by his side, capable of many things. Smiling, he told himself in his mind that his efforts hadn't been in vain, and that he could now reap the rewards. As they moved forward, Dantalion asked how they were going to get to Nibelheim. He noted that it would be to the company's advantage if he didn't show up, and they would surely try to throw a wrench in their plans. The woman had arranged transportation and escorts for them in advance, and they were already supposed to have arrived. In less than a minute, witches on broomsticks, who had a penchant for singing classical music, flew up to them. The disheartened young man froze in his tracks at the sight of them, as he hadn't expected anything like this from his assistant. Stunned, he opened his eyes wide and simply watched what was happening, not knowing how to react. The charming young women began to slow down and gradually landed, maintaining cheerful expressions on their faces. They managed to descend safely to the ground and merely tapped their feet lightly on the ground, brushing off the dust that had settled on them during the flight. The Berber sisters expressed their gratitude for choosing their services, and then explained that they had arrived to accompany His Majesty the Demon King on his journey. The beauties expressed their delight at meeting such an important figure, while the hero himself was completely thrown off balance. The gentleman whispered to his subordinates, asking if they were sure these childlike ladies would be able to handle the task at hand. The lady advised him not to judge by appearances, noting that witches' bodies stop aging as soon as they sign their first contract with a ruler. She added that the fact that they looked so young proved their extraordinary genius. Now the stunned Dantalion began to understand something, and Lapis said that each of them was at least 200 years older than her. The young man admitted that it had been rude of him to throw around such words and decided to make amends. Having calmed down, the protagonist politely asked the Berber sisters to raise their heads since they had already paid their respects sufficiently. He thanked them for accepting his request and expressed his hope for a safe flight with the charming witches. Deeply touched, the beauties blushed at his compliment, as it had grown very warm. For her part, the emotionless Lazuret silently watched His Majesty, who was behaving unusually. The gentleman noticed this and asked if something was wrong, to which she quietly replied that everything was fine. Using her magic, the petite blonde said it was time to get down to business and not waste any time. In just a couple of seconds, a luxurious throne with a buffalo head attached appeared on the ground, and the king was invited to sit down. Settling in comfortably, Dantalian asked if everything would really be all right, and his companion asked him not to worry about a thing. A moment later, they soared into the sky and flew away, and during the flight, the beauties continued to hum songs to keep things from getting boring. In the sky, they felt incredibly free and weren't worried about a thing because they were professionals. After some time, they arrived at a town, in the historic center of which stood a statue of a free lady with wings. Late at night, Hermes Square in the city of Nibelheim was quite lively and atmospheric. One of the Berber sisters remarked that sitting motionless for 6 hours was quite a torture, and thanked the clients for their patience. The polite Dantalian emphasized that the charming ladies had done a great job and offered to treat them to dinner. The lovely ladies were simply stunned by what they heard and said in unison that they would be very grateful to him for that. The blonde mentioned that there was a popular restaurant nearby with delicious food, and the hero asked her to lead them there. Looking slightly tense, Lazuret turned to His Majesty, her whole demeanor suggesting that they shouldn't do this. The young gentleman asked if she herself wasn't tired from the journey and added that if she didn't eat, she wouldn't make it to the meeting. The woman, however, did not try to dissuade him and simply looked silently into his eyes, hoping he would change his mind on his own. Smiling, the horned man asked her to relax, assuring her that no fool would attack the Demon King in the middle of the city. For a few seconds, the blue-eyed girl pondered the matter but eventually gave in to the leader's persuasion. In a nearby establishment, members of various races from werewolves to ordinary humans were already having a good time. Looking around, Dantalian noted that the place was bustling, and his sister said that this was the only neighborhood where everyone was welcome. She added that they were already close to their destination and asked him to follow her, eager to fill her stomach as soon as possible. Suddenly, the hero turned around because he heard strange noises and decided to check what was going on. He witnessed an aggressive stranger kicking an elderly man who was begging for forgiveness. As it turned out, the hot-tempered guest was unhappy that the alcohol at the establishment was subpar. The chairs were impossible to sit on, and there was no decent service. "Keep flailing your limbs," the thug shouted. "It's easier to just get rid of pathetic old men like this." Noticing the chaos unfolding, the brave ruler immediately turned to Lala, who was ready to carry out his orders. Remaining calm, he asked what kind of scum would dare to act this way. The woman replied that it was the 72nd Demon King named Andor Marius, who was known for his unprecedented malice. There were exactly that many demon emperors in the world, and Dantalian was the second to last among them. The daredevil was curious to find out what the ultimate demon was like, and now he had the chance. Taking a full glass of red wine in his hands, the young gentleman took a small sip, chuckling slightly as he did so. After that, he raised his hand upward, as if trying to attract attention, but his intentions remained unclear. A serious Lapis turned to His Majesty to try to find out what he hoped to achieve with his behavior. Suddenly, Dantalian simply dropped the glass onto the floor, not even afraid of getting stained by the spilling drink. With a menacing smile, the daredevil emphasized that this journey had turned out to be far more exciting than he had expected. In Dungeon Attack, the world was ruled by 72 demons, each with its own unique ability. This is a fantasy game where you must defeat each of the emperors to prevent them from growing stronger. One of them destroyed the protagonist's village when he was still a child, and he could only stand by and watch it happen. As he grew up, the boy became determined to seek revenge, and together with his companions began exploring the world on his way to achieving his goal. The player arrived in this world exactly 10 years before the events began, and was known as the penultimate ruler on the list, Dantalian. In turn, the one who destroyed the hero's village and brought the great warrior into the world is the weakest king, Andor Marius. The tense crowd watched in silence as the hot-tempered, big-eared man mercilessly kicked the old man. The elderly man cried out for mercy, but this only enraged his opponent even more, forcing him to keep striking. Looking at his opponent's sly smile, Dantalian grew certain that it was he who would soon attack the hero's village. Like a hissing cobra, the horned man continued his rampage, and no one in the establishment dared to stop him. Events were unfolding much faster than the player who had found himself in this world had expected, but his expression remained completely serious. Standing off to the side, The cool-headed king picked up a glass of wine, chuckling as if he were already hatching a plan. Taking a sip of the delicious drink, the brave man began to think about cutting off the root of all problems at once and not giving it another thought. The young man suddenly raised the glass above his head and let his arm drop, causing a stir among the ladies standing behind him. The serious Laiapus had no idea what the leader had in mind. Predicting his actions was practically impossible. With a smile on his face, the young man said that this journey had turned out to be much more than he had expected. A glass of red wine eventually fell onto the stone floor and shattered, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Showing little emotion, Marius reluctantly turned around to see what kind of fool was causing a commotion. The hero looked at him as if he were a victim and made it clear with his entire demeanor that everything was about to change drastically very soon. Silence reigned briefly, and the long-haired man had time to run away, but he didn't realize it. The arrogant demon asked why the dark-haired man, whom they hadn't met yet, was staring at him. In response, Dantalion smiled slightly, refusing to give in to the provocations of the fool who ranked last. With every passing second, his impulsive opponent grew angrier and angrier, struggling to restrain himself from lunging forward with his fists. Spreading his arms wide, Marius shouted, asking what the hell the fool was grinning about, but he remained silent. Suddenly, the Demon King turned to Lazurit, who was standing behind him, ready to hear yet another request. The daredevil asked her if the potential opponent had a patron. Otherwise, why would he be behaving this way? His assistant replied in the negative, emphasizing that he spent most of his time in the gambling houses of Nibelheim. Marius was known for using his status to torment people, and even the rulers themselves considered him a disgrace. Now the pieces of the puzzle were gradually falling into place for the hero, and the situation was becoming clearer. He felt not a shred of anxiety. The man with the eye twitching with rage continued to burn him with his gaze, completely unaware of what he wanted. He couldn't understand why the strangers were standing there like statues and not saying a word, even though they were the ones who had started provoking him. But suddenly he looked more closely and noticed a horn on Dantalion's head, which put him on guard. It also dawned on him that the pink-haired girl was a half-breed, and it became clear that this was the very demon the rumors were about. The calm Lapis urged His Majesty to refrain from rash actions, as a battle of kings could cause a host of problems. Smiling, the young gentleman asked quietly whether it was true that there was a common law for everyone. The lady replied that rulers ranked higher than any aristocrat and possessed incredible power capable of destroying the world. Due to a series of circumstances, instead of the empire's laws, they followed a common code that ensured their own safety as well as the protection of their enterprises. The cool-headed Lazurit emphasized that any conflicts among high society were strictly forbidden. She warned that if the hero, like a child, were to strike first, he would inevitably face severe punishment. Keeping his cool, the daredevil stepped right up to his potential opponent and looked him straight in the eye. Staring menacingly into his opponent's eyes, the hot-tempered Marius asked if the fool had any idea who he was. With an equally intimidating expression, the brave man replied that it made no difference to him, since he was facing nothing more than an upstart. The king remarked that the sight of the imbecile mocking the weak made him want to vomit, and he ordered him to get out of his sight, calling him scum. His stern opponent asked if he really wanted to join his ancestors, since he was throwing around such words. Displaying fearlessness, Dantalion challenged him to try and kill him, though he believed the fool lacked the guts. In a fit of rage, Marius lunged forward with his fists, eager to silence the scoundrel who had crossed his path as quickly as possible. At that moment, the beautiful Lala immediately rushed to her leader's aid, darting toward the opponent like lightning. The hero in turn gestured to her, making it clear that there was no need to intervene, as he could handle it on his own. The opponent, who loved bloody fights, was eager to land a punch on the scoundrel's face as soon as possible. The scoundrel who had deluded himself into thinking he was a god. Meanwhile, a smile remained on the brave man's face, and he was simply biding his time, waiting for the moment when the enemy would try to attack. Finally, the fist was in a direct line with his alert face, but he didn't even think to dodge. Suddenly, the opponent simply stopped and took no further action, as if he wanted to talk about something. Smiling, the long-haired man pulled his hand back and said that an interesting rumor had reached him. The rumor was that a certain demon king had lost his memory and forgotten what kind of blood flowed through his veins, and now he was running around like a little dog after the hybrid. The scoundrel also added that Dantalion had even made that pitiful creature his mistress, for which he certainly couldn't be commended. Placing a hand on the protagonist's shoulder, Andor Marius admitted that he hadn't expected to run into him in a place like this. Then he began to laugh loudly, bringing his ugly face almost right up to his fellow soldier, who was trying to hold back his laughter. On the surface, the king seemed like an ordinary fool, but he did know a thing or two and could use his wits when necessary. Still laughing, his counterpart pointed out that he had nearly struck the demon summoner and had almost broken the general law. Having calmed down, the hot-headed man noted that if he hadn't realized he was facing Dantalion himself, he would have definitely gotten into trouble. Then the man began accusing his opponent of deliberately provoking him, hoping he would strike first. The madman couldn't stop laughing and exclaimed that the fool had clearly picked the wrong person to mess with, and this revealed his arrogance. For his part, the hero looked at him silently, keeping a cool head and knowing that he must not act rashly. After that, the bully turned his attention to the unflappable Lapis, wanting to focus on her as well in order to humiliate her. Unexpectedly, he called her a sewer rat who had seduced the demon king, assuming she clearly had an ulterior motive. At the same time, Andor Marius pointed out that she had a rather cute little face, but the sensible young lady did not fall for his provocations. The blunt, insolent man added that hybrids even smell disgusting, and that standing next to them isn't particularly pleasant. He even became curious as to what Dantalion, whom he now considered an idiot, had found in such an ugly girl. The scoundrel began brazenly touching various parts of the woman's body with his finger, while she was afraid to get into a confrontation. Completely calmly, she asked him to stop his insolent behavior and put an end to this farce. A bewildered Andor Marius didn't understand the girl's behavior or her apparent rejection at all, since he thought she would like him. Then the long-haired man turned his gaze back to Dantalion, wanting to say a few words about the general law. Opening his drooling mouth and starting to laugh, he reminded him that the ban applied only to battles between demon kings. After that, the horned one began clenching his fist tightly and acting mysteriously, as if he had already hatched a plan. Alarmed, Lazuret quickly realized that the scoundrel was about to attack her, but there was nowhere left for her to run. With utter cruelty, the scoundrel struck her squarely in the jaw, showing no mercy toward the weaker sex. The stunned girl nearly lost consciousness and several teeth along with the blow, and a huge scrape remained on her cheek. The agitated crowd was clearly in shock at what was happening, but everyone was afraid to intervene in the altercation for fear of getting beaten up. Laughing loudly, Andor Marius exclaimed that he could hit anyone except the hero, and nothing would happen to him for it. The psychopath ranted that he would teach the girl some manners and then return her to Dantalion, who couldn't even stand up for her. He tried everything to provoke his opponent, but nothing worked, because the warrior simply stood his ground and remained silent. At one point, the reserved hero brought his hand to his chest, as if preparing to take some kind of action. The reckless opponent continued to laugh loudly for the whole street to hear, showing everyone his invincibility, while Dantalion still stood idly by. The wounded Lazuret lay on the floor, unable to defend herself, and no one rushed to her aid. The scoundrel declared that he would spare no one who stood in his way, not even women with children. The very last demon king fancied himself a great god and ordered everyone to bow before him immediately. He threatened that, otherwise they would share the fate of a worthless hybrid and experience his true power. The alarmed vacationers realized they would have to obey, as they did not want to meet their end. The hideous face continued to provoke and taunt Dantalion in every way possible, hoping he would slip up and be punished. Lapis was still lying on the ground, barely moving. She felt terrible, but she couldn't help herself. The cynical monster raised his foot once again to step on her and inflict another wave of pain. The scoundrel showed absolutely no mercy and continued to strike her, trampling her like a bag of trash. Overcome by excruciating pain, the defenseless Lazuret screamed loudly, but she didn't have enough strength to break free. The opponent continued to gloat, while the cool-headed Dantalion seemed to have no intention of intervening. The bully addressed him in a raised voice and asked how he was feeling at that moment. The vile Andor Marius found it amusing that he was beating the hero's woman right before his eyes, while the hero couldn't even lift a finger. Spreading his arms wide, the psychopath exclaimed that he was the one who stood at the pinnacle of this pathetic world. He proclaimed himself the true king of demons whom no one could rival, even though he was the weakest. But in an instant, the dimwit's face contorted and he froze in shock, because something strange had happened. Suddenly, Dantalion began to chuckle softly, prompting his opponent to immediately ask why he was amused. The young gentleman replied that nothing out of the ordinary had happened, but pointed out that his opponent had delivered a rather pretentious speech. He even became very curious to see how many people here would listen to this fool who considered himself the greatest. Continuing to pull ugly faces, Andor Marius asked if he was really refusing to admit defeat. The Horned One threatened that if the little people didn't submit to him on their own, he would simply use force just as he had with the hybrid. For his part, the hero merely smirked slightly, knowing full well that victory would ultimately be on his side. The young man suggested that his opponent start by asking himself whether his pathetic power here impressed anyone at all. These words caused the long-eared creature's expression to change drastically and his eyes to widen, as they had hit a nerve. The hot-tempered ruler turned around, having heard strange rustling sounds that wouldn't let him rest. As it turned out, the beautiful Liapis was getting to her feet, while Andor Marius remained silent. The dirt-covered girl with a scrape on her face wiped the dirt from her mouth and appeared completely calm, as if nothing had happened. A vein bulged on the opponent's face with rage, and he asked quietly why the foolish girl dared to stand up. Barely holding back a surge of anger, the Horned One asked if she really wanted to die, and had already begun to bite his lip. The unflappable Lazuret looked at him silently, showing that she didn't care and wouldn't fall to her knees before him. Her calm gaze provoked intense aggression in Andor Marius, who wanted to tear her to pieces right then and there in front of everyone. He exclaimed that for a hybrid, the lady was far too arrogant and once again lunged at her with his fists, which was a very low blow. But in an instant, the Demon King's expression changed drastically from shock, and his pupils shrank significantly. As it turned out, Lazuret managed this time to simply dodge the attack and remain almost unscathed, but this only enraged the madman even more. She once again silently looked into the eyes of the fool, who had no intention of stopping and was now acting purely out of principle. Clutching her hand tightly once more, the ruler shouted at the accursed insect not to get cocky and not to interfere with his plans. This time, the monster managed to strike Lapis squarely in the face. All she could do was stand there and endure the humiliation. One of the Berber sisters was so shocked that she lost her ability to speak, for the sight was truly horrifying. Dantalion, for his part, continued to ponder something and remained completely unperturbed. In his mind, the young man mused that Lala was a hybrid who had grown up in the slums since early childhood. The girl had long since grown accustomed to beatings, so she showed no emotion, which infuriated her hot-tempered opponent. Andor Marius's fists held no fear for the cool-headed lady, though they did leave rather nasty bruises. The scoundrel called her a piece of trash and continued to proclaim himself the king of demons, which once again revealed his arrogance. He relentlessly rained punches down on the girl's jaw, yet she somehow managed to stay on her feet. Grabbing her by the collar, the Horned Man shouted that he was the true king, and the girl was nothing but a pathetic insect in his path. Seizing the right moment, Dantalion deftly reached for the knife on the table, telling its owner that he would borrow it for a short while. The impulsive Andor Marius was already breathing heavily and began to wonder what was wrong with this defiant girl. He couldn't understand why this worthless hybrid was looking down on him after he'd beaten her so many times. Filled with ever-growing rage, the ruler of the demons vowed to himself that he would turn her into a pile of mincemeat right then and there. Suddenly, the emotionless Dantalion appeared in his path, having finally decided to join the fray, swinging his blade. With a sharp movement, he left a long, bloody gash across the bridge of the fool's nose, who was left speechless with shock. The disheartened girls watched the scene with their mouths agape, unable to believe that it had finally happened. Now the dim-witted imp had collapsed to his knees and was complaining of pain in his eyes while the hero smiled, pleased with himself. The brave man noted that he had no use for those useless blinks, since he couldn't even figure out who he could lay a hand on and who he couldn't. Surprised, Lapis turned to his majesty, reminding him once again that he would now be considered the instigator of the conflict. Unexpectedly, the young gentleman wrapped his arm around her waist and gently pulled her closer, wanting to discuss something important. Gently embracing the charming but bewildered Lazuret, the young man remarked that she had held her own very well. The beauty literally melted in her protector's arms and felt a warmth of the heart she had never experienced before. Stroking the girl's nape Dantalion, who had been intent on killing her, said that he was grateful to her from the bottom of his heart. The spellbound lady froze in place, her eyes wide open, glistening pleasantly in the light. The daredevil took her hand, saying that he had wanted to do something in a more formal setting, but now she was glowing so brightly that he couldn't resist. Thrown off balance, the lady didn't even know what to expect from His Majesty, since he had always been unpredictable. A beautiful ring suddenly appeared on the blue-eyed girl's left ring finger, which completely flustered her. The extremely serious Demon King asked her to simply remain silent and watch the rest of the performance. Raising the girl's hand sharply, the warrior addressed the residents of Nibelheim surrounding them in a raised voice. The man exclaimed that he was the 71st ruler of the demons, and standing beside him was his beloved. The bewildered woman was at a loss and simply remained silent, deciding to trust the process and her boss. The hero added that even though they were from different worlds, it didn't matter to them, while the people looked at him in bewilderment. He said that even if he were forbidden to be with the beauty, he would love her until his dying day. Then the brave man noted that the scoundrel, screaming in pain, had begun to taunt his significant other for no reason at all. The fighter cried out that such behavior was simply unacceptable and was already prepared to end the life of the depraved Andromarius. Anyone present at that moment could see the wedding ring on the finger of the charming woman, who simply stood there. The alarmed young woman had no idea how this might end, so she silently broke out in a cold sweat. Some of the townspeople were deeply moved, as they had never before witnessed a marriage proposal right before their eyes. The fearless warrior held the defenseless maiden tightly against him, making it clear that he would never let anyone hurt her again. He shouted that the enemy's behavior was unacceptable even for the Demon King, so he considered the punishment well-deserved. The stunned crowd couldn't believe what was happening, and everyone tried to draw their own conclusions based on what they had heard. Berber's shocked sister couldn't even imagine that Dantalion would actually break the rules and attack the ruler for the sake of his beloved. In a quiet voice, the hero asked Lala to look back, saying that now she would be able to witness a real spectacle. In a raised voice, the king asked how much longer the people would turn a blind eye to the actions of the unscrupulous Andromarius. He pressed them to clarify whether they were truly satisfied with what was happening, while those around him were in shock and didn't even know what to say. One of the goblins simply opened his mouth and froze in place, beads of sweat constantly trickling down his face, as if someone were pressing down on him specifically. The fearsome Dantalion cried out that if justice existed in this world, then the scoundrel deserved punishment. The brave man smiled slyly, knowing full well that he would be able to brainwash everyone and come out of this completely unscathed. For his part, the opponent was still on his knees, clutching his wounded eyes, but suddenly asked the scoundrel to shut up. Abruptly pulling his hand away from his blood-soaked eye, the ruler grew angry and began to laugh at the same time upon hearing about retribution. Bursting into laughter, Andromarius emphasized that the only one in the wrong in this situation was the hero, who had been taken in by a petty nobody like Lapis. The upstart emphasized that his opponent had violated the universal law of kings and attacked him, and that was not up for debate. The madman continued to laugh louder and louder, still writhing in pain, though at times it subsided for a split second. Then he raised his hands toward him and began shouting loudly, urging someone to seize Dantalion immediately. The fool kept insisting that the ban had been violated in front of everyone, but the crowd looked at him in bewilderment despite his threats of murder. The long-haired man called them all ridiculous little people, while the old man he had beaten watched everything with one eye. The horned psychopath shouted that the hero had no right to interfere in the situation and called him a brainless fool. The warrior, who refused to be provoked, unexpectedly took a few steps toward Andromarius, saying that his behavior was repulsive. The daredevil calmly asked why he was still so arrogant and realized that the other man hadn't understood a thing. The bewildered opponent froze in place with his mouth agape and fell silent, trying to figure out what was meant. Raising his hand to the sky once more, Dantalion addressed the inhabitants of Nibelheim again to convey his main point to them. On behalf of the Demon King, he found Andromarius guilty of evil deeds, though this was already obvious. Everyone present was stunned to the core, and so was the villain himself, whose jaw nearly dropped from the shock. The brave man exclaimed that the people themselves must choose what punishment the scoundrel, who had caused such a commotion in their neighborhood, should receive. Now a spark of interest was kindled in the hearts of the people. for everyone wanted to exact retribution on the monster who had come to their land with threats. The protagonist said that they, the rulers of the demons, exist to this day only thanks to them, the ordinary people. The warrior added that Andor Marius was simply lucky to have been born one of the kings and had merely taken advantage of that fact. It was also said that the scoundrel had deluded himself into thinking he was some kind of big shot, and instead of fulfilling his duties, had been loitering around establishments just to have fun. Furthermore, he dared to lay a hand on the weak and take his anger out on them without feeling the slightest bit of guilt. Caught up in the heat of the moment, Dantalian asked what kind of worthless ruler this was, if he didn't even know how to conduct himself. The young man concluded his monologue by saying that such a scoundrel had no place in their beautiful world, and that people were now growing fierce. They glared with very stern eyes at the bloodied monster who truly deserved a cruel punishment. The hero emphasized that the time had come to act, and called the people the heroes of Nibelheim, capable of changing everything. Many of those present were deeply moved and began to realize many things, reflecting on them incessantly. An enraged Andor Marius shouted at the vile scoundrel to shut up and stop turning the public against him. But it was already too late. The hot-tempered mongrel demanded that the kid be arrested immediately and warned them not to dare disobey, calling everyone around him trash. Smiling, the protagonist noticed his opponent's deep despair and asked sarcastically if he was really panicking. He realized that the fool was afraid because of him he could no longer see, and that changed everything. Under intense stress, his opponent ordered him to shut up and stop provoking him. The taunting young man added fuel to the fire, saying that now the dimwit would never figure out who was going to take him down. The impulsive demon shouted at him to be quiet, but the brave man had no intention of giving in to his demands. At that very moment, a long blade was thrust into the shaggy-haired fool's back, leaving him speechless. The disconcerted descendant of the devil began to turn around, asking who had done it, but his vision was very blurry at that moment. He was attacked from behind by the resentful owner of the establishment, whom he had kicked in front of everyone just a short while earlier. The stunned demon couldn't make out the green-haired old man, so the situation grew more terrifying with every passing second. Then Dantalian placed a hand on his shoulder, wanting to say a few more words before the fool was sent to hell. In a whisper, the daredevil continued to taunt the mongrel, saying that everything had gone exactly as he had originally planned. Andor Marius, losing his mind, asked what on earth he was talking about and was suddenly overcome by nervous dizziness. He had absolutely no idea what was going on and suddenly heard a strange sound that pounded fiercely in his head. The agitated fool wondered who dared to attack him, but no one said a word to him. The panicking demon didn't know what to do with himself and began breathing heavily, shaking his head from side to side and trying to make sense of it all. In an instant, several people with swords lined up behind him, sending a chill down his spine. A concerned Andor Marius asked them to stop behaving this way and abandon their plans. Meanwhile, Dantalian stood facing the charming Lapis, who finally felt safe. The daredevil said with a smile that one reaps what one sows, while the girl looked at him in surprise. Putting on a stern face, the gentleman asked if the pathetic fool had heard of cause and effect, but received no reply. Shoving his hands into his pockets, the hero said they were done here and called his beloved to follow him, not wanting to waste any more time. Thrown off balance, Sister Berber and Lejuret exchanged glances, remaining silent, and decided to simply follow him. A huge crowd of Nibelheim residents began savagely beating the villain, who begged them to stop, admitting his guilt. The Demon King in turn complained of fatigue and suggested they have dinner together next time. The disheartened blonde decided not to press him further and advised him to rest today since he had expended a great deal of energy. After respectfully saluting him, the girl said they would escort the young gentleman to the hotel, and he didn't object. At one point, the hero pointed out that one member of the transport team was missing, which was strange. The flustered lady had no idea what on earth was going on, and even seemed a bit flustered right in front of him. The nervous young woman exclaimed that Beatrice had disappeared somewhere again, while everyone around her stared at her in silence. The beauty lamented that the girl had a silly habit of wandering off on her own, even if it was dangerous. Unexpectedly, the young man said he had one request for the Berber family, which made him seem mysterious in their eyes. His surprised companion listened attentively to the gentleman, ready to carry out any of his requests with pleasure. Meanwhile, somewhere far away, a mysterious lady stood with a smirk on her face, remarking that she hadn't expected this from Dantalion. Flying past the moon, the witch said that the hero would likely prove himself yet, so he shouldn't be written off. Late at night, a tense Torker wandered through the castle's dark corridor, thinking about tomorrow's Walpurgis night. He was deeply troubled by the fact that he hadn't heard from Lord Ivar in a whole week, something that had never happened before. Approaching the massive iron gates, he knocked gently and called out to the leader, but heard no reply. The goblin mustered the courage to simply walk inside and check if everything was all right, since there was no other option. Ahead, in the dark room, stood several gloomy black coffins with golden plaques. The wary department head wondered where on earth the boss was, the one he'd wanted to discuss matters with. A few seconds later, he was struck by a powerful shock and froze in place with his mouth agape, unable to believe what he was seeing. A smiling witch wearing a black hat was sitting on the windowsill, her appearance startling the long-eared creature. The green-eyed lady asked curiously whether Torker had been keeping a close eye on the group while she was away. Without a moment's hesitation, the beauty hopped down to the floor, kicking up a little dust, but she didn't pay much attention to it. Her flustered subordinate asked where she had been all this time, since she'd been gone for quite a while. It turned out that Ivar Lodbrok was inside the girl's body. He was indistinguishable from her, which was considered professional. The man said he'd wanted to take a look at Lapis and Dantaliana, who had caused quite a stir in a nearby town. Suddenly he began to laugh menacingly, fixing a terrifying gaze on them and convinced that victory would be his. A nervous Torker asked whether the leader had managed to find out anything that might be useful to them. The leader replied that they hadn't mentioned a word to him about the plague, but something interesting had happened in Hermes Square. A sly smile played on his face, a look that had become his trademark, but his colleagues still harbored many doubts. The surprised goblin began to ponder what was happening, trying to figure out what could have happened. The vampire caught himself thinking that he had slightly underestimated the young king, who turned out to be a tough nut to crack. But at the same time, certain facts remained problematic, and he was now convinced of this, even though there were few of them. The young man was head over heels in love and ready to give his life for his other half, a weakness that could be exploited. Consequently, his weak spot was the charming Lapis, whom he simply had to kidnap. Approaching the dark coffin, Ivar asked if a written reply had arrived from Her Highness Paimon. The anxious assistant replied that the lady had agreed to take their side and would do everything possible to ensure their success. In turn, the company's CEO began to chuckle slyly, since everything was going according to plan and there was nothing to worry about. Now he felt at ease and decided he could relax a little after several days of non-stop work. Settling comfortably into the coffin, Lodbrok began to slowly close the lid, maintaining a positive attitude and a smile on his face. Eventually, the old man simply shut himself off and sank into a state of relaxation, no longer wishing to speak to anyone. Within a couple of seconds, a rather frightening process began, the eruption of dark magic in the cold room. Blue spheres began to appear in the space, emitting numerous streams which looked eerie. A worried Torker, sweat beading on his face, watched what was happening, unsure of what to do next. Sticking his hand out from under the lid, Ivar turned to his assistant again, continuing the transformation process. Having returned to his true form, Ivar asked him to listen carefully and relay his words to Her Highness. It had been hundreds of years since the old man had felt such intense anticipation for the coming day, so he felt like dancing. A day had passed since the clash with Andromarius, and Walpurgis night had finally arrived, with people strolling through the city. A multitude of knights in armor had lined up in the square, standing in a single row with spears and sharp axes. Someone exclaimed that the first demon king had arrived. Everyone was ordered to make way, and the delighted crowd watched the road with bated breath. The coachman began to slow down the magnificent white horses and park the carriage in the right spot, maintaining his composure. The young men, their faces covered with black masks, began to bow respectfully in unison and salute. The charming lady emphasized their excellent hospitality, and the young man said that it was a great joy for them. He added that they had been eagerly awaiting Her Majesty and had prepared well, which she immediately appreciated. Lady Paimon stepped outside and began taking slow steps forward, surveying her surroundings. She asked if the negotiations with Ivar were complete, and her subordinate replied that everything had gone smoothly. The lady understood everything perfectly and continued to enjoy the moment, realizing she had nothing to worry about. The lady did not see a single familiar face among those present and assumed she had arrived too early. The stable hand asked the citizens to make way in a raised voice, exclaiming that the Demon King had arrived. The lovely Paimon was very pleased when people called her that, but they weren't talking about her. Unexpectedly, there were a couple more horses by the roadside, which had been worked to the bone and were already exhausted. The carriage raced toward the main entrance at breakneck speed, which seemed somewhat brazen on the coachman's part. The agitated crowd decided to scatter in different directions as the situation was dangerous. At the last moment before the collision, the stallions came to an abrupt halt and stood their ground. Now the person inside could step outside and greet the crowd, which was waiting for the meeting to begin. Unexpectedly, the carriage door was kicked open by a woman's foot, which instantly drew the attention of the crowd. The angry lady said that her backside was already tired of sitting in the chair and began to survey her surroundings like a predator. Barbados, the black magician and god of disease, began to complain about a stench similar to that emitted by an old sow. With a stern gaze, she scorched the audience standing before her, apparently showing everyone her disdain for each and every one of them. The first to catch her eye was the opulent Queen Paimon, toward whom the fair-haired girl harbored a personal animosity. The cool-headed lady silently watched the nimble, discontented girl, hoping there would be no conflict. The yellow-eyed girl nevertheless focused her attention on her, calling her a noble mongrel, which sounded quite loud. She noticed that absolutely nothing had changed and that her counterpart still had the same disgusting taste in things. The insolent girl began to spread rumors in front of everyone about the queen's intimate relationship with a centaur, which was low of her. Unmoved by the provocation, Paimon asked if the silly girl would finally calm down and start acting like an adult. She also pointed out that with such a ridiculous body, she was still a long way from living independently. The lady added that Barbados was destined to remain a child forever, but noted that her inferiority complex shouldn't become someone else's problem. The impulsive young woman threatened to cut off her sagging bits of fat right there and then for such words. In response, Her Highness remained silent, knowing that she was above all this and that it wasn't worth getting drawn into a spat. The coachman interrupted their quarrel by exclaiming that another short one had arrived, and all eyes turned to the road immediately. An angry Barbados spun around sharply, wondering who else had shown up on Walpurgis night. The cool-headed Dantalian stepped out of the carriage and asked Lala to hold on to him, but she assured him that he needn't worry about her. The stunned crowd hadn't expected to see the weakest ruler, whom everyone had previously considered worthless scum. Surprised, Lazuret looked ahead and saw two powerful queens whom it was best not to mess with. The girl tried to explain to His Highness who was standing before him, but he smirked, saying he already knew everything. The young man also pointed out that the show's participants were well aware of who they were, so there was no need to introduce themselves. The young gentleman whispered that there was nothing to fear, while the fierce Barbados glared at them. Paimon, for her part, remained unperturbed and simply glanced at the group without saying a word. After giving it some thought, the daredevil said it was time for them to move on, since he didn't like to drag things out and waste time. Half an hour before arriving at Walpurgis night, Lala said in the carriage that she couldn't go with the ruler after all. The young man asked if she was getting too nervous and pointed out that this wasn't like her at all. He added that there would surely be a ball right before the gathering and sighed heavily, as if he didn't want to go there. The hero asked what he was supposed to do there without a partner and whether she really wanted him to go there alone. In response, the young lady simply remained silent, lost in thought about the matter at hand and showing no emotion. Turning his head to the side, Dantalian asked if the beauty was still angry about what had happened yesterday. A day ago in the square, he had publicly proposed to the lady in order to outmaneuver his enemy and had called her his love. At that moment, he explained that he'd had no choice at the time while she lowered her head and blushed slightly. After that, silence fell over the vehicle, and the king simply stared out the window, pondering life. The blue-eyed woman explained that only rulers and certain demons of the highest class were permitted to attend the event. She added that attending such a celebration was simply impossible for someone like her. Now the daredevil realized that his companion was still worried about this and decided to explain everything to her in detail. Crossing one leg over the other, he confidently declared that Lapis was now his fiancée, so it was only natural that she would accompany him. He added that right now they were the most talked-about couple in the world and people wanted to see them together, so they had to give them that. Concerned, Lazuret didn't understand her unpredictable companion at all and had no idea what he was up to. She fell silent, wondering if the whole mistress story hadn't been just a ploy to get a loan without raising any suspicions. Any minor incident at the event could have sparked a war, given that the topic of the gathering was the epidemic, and yesterday's incident would only add to the tension. The blue-eyed lady simply couldn't figure out why the Demon King was still able to maintain such unprecedented calm. The young gentleman truly behaved as if nothing were happening, which was deeply unsettling. Suddenly, the coachman announced that they had arrived at their destination, catching Dantalion's attention. A tense Lala looked out the window and addressed His Highness in a trembling voice, wishing to report something. The protagonist immediately began to smile, remaining unshakable and ready for new adventures of any kind. The girl said she wanted to be the first, and the guy asked why they shouldn't show everyone their closeness right away. Stepping onto the red carpet, the unflappable king extended his hand to the charming lady, asking if she was ready to walk with him. The lady once again froze in shock and stood rooted to the spot, unable to take her eyes off him and unsure of how to proceed. In the end, she created an awkward situation by declining the head's offer and simply standing next to him. The young man said in a quiet voice that one would never get bored with her and didn't dwell on the matter. After that, his gaze shifted to the crowd standing in front of them, who clearly didn't hold him in high regard. Wary, Lazuret decided to explain to His Highness who was standing before them. Just to be clear, the carefree Barbados seemed to be sizing up the guests, while the cool-headed Paimon, as usual, showed little emotion. The women set aside their internal conflict and waited for the young man to say something to them. The daredevil was aware of all the details but didn't stop and continued moving toward them with an easy, confident stride. Bowing respectfully, the gentleman emphasized that he and the beauties had met somewhere before. Projecting confidence, he introduced himself as the 71st Demon King, Dantalion. The hot-tempered Barbatos noted that no low-ranking ruler dared to treat her frivolously. The hero said he was truly sorry and added that he was still a complete novice, so she shouldn't be angry with him. The young man added that he had been faced with such a powerful figure that he couldn't resist the urge to speak to her. With the utmost seriousness, the gentleman asked her to accept his sincere apologies if his actions had offended her. The puzzled she-devil looked at him silently, analyzing the situation and quietly drawing her own conclusions. In the end, she simply let out a sound of displeasure, as she was already feeling somewhat awkward. The lady asked the young man to calm down and stop showing her such deference, as she was already quite tired. Surprised, Lazuret silently watched what was happening, hoping that His Majesty would be all right. Suddenly, Barbatos turned around and simply began walking silently down the red carpet, while the hero watched her go. The fair-haired girl thought about how the low-ranking demon had confronted both her and Paimon at once, yet hadn't been the least bit frightened, quite the opposite, in fact. Smiling slyly, she wondered to herself whether this was indeed the very same Dantalion that the rumors spoke of. Her wary counterpart noticed the strange behavior of the horned girl, who was clearly up to something. She was curious what idea had taken root in the nimble little girl's mind, but for now there was no way for her to find out. Shading her face with a fan, Paimon remarked that the young man was in trouble, though he himself did not yet realize it. Then she said that certain rumors had reached her and addressed the stern-looking Dantalion with respect. The cool-headed ruler remained unmoved by her words and conducted himself with dignity, which underscored his steadfastness. After that, the lady decided to focus her attention on the girl standing behind him, already knowing who she was. The bold Lazuret abruptly dropped to one knee, introduced herself as His Highness's servant, and stated her name. Waving her fan, the woman began to appraise her appearance and smirk slyly, which annoyed the hero a little. The lady told the blue-eyed girl to stop being so polite and asked her to lift her head so she could look at her. The silent servant complied with her request, after which the horned woman began to smile calmly as she looked at her. Stepping right up close, she began to gently touch the surprised Lapis's delicate face with a fluffy wand, marveling at her beauty. At that moment, the stern Dantalion kept his gaze fixed on her, ready at any second to avenge his beloved. Remaining polite, the man emphasized that no one could rival Paimon in charm. The lady replied that he was quite the flatterer and giggled, after which her attention was diverted from the pink-haired maiden. His counterpart added that the young man also looked very attractive, and he thanked her for the kind compliment. Leaning closer to the young man, The lady whispered that she'd like to speak with him in a more private setting a little later. After that, the queen said they'd see each other again and went on her way, holding a fluffy cane in her hands. In response, Dantalian looked at her impassively, not even offering a smirk, because he couldn't care less about anyone. Soon he smiled sardonically, remarking that the show had turned out to be quite interesting and that he'd thoroughly enjoyed it. Then his attention shifted to the sullen Lazuret standing nearby, who was behaving rather strangely. The ruler asked what was wrong with her, since her face was blank, as if she were in pain. After a while, a large crowd of aristocrats and various haughty guests had gathered in the banquet hall. Smiling, the hero remarked that it wasn't so bad here, while his companion simply looked around in silence. The young man quickly adopted a serious expression and spoke quietly to his assistant. Unexpectedly, he asked if she sensed something strange, though he couldn't explain exactly what it was. To his surprise, however, the blue-eyed lady answered in the affirmative and continued to look around carefully. Placing his hand on his face, the stern king began to ponder deeply the atmosphere inside the enormous mansion. He was suspicious of the elf-like people who were staring at him with strange smiles. It quickly became clear to the protagonist that there was nowhere to run now, and he would have to act according to the circumstances. At that moment, the couple found themselves at the very center of attention, with everyone present burning them with their piercing stares. For the first few minutes, the two simply stood there, looking around while keeping a cool head. They exchanged glances frequently and quickly realized they were sensing the same atmosphere. So there was nothing to be surprised about. In this strange place, everyone was carefully pretending not to care, and many were even quite good at it. People were simply chatting with each other and drinking delicious beverages, trying not to pay attention to the main character. The brave Dantalian carefully glanced around, assessing their behavior and drawing conclusions in his head. He noticed that they hadn't taken their eyes off him the whole time, clearly trying to convey that he had nowhere to run. The young man felt like a rare animal on display for everyone to see, but he wasn't the least bit afraid. Now everyone was curious to see if this rare creature was truly worthy of their precious attention. There was also the possibility that this was merely an appetizer for the evening, like two little hairs for a bloodthirsty lion. The unflappable king asked Lala if any of the guests were directly connected to the trading company. The girl replied that information about the client was available only to those who had closed the deal and to senior management. Still, she decided to review the guest list and use it to conduct a brief analysis. It became clear that 40% of the guests belonged to Her Highness Paimon's faction, whom they had met earlier. An equal number belonged to the hot-tempered Barbados Guild, which didn't like to lag behind the others. The remaining 20% were led by Malbus, who ranked 5th, and they remained neutral. The tense hero began to wonder how many of those present were agents of the trading corporation. Now he didn't know how to handle the situation and began to lose himself in thought, ignoring the stares. Suddenly, all the lights in the room went out, and the crowd began to panic because they couldn't see a thing. In the middle of the room, something resembling a golden crown suddenly appeared, with a bright blue flame burning inside it. A serious Dantalian kept his eyes fixed on the strange object, which seemed capable of flying through the air. Wary Lazuret also scanned her surroundings, trying to make sense of what was happening, and began to catch up. The mysterious man thanked everyone for attending Walpurgis Night and asked to be allowed to greet them. It was the mysterious Ivar Lodbrok, who placed his hand over his heart and declared that he was the host of this gathering. With the utmost seriousness, he introduced himself as the head of the Kunsakas Trading Company, which sounded quite authoritative. Upon hearing this, the protagonist's eyes lit up, for this was the very man who had been hunting him. The young man turned to Lapis, who was standing nearby, and asked if this was indeed the very same Ivar she had told him about. The woman replied that in the world of demons he was considered the wealthiest being, a true vampire, and the owner of a major corporation. She added that thanks to this daredevil, the gray-haired old man had become her former boss, whom she had been forced to betray. The cunning young man began to chuckle quietly, thinking to himself that he couldn't believe what was happening. It was amusing that the old man had already decided to show himself, which meant he was up to something, but that didn't scare the king of the demons. Looking at the sullen Ivar, the young man mentally dubbed this event the appearance of the main boss, whom it would not be easy to deal with. For his part, the old man also began to smile slyly and discreetly, knowing full well that victory would be his. He could hardly wait for the action to begin, and was secretly glad that they had finally encountered his two targets. At that moment, he was most interested in Lapis Lazuli, who had dared to switch sides to the Demon King. That pathetic hybrid dared to outwit him and even became Dantalion's mistress, forcing him to regard her as a terrifying woman. At the same time, Lodbrok told himself that it would all soon be over for her, and he would sit back and watch as she fell from her pedestal. At that very moment, with a menacing smile, the gray-haired man loudly declared Walpurgis Night open. Suddenly, Barbados, who was gulping red wine, turned to him and called him a noisy old man. Instantly, the gazes of Ivar and the protagonist shifted to the girl, who had already lost all sense of restraint. The girl asked to be allowed to rest properly after her journey, adding that the smelly old man was nothing but a bore. The yellow-eyed girl asked him to bring her some drinks instead, and added that he was such a bore that she simply wanted to knock him out. Smiling to himself, Dantalion realized that the beauty had gotten down to business and had already begun to heat up the atmosphere in the room. The polite Lodbrok replied that he understood her feelings, and the impulsive lady shouted, asking how he dared to contradict her. Behaving as calmly as possible, the elderly gentleman began to deny everything, trying to assure her that he had no ulterior motives. For a moment, he carefully shifted his gaze to the side, maintaining his composure and a certain sternness. The beautiful Paimon immediately stepped forward, emphasizing that the fool should assess the situation before speaking. How embarrassing it was to think that they were of the same race, and she added that Ivar had specially prepared this place for them. But that didn't stop Barbados at all. She continued to guzzle alcohol and hurl insults at everyone around her. It looked very brazen when she suddenly hurled an empty bottle right at the lady dressed in a luxurious gown. The bottle shattered loudly and splashed the woman slightly, who clearly did not appreciate such behavior. The cool-headed Paimon didn't let herself be provoked by the foolish behavior of the dim-witted blonde who always acted this way. The horned woman told her counterpart to go home to her centaur and stop being an eyesore to people. The calm lady noted that she not only looked like a child but also had the mind of one, and called her a poor thing. The lady added that among adults there is such a thing as etiquette, though she understood that Barbatos was never meant to learn about it. Barely able to control her emotions, the fair-haired girl had already clenched her fist tightly and gritted her teeth, longing to punch her in the jaw. Smiling, Paimon asked if the little girl was already angry and continued to tease her in every way possible. In a fit of rage, the Demon Queen's eyes turned an eerie black, and her pupils shot out yellow beams. The furious young woman was ready to pounce on the little brat and tear her face to shreds with her claws for all the insults she'd hurled. But unexpectedly, a third person called on them to stop settling their differences, since that wasn't why they'd come. A man standing nearby pointed out that this concerned both of them and asked them to be quiet, as he was already getting a headache. As it turned out, the conversation had been interrupted by Malbus, the Demon King of Severity and Fortitude, who ranked 5th on the leaderboard. Immediately, the girls bowed their heads to the floor and remained silent, disturbing no one else. The gentleman apologized to Lord Ivar and said that he could now proceed without worry, and that he didn't attach any particular significance to the whole thing. The cunning Lodbrok thought to himself that all the actors were in their places, and His Highness had acted exactly as he had expected. A surprised Lapis noticed that her boss's hands had begun to tremble for some unknown reason, and that he was acting strangely. With a menacing glare, the brave man suddenly declared that he was glad to see everyone that evening and asked to be allowed to begin. The wary crowd didn't quite understand what was happening and began to glance at him, thinking he was an eccentric. The Demon King displayed unprecedented self-confidence and declared that the Walpurgis Night gathering would begin right now. For the first few seconds, everyone present exchanged glances and pondered what was happening. The cool-headed Dantalion was running through the scenario in his head, knowing full well how each of them would react. Not everyone had studied the Demon King's true power down to the finest detail, and he took full advantage of that. Under such difficult circumstances, a hero at the very bottom of the food chain would be torn to shreds in an instant. The young man understood clearly that if he made even the slightest mistake, his life could come to an end. If he were in Ivar's place, the young man would first and foremost have secured the support of at least one, if not all, of the higher-ranking rulers. It was likely that all the participants in the Walpurgis Night gathering were already on the gray-haired man's side, so he wasn't worried about a thing. All that remained for them was to take the seats prepared for them and enjoy the spectacle, which was an excellent vantage point. But at the same time, Something seemed wrong to Dantalion, even though he still couldn't quite figure out what it was. Immediately, the elderly company head's gaze fell on the beautiful Paimon, standing a few meters ahead. The lady was also looking at him, as if they were silently communicating in this way, though it was imperceptible. At one point, she said that before they began discussing what to do about the infection, she would like to raise another topic. The old man flashed a slight smirk, doing so almost imperceptibly, and the charmer's words pleased him. The man asked Her Highness what had happened, since she considered it a matter worth discussing. The extremely serious Malbus was also ready to listen attentively to the queen, hoping that it was something important. Taking her time to reveal the main point, the unflappable woman shifted her gaze to the side, lost in thought. She assumed that none of those present knew about this yet, which intrigued most of the people. The mysterious lady suddenly announced that that morning, her people had discovered the body of the 72nd ruler of Andromarius. The princess added that it had been torn to pieces and looked horrific, which left all the guests speechless. The calm Paimon said that she had managed to obtain useful information about this shocking incident. As it turned out, the weakest king had been brutally murdered, and only now was it possible to inform everyone of this. Everyone around was stunned, and even Ivar the Boneless was greatly surprised, since no one had expected such an outcome. An agitated Lapis immediately looked at the boss, who remained unperturbed and listened silently to the speech. The stern Malbus immediately asked if the entire story was true, as the matter was incredibly serious. The young woman confirmed this, and even said she had solid evidence to back up her bold claims. The elderly gentleman asked if she knew the identity of King Andromarius's murderer, who might even be among them. Spreading her arms wide, the lady replied that the culprits were citizens of Nibelheim, known for their ruthlessness. The stunned old man couldn't believe that civilians, who were usually afraid of everything, had managed to pull off something like this. The lady added that it turned out their actions had been manipulated by professionals, and that changed a great deal for the investigation. It was said that someone had meticulously planned Andromarius's horrific death at the hands of humans so as not to get their own hands dirty. Ultimately, Paimon noted that this person was currently among them, in the event hall. Discouraged, Lazurit began to tense up more and more and break out in a sweat, because it seemed they had already been found out. The unflappable hero noticed her behavior and asked her not to panic, as if he had a plan of action ready. He understood that the lady wanted to crush him in front of everyone, otherwise she would have had no reason to make that speech, and clearly, she was in cahoots with the company. The young man tried to figure out when they had learned all the details, given that he had just happened to be in the center of the town, where everything had taken place. The brave young man also considered the possibility that they had been there from the very beginning and had seen everything with their own eyes, and that was where their confidence stemmed from. At the same time, Dantalion told himself that if that were indeed the case, then one major mystery remained. It was unclear from where they could have been watching, but at the moment, there was no way to figure it out. Suddenly, Paimon turned her cold gaze toward the Demon King, who was himself glancing at her discreetly. The young lord's eyes suddenly widened as a realization dawned on him, and now the puzzle in his mind began to fall into place. Using his ability, the hero was able to read some of the thoughts of the woman, who remained enigmatic in appearance. Now he began to smile slyly, as if he had gained an important trump card capable of changing the course of the game. The stern Ivar Lodbrok asked Her Highness to reveal who dared to manipulate people for the sake of murder. Holding a fluffy wand in her hands, the lady began to slowly unravel the intrigue, aiming to instill awe in the hearts of those around her. The stern woman declared without hesitation that the 71st Demon King was the terrible instigator. After that, the woman pointed her finger at Dantalion, who was standing nearby, which came as a great surprise. The serious elders instantly turned their gaze to the young man, who looked harmless at first glance. For his part, the protagonist stood upright and steady, without trembling, his gaze unwavering. The daredevil was ready to explain everything and, if necessary, even fight, because he knew he was right about everything. The stunned guests at the gathering never would have imagined that the one they had all previously considered an outcast was capable of such a thing. The tense company president asked everyone to remain calm and not make any unnecessary noise that might disrupt the proceedings. The stern Malbus noted that if Paimon's words were true, it could shake the very foundations of the demon world, and asked whether all her assumptions were correct. Straightening her dress, The lady bowed and swore that her statements were true, so there was no need for doubt. She officially accused Dantalion, the ruler of the demons, of incitement to murder and wanted to hold a meeting on the matter. Outside, witnesses summoned by Ivar were already waiting, so Malbus had no way to defend himself. Maintaining his politeness and composure, Malbus addressed His Highness to coordinate everything that had been said with him. He asked if the young gentleman had anything to say in his defense, for otherwise punishment would follow immediately. With a sly smile, Lodbrok began to stare at the agitated Lazaret, like a predator eyeing its prey, thereby exerting psychological pressure on her. For his part, the hero smiled slightly, emphasizing that everything had indeed happened exactly as Lady Paimon had said. His strange behavior even shocked old Ivar and unsettled the girl, since they had thought he would be arguing the opposite. The brave man openly declared that it was he who had incited the people to kill the pathetic monster Andromarius, whom he considered scum. Now the scattered pieces of the puzzle had come together into a single whole, and the protagonist felt much more confident. The trading company wanted to strengthen its relationship with Paimon, and by exploiting the death of the last king, they would get rid of Dantalion. The schemers had thought everything through from the start, which is why they were eager to deal with him as soon as possible, blaming him for all the atrocities. They wanted to take all the black grass for themselves, as it could cure any stage of the plague. They possessed every possible detail of the story and could easily use them to their advantage, so it became harder to argue with them. But yesterday's incident was just a coincidence, since the hero had run into the impulsive Andromarius completely by chance. It was unclear how they had found out everything so quickly, but if you thought about it carefully, the situation became clear. From the very beginning, the corporation had been keeping tabs on the Demon King and meticulously planning every move. The perceptive young man realized that the spy could only be the one who had so suddenly disappeared yesterday, namely, one of the Berber sisters, Beatrice. At the same time, it was unclear why she had agreed to spy on the ruler and what all these behind-the-scenes games were leading to. The young man believed it was much easier to use force and not waste time on silly surveillance, especially when the enemy was weak. He couldn't figure out why they weren't attacking him, and even suspected that they didn't have the means to do so. The enemies went to the trouble of organizing an informal gathering, which meant they couldn't do without Walpurgis Night. The cunning Paimon told him everything on her own, even though she didn't fully understand it herself. From the moment the hero arrived at the event, they didn't take their eyes off him for even a moment, as his assistant Lapis also noticed. But it seemed as if they were all looking right through him, paying him little attention, and instead staring at someone else. The cool-headed Dantalion wondered to himself who it was they had been staring at all this time. From their perspective, it was impossible to foresee the onset of the terrible plague epidemic, yet he had managed to handle it quite well. His enemies naturally assumed that someone had deliberately unleashed the dreadful disease to decimate the population several times over. The first person who obviously came to mind was the very one on whom Paimon's attention had been fixed the whole time. They were talking about the Black Mage, and at the same time the goddess of disease, the demon queen Barbatos, who glared maliciously at everyone. Ivar and Her Highness came to the conclusion that she was the one behind this whole affair, and if that were the case, everything would make sense to them. To them, the main character was nothing more than a puppet of the yellow-eyed lady, and they were watching him to gather evidence of their connection. If their opponents had used force, the reckless girl would have immediately gone to war with them, taking down absolutely everyone. That is precisely why it was necessary to gather as many high-ranking figures as possible in one place. The scholars clearly decided that if they accused Dantalion, he would immediately fall to his knees, apologize, and lay all his cards on the table. In a place where all the highest-ranking demons had gathered, Barbatos could only deny any connection to the young man, which meant she wouldn't be able to help him. The only option left would be to declare him the instigator of the epidemic, after which they could seize all his herbs with a clear conscience. The young man silently acknowledged that everything had been cleverly thought out, and he even came to respect the shrewd old man Lodbrok. The gray-haired leader was unlike anyone he had encountered before, and towered over everyone present combined. This infuriated the unpredictable demon, who hated to admit defeat and was ready to fight to the bitter end. If the opponent's target was the perpetually dissatisfied Barbatos, then she couldn't possibly be on their side, and that changed everything. Now the daredevil began to wonder about the stern Malbus, but immediately dismissed the thought, since he was a noble king. It was clear that the Lord would not stoop to dirty intrigues, and there was no need to suspect him. Now Dantalian logically concluded that only the cunning Ivar and the charming Princess Paimon were in on the conspiracy. They clearly wanted to arrange a marriage with him, but he was more than capable of overcoming two such enemies and was not afraid. The stern warrior promised himself that soon those fools would see that not everyone was willing to dance to their tune. The serious Lodbrok asked whether the young gentleman acknowledged that all of Her Highness's words were true. Smiling, the brave young man confirmed everything once again, asking if there was really a problem with that. In response, the old man said that everything was fine, while the tense crowd silently watched what was happening, not knowing what might happen next. Wary, Ivar had no idea what the overly bold Dantalian who was behaving unusually was thinking at all. The protagonist stated that he wanted to say a few words on the matter and hoped he would be allowed to speak. The elderly man didn't stop him and gave him the go-ahead, after which he simply froze in place. The young man raised his finger, thinking to himself that Lodbrok was behaving like the very embodiment of personality. The old man settled into a cozy spot and watched the unfolding farce, while the fighter wanted to knock him off his throne. Suddenly, Dantalian addressed His Highness Malbus, who did not understand what might be required. The serious ruler asked whether he was correct in believing that conflicts between demon kings should be resolved by a figure of equal status. He added that of all those present, his counterpart held the highest rank and asked him to act as judge in this dispute. The stern man first looked silently into his eyes, analyzing the situation and drawing conclusions in his mind. After that, he turned to Lord Ivar, who was standing nearby and was now feeling a slight tension. The calm ruler understood that this incident was a heavy burden for his colleague and offered to take it upon himself. The troubled old man didn't even consider defying his superior and obeyed without question. After that, he lowered his gaze to the floor and, breaking out in a cold sweat, began to reflect on why everything had gone off course. The principled Malbus turned his attention to Paimon standing before him and asked if she had any objections. The beauty replied with absolute conviction that everything would be exactly as His Highness wished. The stern ruler firmly declared that he would take full responsibility for this unusual matter. He said that Dantalian had every right to try to prove his innocence and called on him to step forward. The trial was declared open, and the young man flashed a smirk, showing confidence and complete fearlessness. In a quiet voice, the young man asked the surprised Lala if she understood where all this was headed. A worried Lapis replied that he only had to give the order, after which she would spring into action immediately. The brave young man knew he could count on her, so he whispered for her to watch and simply wait for his signal. A disheartened Lazurit couldn't believe that even in such a stressful situation, the boss was smiling as always. Meanwhile, an angry Paimon kept glancing at the protagonist, whom she wanted to strike as soon as possible. The brave one said to himself that now they would have a showdown to see which of them was the tougher nut to crack. For the first couple of minutes, the opponents stared silently into each other's eyes, standing just a couple of meters apart. The lady stated that she would like to take this opportunity to express her gratitude for the young man's offer to listen. It wasn't entirely clear why she was making this gesture of courtesy, since she had already shown who she really was. With a smirk, Dantalian said that he himself couldn't wait to have a chat with Her Majesty Paimon. After that, silence reigned once more, and the potential enemies began to consider their next moves. The hero noted to himself that the whole situation was beginning to resemble a medieval duel and waited for his opponent to make a move. He was eager to fight until one of them was simply killed and gave a terrifying stare like that of a madman. The neutral Malbus suggested they not waste time and begin the hearing, urging the parties to state their positions. The man added that they would then hold an important vote to decide whether the defendant was guilty or not. The young man thought to himself that this was precisely the mindset of powerful people, which was exactly how he viewed the old man. For a moment, the young man glanced to the side, surveying the faces of those present at the event. Some elf-like figures with strange smiles were staring at him as if they lacked reason. According to Liapis, 40% of those present at the gathering belonged to Queen Paimon's faction. For this reason, Dantalian let his guard down slightly and once again sank into deep thought to avoid any missteps. Deep down, the young man admitted to himself that he was an ordinary weakling and, in terms of physical strength, no match for the lady at all. The Demon King's only weapon now was the knowledge he had gained from the game, and nothing more. With the help of the system, he was able to review his opponent's stats, hoping that it would help in some way. He was aided in everything by the marvelous ability of the Apostle of Aphrodite, which had already come to his rescue a couple of times before. He had already had to use the skill in Dantalion's dungeon, but back then he had reached the maximum level, and after training it had dropped back to level 1. Now the young man only had access to information about the affinity level, but that was more than enough. Grinning slyly and covering one eye, the brave man told himself that it was time to take action. The righteous Malbas decided to begin the questioning with Her Majesty and gave her permission to interrogate the accused. The polite lady first thanked the judge, then began to formulate the necessary statement. First, she began by explaining that yesterday the defendant had been in Nibelheim Square, where he had incited the people to murder the ruler. The young woman added that he hadn't even been deterred by the knowledge that Andor Marius was a demon king himself. In response, the fearless young gentleman flashed a smile, confirming every word the woman had said. Spreading his arms wide, the friendly young man repeated once more that she was absolutely right about everything. However, the young man had one important clarification, even though he believed the lady had long been aware of it. A wary Paimon listened to him intently, as she didn't quite understand where all this was leading. The hero emphasized that before inciting the people to murder, he had mercilessly gouged out his opponent's eyes. His words shocked even the unshakable Malbas, not to mention the impressionable guests at the event. The warrior added that if the people had been unable to kill the king, he would have personally taken the monster's life himself, and it didn't matter to him who the king was. The stunned young woman felt goosebumps run down her skin and fell into a deep stupor, as she had never expected to hear anything like that. The agitated crowd began to faint and lost the ability to speak, and beads of sweat trickled down everyone's faces as always. Now the various barons' favor toward Dantalion began to plummet rapidly, but he couldn't care less. Standing off to the side, the cunning Ivar could barely contain his laughter, realizing that after such a speech, the fool's end was surely near. The bloodthirsty vampire wanted to see for himself as soon as possible what would become of the insolent demon who had stood in his way and caused him no end of trouble. In addition, the demon queen Paimon's favor toward the hero dropped by a full 10 points. She couldn't understand how such a brazen fellow could call a king a degenerate and emphasize that he should be more careful with his words. The daredevil said he had no intention of taking his words back and would repeat them as many times as necessary. Behaving very brazenly, the insolent young man added that Andor Marius was a disgusting piece of trash. He believed that this good-for-nothing was bound to end up in hell sooner or later, and he had successfully managed to do just that. The disconcerted elf had no idea what the foul-mouthed kid, who had completely lost his mind, was rambling about. The agitated guests assumed that Dantalion had completely lost his mind and started spouting utter nonsense. The level of respect from those around him continued to plummet rapidly toward zero, but that didn't stop the guy. The extremely serious Paimon was getting more and more nervous and noted that the dimwit was talking too much. She added that Andor Marius was one of them, but the smiling hero objected, saying he disagreed with her completely. It was said that this scoundrel had nothing to do with them, while the stern Malbas and his counterpart listened silently to the monologue. Laughing menacingly, the king exclaimed that the devils in hell had been waiting for this bastard for a long time, and he had simply sent them their well-deserved prize. The brave man wasn't afraid to admit that seeing how naively they were defending this trash made him want to vomit. After these words, he looked at Paimon with a cold glint in his eyes, sending shivers down her spine. The woman became very agitated and began to tremble, sensing the dark energy emanating from the young gentleman. Now the demon queen's favor toward Dantalion had plummeted by as much as 40 points, which was already a total failure. The angry lady shouted, demanding to know how the scoundrel dared to insult her, and ordered him to apologize immediately in front of everyone. The stunned guests could only watch what was happening with trepidation in their hearts, not even knowing what would happen next. The protagonist continued to receive thousands of red notifications, but that was exactly what he was aiming for, so he wasn't worried in the least. Among other things, Malbas's respect for him began to evaporate into thin air, which was an obvious fact. The serious old man noted that the highest representatives of society had gathered here, and that the young man really should choose his words carefully. In response, Dantalion continued to flash an elaborate grin, showing that he had no intention of being led by anyone. Placing his hand over his heart, the remarkable actor offered a sincere apology, explaining that he hadn't been able to control himself. Lowering his head, He chuckled quietly to himself, thinking that the first stage had been successfully completed. At the same time, the protagonist's true target was not among those around him, which is why he paid them no attention. As a true professional, he had every reason to be proud, for he had managed to rile up the ever-calm Paimon. His plan worked, because Queen Barbados's level of affection for him unexpectedly rose, and she began to blush with admiration for him. The yellow-eyed beauty watched the events unfold with a smile on her face, continuing to slowly sip her wine. To win, the hero needed to get more votes, but 40 people from his opponent's faction had gathered here. 20% were followers of Old Man Malbus, and 40 belonged to the guild of the impulsive ruler. In other words, Dantalion needed to win over the powerful queen of demons to his side. That was why he was provoking Paimon so much. All his answers were designed to rile her up. At that moment, the red-haired woman was seething with rage and could barely restrain herself from launching an attack. The young man was curious to know whether the beautiful Barbados, who stood silently to the side, had enjoyed the spectacular performance. She had always wanted to get under her rival's skin and had been goading her into a confrontation in every way possible, so she was sure to appreciate it. The brave young man was ready to help her with this and was doing everything in his power, and he was doing quite well. Now the hero had decided to move on to the decisive battle with Paimon, so as not to keep the audience waiting. Placing his hand over his heart, the young man sincerely asked Her Majesty to accept his deepest apologies. The angry lady understood perfectly well that he was being sarcastic, though she couldn't prove it yet. The king also added that he would like to receive forgiveness from everyone present who had witnessed the spectacle. He said he hadn't meant to show them any disrespect and excused himself by saying he was completely unable to control himself. The man added that he ranked second to last among the rulers and was like a baby compared to everyone else. The silent Malbus looked at him seriously, trying to figure out if all these words were true. The brave man said that even someone like him knew that one must not mock the elderly and the infirm. The young man assured everyone that he would never take revenge on a child for failing to show him due respect. As always, the crowd was shocked, and the reserved judge asked what the young man was trying to convey with this monologue. In response, the young man covered his eyes with his hand and smiled, trying to formulate the right sentence. With a menacing look, he began to recount how he had killed more than 54 civilians in Nibelheim. Those present were once again deeply shocked, but some initially chose not to believe the fool. The hero went on to say that among the victims were 12 children, and the scoundrel had even taken the life of a little boy who wasn't even 10 years old. He added that, in a drunken rage, the wretch had begun whipping a horse until it eventually died. One young couple claimed that Andromarius had been harassing their daughter, and soon the poor girl's body was found in the sewers, leaving her parents inconsolable. Including non-fatal cases, a total of 327 residents of Nibelheim were affected, and these are only the known cases. After hearing this, Paimon was speechless, and a tense Malbus felt compelled to ask whether any of it was true. The serious-looking man replied that his subordinate had personally investigated this grim case. Thrown off balance, Lapis once again felt the weight of many eyes upon her, but she tried to remain completely calm. The hero decided to play it safe and sent Lazurit out that morning to find out more about the deceased's misdeeds, and luckily he really was quite the scoundrel. Although the cunning young man embellished his gruesome tale a bit, the dead still couldn't dispute his words. Then the stern Dantalion added that yesterday he had heard a cry for help and rushed to the call, and that was when he saw the poor old man with Andromarius. The villain immediately accused him of staring at him, then approached him and even managed to swing a punch. But the enemy immediately realized that the hero was also the king of demons, so instead of attacking him, he began beating his beloved. The brave hero noted that it looked terrible, and the lovely girl now felt even more nervous. The Horned One emphasized that the villain had punched her in the stomach with all his might, and when she tried to get up, he continued to beat her. Those present listened to the story with horror in their eyes, while the stern Malbus constantly replayed it in his mind. Having calmed down, the young gentleman turned to Her Majesty, wishing to say something very important to him. The stunned Queen Paimon simply could not get over the information, which was difficult to digest. Putting on an innocent expression, the young man asked if he could have acted any differently in such a situation where his beloved was being brutally beaten. He pressed further, asking if he really was supposed to stand there silently and watch it happen. but no one said a word in response. The tense woman was even somewhat flustered and momentarily lost for words as the situation was difficult. Smiling slyly, the hero thought to himself that the beauty had taken the bait, and now all that remained was to finish her off. In Dungeon Attack of all 72 Demon Kings, the lady felt the greatest sympathy for humans. Perhaps unlike Ivar, she truly cared about the population suffering from the merciless plague. The lady clearly wanted to punish Dantalion and Barbados, since she considered them the culprits, and in her eyes they were sinners. Her sense of justice was truly admirable, but this love turned into mere weakness. The calculating hero noted to himself that this had become a double-edged sword aimed at her as well. Now the time had come for the public execution of the naive young woman, during which he had no intention of showing even a shred of mercy. The bewildered woman froze in place, sensing the strange atmosphere around her, and a sense of foreboding never left her, not even for a moment. In an instant, the imaginary steel chain snapped, and this was a harbinger of the ruler's imminent downfall. Enraged, Dantalion loudly declared that he was ready to repeat his key words once again, so that everyone would clearly understand them. He shouted that Andor Marius had no right to call himself the Demon King, since he had caused so much harm to peaceful people. The young man added that if he were left alive, the number of victims would continue to grow exponentially. The champion of justice asked the stunned crowd whether they should all turn a blind eye to such antics by these insolent beings. Spreading his arms wide, Dantalion proclaimed that this vile entity was unworthy of having his life spared. In a state of complete shock, the people did not know how to respond to the questions of a man who was right at every turn. The brave young man turned to Her Majesty once more and asked whether Andor Marius was indeed worthy of being considered their kin, as she had said earlier. Noting that a single piece of trash was capable of destroying the reputation of kings, the hero asked her to answer him in front of everyone. The lady, sweating from nerves, couldn't understand how everything had turned out this way when it was supposed to be completely different. In her mind, she vowed that she would not let that insolent man defile her or discredit her in the eyes of society. Meanwhile, Paimon remained flustered and couldn't formulate a sentence to get herself out of the situation. The cool-headed Dantalion and the ever-serious Malbus looked at her in silence, waiting for her to say something. Suddenly, the petite Princess Barbados drew everyone's attention. She laughed and confirmed that everything was correct. She clapped her hands and added that the young man had done well, thanking him for destroying the worm that had always brought shame upon them. Still laughing loudly, the fair-haired girl asked those around her if they didn't agree with her. The surprised crowd couldn't gather their thoughts or decide whose side to take in this extraordinary situation. At that moment, complete silence reigned in the room, except for the laughter of the yellow-eyed girl. Extremely nervous, Lodbrok realized that their brilliant plan had developed numerous cracks and was plummeting into the abyss, dragging them down with it. Concerned, Lejurit tried with all her might to remain calm, not knowing where her boss's actions would lead. She sensed something strange in the air and began looking around, wondering what the hell was going on. Once again, Dantalion began receiving numerous notifications on the red display panel, but at first there was no text on them. Beaming with a smile, the unpredictable Barbados said that she herself wanted to finish off the underdeveloped Andor Marius. The crafty fellow managed to constantly hide from her, which infuriated her greatly, but she kept trying. The queen began clapping loudly, praising the hero and thanking him from the bottom of her heart for his service. Suddenly, she noticed the look of shock on the faces of those around her, who stood rooted to the spot, unable to say a word. Looking around at everyone, she asked if they really intended to defend Andor Marius, and ordered them all to come clean. The nervous guests were acting very strangely due to the psychological pressure, but they still began to shake their heads in refusal. With a mischievous giggle, Barbados praised them all and emphasized that today was a sacred day, but this only caused more confusion. The lady said that if people found out that someone had stood up for a scoundrel on Walpurgis night, they would all be ridiculed immediately. The stunned crowd exchanged glances, constantly pondering the extraordinary situation. The extremely serious Ivar Lodbrok silently observed the situation, realizing that it was taking a completely wrong turn. Silence reigned in the room for a brief moment, and sincere smiles suddenly began to appear on the guests' faces. Finally, Barbados noted that Nibelheim was surely now praising the hero who had shown great valor. The brave young man had unhesitatingly defended his beloved despite the prohibitions and rid the place of the local troublemaker. He could be called a true courageous hero, and the lady did just that, but it evoked no emotion in him. The yellow-eyed woman continued to support the young man in every way she could, and at one point she became curious about Paimon's opinion. She asked whether the completely flustered woman, who couldn't gather her thoughts, agreed with her. The crowd around her began to cheer her on joyfully and almost started dancing, which threw the lady into an even deeper daze. The lady gripped the handle of her fluffy cane tightly, mentally begging everyone to stop and put an end to this farce. The nervous lady told herself that this simply shouldn't be happening, since Dantalion had brazenly broken the general law. The woman believed the boy deserved punishment, but everyone around her was defending him and ready to go to the ends of the earth for him. The stern Malbus, for his part, scanned everyone around him with a stern gaze, trying to maintain his composure. Nevertheless, with a loud shout, the old man ordered everyone to fall silent immediately and stop disrupting the hearing. He exclaimed that their loud applause was disrupting the meeting, but Barbatos showed her indifference with a glance, just like the hero. The elderly gentleman warned that he would no longer tolerate such behavior and urged everyone to conduct themselves properly. The alarmed aristocrats were speechless and felt a chill run down their spines. After that, no one shouted anymore. Picking her ear with her finger, the frivolous, blue-eyed woman reluctantly listened so as not to cause chaos. Still, she emphasized that her admiration for the brave warrior was sincere and asked everyone to remember that. The lady noted that among the lowly demon kings, those pitiful nobodies, someone worthy had finally appeared. The beauty emphasized that she had no intention of disrupting anything, but was merely expressing her opinion, which was her full right. The serious Malbus glanced at her without much emotion and said nothing, as he considered it pointless. Then his attention shifted back to Her Highness Paimon, who had been silent for quite some time. The man assumed that was the end of her speech, as he could see she was in a state of severe shock. Suddenly, however, Paimon asked him to wait a moment and raised her stunned gaze to the man across from her, who had been listening to her in silence. The stern old man immediately asked if she really had anything else to add, but the answer did not come right away. After gathering her thoughts, the tense lady said that she hadn't yet finished questioning that wretched Dantalion. The elderly gentleman pointed out that they had known each other for 500 years and knew absolutely everything about one another. He simply couldn't understand how a woman could defend Endor Marius when she had always looked upon those like him with contempt. For a couple of minutes, the red-haired lady remained silent again, trying to formulate a sentence. Beads of sweat began to trickle down her face once more, and she kept denying something incessantly in her head. In a state of terror, and feeling a shiver run down her spine, Her Highness turned around and looked at the man standing nearby. She couldn't make sense of the expression on Barbados's face, as he wore a sly grin, as if he were plotting something. Unable to figure it out, she turned her attention to Dantalion, who stood silently in place. But in an instant, a faint smile appeared on the young man's face, and this made her feel increasingly nervous. She wondered to herself whether the two of them were not the true evil, one that was nearly impossible to defeat. The queen felt a terrible aversion toward these two individuals, but she could not bring herself to attack them physically. Suddenly, the lady decided to kneel down and, resting her fist on the floor, addressed His Majesty. Stunned, Malbus had not expected such a turn of events at all, but continued to listen in silence. The brave warrior asked for one last chance to get to the bottom of the matter completely and leave no room for misunderstanding. In her eyes, one could see the full seriousness of her intentions and her unwavering desire to get to the bottom of everything, down to the smallest detail. For several seconds, the gentleman looked at her in silence, pondering the complex issue in his mind. Still, he gave her the go-ahead to do as she saw fit, because he trusted her and knew she would succeed. The shrewd Dantalion knew perfectly well from the start that the girl would act exactly this way, so he wasn't worried. Carefully, the young man shifted his gaze to Lapis, who was standing behind him, realizing that it was time to act. With his thumb, the young gentleman gave a signal to his assistant, who was watching him closely and understood everything. Slightly concerned, the blue-eyed girl didn't even think that the moment would come so quickly, but she had to act without delay. With a sharp turn, she spun around and began rushing off somewhere. Without drawing undue attention from the agitated crowd, the nimble young woman managed to make her way to the main entrance. The protagonist, in turn, looked at Paimon, who was shrouded in dark energy and eager to prove his guilt. Having calmed down, the lady addressed the esteemed guests of Walpurgis night, honestly admitting that she had concealed something from them. The already stunned crowd had no idea what details they were still unaware of, and everyone began to listen intently. The solemn queen emphasized that they all needed to know they had gathered here today because of a plague epidemic. The stunned audience nearly fainted, as no one had heard of this before. The lady explained that the virus had already spread across the continent, claiming many lives, and that the death toll continued to rise. However, the truth was that someone had deliberately released this disease into the world, without a thought for innocent citizens. The guests were deeply alarmed, while old man Lodbrok smiled slyly, realizing that the beautiful woman was turning the situation to their advantage. The lady was about to reveal the name of the criminal behind the spread of the pandemic, which Barbados did not like. In a fit of rage, Paimon pointed her finger at someone, shouting loudly that he was to blame for everything. As it turned out, she was accusing Dantalion, who was standing right in front of her, of everything, which was obvious. The brave young man, in turn, flashed a smirk as he continued to ponder. He had known from the start that everything would unfold exactly this way. The young man was not surprised by this move from his charming counterpart, and now the puzzle in his mind began to rapidly fall into place. He realized that Andromarius, who had met a wild dog's death, was merely an appetizer before the main course. His attention shifted to the sullen-looking Ivar, who was known for his cunning and did not give much away. The just Malbus asked if Paimon had any solid evidence to support such accusations. Maintaining a stern and unflappable demeanor, the woman immediately gave an affirmative answer, adding nothing further. Tapping his hand lightly with a finger, Lodbrok noted to himself that the beauty had managed to regain her composure. With a menacing smile, he said to himself that victory in this protracted conflict would clearly be on their side. The lady emphasized that although the plague had already claimed many lives, both human and demon, they certainly shouldn't lose hope. It was said that there was an effective cure for this terrible disease that could protect them all. She added that it was a plant called black grass, and Dantalion stared at her sternly. The young man remembered perfectly well the weed that he himself had ordered Lapis to gather, and she had successfully done so. The calm Paimon said that the remedy possessed magical properties and was capable of suppressing the disease instantly. Then the lady asked the guests to guess who had discovered it first, and almost immediately revealed that it was Dantalion. The queen added that, oddly enough, even before the epidemic began, the hero had bought up all available supplies on the continent. The concerned guests were curious to know how this had happened, while Barbados silently observed the situation. While everyone listened intently, Paimon pointed out that the young man not only knew when the pandemic would begin, but was also aware of how to treat it. She emphasized the undeniable fact that he was prepared for this terrible turn of events, but had no intention of helping others. This was the first time in the continent's history that such an epidemic had occurred, and black grass had never been used as a medicine. At first, the woman asked if there was a logical explanation for all this, but immediately said that the answer was obvious. Her straightforward counterpart called Dantalion the creator of the plague, who had concealed this fact and felt no guilt. The shocked people could not believe that such a thing was truly possible, but that was exactly what it came down to. The ruler added that, like her, the hero had used the services of a consultant from the Kunska Trading Company. It was said that it was precisely this man whom the brazen young man had instructed to buy up all the medicine on the vast continent and keep it a secret. The red-haired lady asked why the young man needed such a huge amount of the herb. The young man could no longer deny it. As the facts were indisputable, so a brief silence fell. Sirius Malbus immediately looked Dantalion straight in the eye. Dantalion had previously remained silent about the entire situation. The man looked stern and very serious, but he was in no hurry to say anything, and was analyzing everything in his head. At one point, with his back turned, he addressed Lord Ivar, who was standing behind him and listening intently. The old man asked in a calm voice whether Paimon's words, which she had laid out in minute detail, were true. The gray-haired man replied that the situation was exactly as Her Majesty had described, so there was no need for doubt. The polite Lodbrok was ready to show what was true and what was false, and added that he dared to doubt the gentleman's judgment. However, if such were Malbus's will, he would immediately provide all the necessary evidence. The pensive elder asked if he really meant to say that they were already fully prepared to explain themselves. With a serious look in his eyes, the vampire confirmed his suspicions, not intending to waste any precious time. For his part, the hero, for reasons unknown, began to smile, still feeling confident and calm. The cunning Ivar thought to himself that now the pitiful fool had nowhere to run, so victory would be his. Suddenly, someone apologized for interrupting the sacred Walpurgis night, thereby sharply drawing attention to himself. A strange man in knight's armor began brazenly pushing his way through the crowd, causing discontent with his behavior. An angry Malba shouted, demanding to know what was going on and how the man dared to burst into the room in the middle of the gathering. Rushing forward, the breathless stranger dropped to one knee and began trying to explain the situation. He exclaimed that a branch of the Kunska company had just been subjected to a terrible attack by unknown assailants. At that moment, the protagonist began to smile slyly, revealing his white teeth because he was the one responsible for it. Stunned, Lodbrok was completely flustered and couldn't believe what was happening, so much so that his eyes nearly popped out of his head. According to the information received, the guards heard an explosion and then spotted smoke coming from the upper floors of the main building. On the verge of fainting from shock, Ivar remembered that his entire collection was stored right there, a loss he would never survive. Kneeling, the gray-haired man asked His Majesty for forgiveness, saying that he would have to leave immediately. The stern Malbus urged him to raise his head, emphasizing that he fully understood his colleague's difficult situation. However, he noted that he could only grant him 15 minutes, as the gathering was sacred, even given the circumstances. The serious-looking man thanked him for his generosity, though he realized that the allotted time would be far too short to sort everything out. After that, the old man began to slowly get up from his knees, leaning on the wooden cane that had always come to his rescue. The hot-tempered old man began shoving the event's guests aside, ordering them to get out of his way and not get in his way. The gloating Barbados noticed that he had grimaced as if he'd seen a ghost, which greatly angered Paimon. Suddenly, the queen noticed that Dantalion had turned around and was quietly slipping away. She immediately shouted for him to stop and asked where on earth he was off to in the middle of such an important meeting. Smiling to himself, the young man mentally asked the beauty not to panic so much, believing that everything has its time. In a calm voice, he replied that he just wanted to go out and get some fresh air and had no intention of running away. The young man assured them that they could all relax, though he was lying because in reality he was already hatching a plan. Dantalion accidentally bumped into the long-haired blonde with his shoulder, but immediately apologized. With his behavior, the fool was provoking Paimon more and more, but she still managed to keep her turbulent emotions in check. Meanwhile, a very angry Ivar shouted for department head Torker, who ran after him like a little dog. He shouted, asking what the hell was going on here, and the alarmed goblin replied that he didn't understand anything himself. The old man ordered him to immediately gather everyone who was available and send them to headquarters, where they would discuss further details. He himself decided to head to the observation deck, wondering along the way who would have had the courage to pull off such a stunt. The man realized that the enemies had taken advantage of Walpurgis night and had even found a weak spot in the building's defenses. Most of all, the old man was worried and didn't know what he would do if his precious collection had been damaged during the attack. In the form of an elderly vampire, it was difficult for him to climb stairs, so after the meeting he decided to transfer his consciousness into a doll. An angry Lodbrok vowed to himself that whoever stood in his way would pay dearly for such an outrageous act. The company president was eager to find the scoundrel and stage a bloodbath, but suddenly he heard a familiar voice. Looking more closely, Ivar was completely stunned to see a calm man standing by the fence. The young man assumed that with his abilities, the gentleman would have no trouble seeing the private quarters from such a distance. The stunned old man couldn't fathom what Dantalion, who was acting so confidently and was supposed to have stayed at the event, was doing here. For the first couple of minutes, he stood in silence, glaring sternly at the boy, trying to figure out what he wanted. 10 minutes earlier, one of the Berber sisters had been in the sky, asking if there had been any further signal. The girls were flying over the main branch of the Kunska company, and it was hard to believe they were about to pull off something serious. The blonde emphasized that this was an unusual request from His Majesty Dantalion, so there was no way they could back down. A little earlier, in the square in the center of Nibelheim, a young man approached the beauties with a request. At that moment, the surprised, yellow-eyed girl was stunned by the unexpected turn of events and began to listen intently to his every word. The trio was stunned to learn that he wanted them to attack the corporation, which was extremely powerful, At first, the leader of the group even thought the young man was joking, but he never threw around words like that. With a cool, composed look, the young gentleman confirmed once again that he was absolutely serious about this. He also believed that they were just as interested in this as he was, but his counterpart didn't understand what he meant. The blonde was stunned to learn that Beatrice, who had suddenly disappeared, had most likely already passed away. Behind it all was the bloodthirsty vampire Lodbrok, who had grabbed the girl with his filthy hands and feasted on her blood. At that moment, the maiden remarked that if the gentleman hadn't lied to them, then Ivar must pay for his misdeeds. Her agitated sister asked how they would know whether it was a lie or the truth if no one told them. The little girl said that Dantalion was, after all, the Demon King, which meant his demand was indisputable, and if they were to believe his words, they would soon find Beatrice. Suddenly, one of them spotted a bright yellow beam shooting into the sky in the distance and called out to the other to take notice. As it turned out, the signal was being sent by the secretive lapis lazuli, who stretched her arm upward and froze in place. The blue-eyed lady maintained an unprecedented level of concentration because so much depended on her actions. The serious head sister began to use magic, noting that they all remembered perfectly well what needed to be done. Within a couple of minutes, something resembling a bright circle appeared in the sky, radiating a great deal of energy. Summoning her courage, the blonde declared that it was time to begin carrying out the assigned task. Meanwhile, the protagonist stood before a tense Lodbrok, who didn't understand where he had come from. It began to dawn on the elderly man that the cunning kid knew about his visit, and that all of this was clearly his doing. He immediately wondered if the impulsive Barbados was also somewhere nearby but wasn't showing herself just yet. Still, the old man realized that the girl had stayed at the meeting, and he tried to calm himself down, telling himself that this was all just a pathetic game. Dantalion began to move slowly toward him, urging him not to worry and emphasizing that it was just the two of them here. Without a moment's hesitation, the young man stepped right up to him and decided to speak frankly, holding nothing back. Remaining polite, the ruler of the demons added that they clearly had a lot to discuss, while his companion remained silent. The sweat-drenched vampire glared sternly into his eyes, showing no trust whatsoever and no desire to engage in conversation. Folding his arms, the old man wondered to himself what this cunning young rascal was up to and what he needed to talk about. An angry Ivar decided not to beat around the bush and asked directly whether it was indeed this hero who had attacked his company, Kunska. Smiling, the young man confirmed his suspicions without hesitation, stating that he was the one who had given the order to do so. Stunned, the corporate head's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and in his mind he called his counterpart a degenerate. At the same time, the young man noted that he needn't worry because he simply needed an excuse to have a conversation. Acting nonchalantly, he assured him that he had never intended to destroy the company, but for the old man that was no longer a valid argument. The brave young man explained that if he hadn't caused a commotion, he wouldn't have had the chance to be alone with the old man. He added that this was why he'd had to act a little reckless and insincerely apologized to the old man. The enraged Lodbrok still mentally called him a pathetic little rat who took him for a fool. Now he didn't care what Dantalion had to say next. The man wouldn't be able to escape death anyway. The embittered man cursed the scoundrel in his mind and vowed to wipe him out completely. Suddenly, the vampire decided to speak up and, addressing the young gentleman politely, said that it didn't matter at all what he had to say. The leader said that all he needed to do was present the available evidence to His Majesty Malbas and the members of the assembly. Bowing respectfully, he expressed his regret that they were on opposite sides of the fence, since this was their first face-to-face meeting. The young man agreed with his long-haired companion on this point, but it was all just part of a lie. Then the Demon King chuckled slyly, realizing that the old man agreed with him, and that made a world of difference. With a menacing glare and strange behavior, the ruler asked whether his counterpart understood how he was feeling at that moment. The tense leader had no idea what this insolent brat, who was as dim-witted as a vegetable, was on about. Stretching out his hand, Ivar remarked that an elderly man could not possibly understand the thoughts running through His Highness's mind. The young man chuckled slightly, pointing out that the gentleman himself knew best how to address himself, after which silence fell. The slightly bewildered old man gave him a stern look, remaining silent as he tried to process everything in his head. Suddenly, the insolent young man asked what Lodbrok thought about becoming his loyal subordinate. Deeply shocked, The company owner first thought he had misheard, but the fool had indeed blurted it out. Even though the kid was the king of demons, the vampire would never in a million years serve a fool ranked 71st on the list. Trying to remain composed, the first thing he did was ask if this was some kind of ridiculous joke. Laughing, the young man replied that he was completely serious, considering humor inappropriate in such a situation. He didn't hesitate to reiterate that he was offering his counterpart the chance to become his servant and carry out various tasks. After that, the gray-haired man put his hand to his face and began to laugh loudly, unable to remain sullen any longer. The young man watched this with a beaming smile on his face, remaining calm yet determined. Both men were nearly rolling on the floor, which lightened the mood, if only for a moment. Saliva immediately spurted from Lodbrok's mouth, and his eyes emitted red beams of energy, though they were barely noticeable. Dantalian behaved in the same way, going along with the atmosphere but refusing to back down from his idea. Beginning to rapidly lose his mind with rage, Ivar shouted loudly that the fool was clearly mocking him with his antics. The observant hero pointed out that the old man had finally revealed his true nature and that now they could speak frankly. Having carried out a successful maneuver, he began to look intently into the eyes of his opponent, whom he had managed to provoke. Now the old man looked very vicious and was ready to tear apart the monster who had dared to desecrate him. Not taking him seriously, the young man remarked that the time had finally come to settle all matters between them. After these words, he turned his head to the side and said that his subordinate could step out of the shadows. At that very moment, Ivar was even more shocked and tensed up greatly upon seeing the girl approaching them. It was the cold-blooded lapis lazuli who had previously betrayed the company, and him personally, but felt no guilt about it. Chuckling slyly, the hero asked if they were happy to see each other after such a long separation, a remark laced with rather crude sarcasm. The mad vampire began shouting that the wretch had broken the corporation's rules and must be punished. He exclaimed that, in the name of Kunska's greatness, he was duty-bound to punish her for all her grave transgressions against society. The old man warned that the scoundrel would deeply regret having set him up at such a difficult moment, but she wouldn't give in. The utterly composed lady pointed out that her counterpart had himself taught her back then that the end justifies the means. She added that His Majesty Dantalian had promised her a front-row seat, so she didn't really have a choice. The young gentleman himself listened silently to the negotiations between the two sides, knowing full well that he was in no danger. The beauty expressed confidence that, thanks to the Demon King, a stunning view awaited him. That's why Lazurit betrayed the trading company and didn't regret this decision one bit. It had changed her life for the better. Smiling as always, the young man remarked that circumstances had unfolded this way and nothing could be changed now. A very angry Ivar tried to process the information and draw some conclusions, but he was consumed by rage. At that very moment, the grandfather's hand, which was holding the wooden walking stick, began to tremble because he couldn't hold back his laughter. The company's CEO declared that after this meeting, the fools would lose everything, and the black herb would become his main piece of evidence. But in response, the unflappable Dantalian continued to smile, feeling completely at ease about his own future. The elderly gentleman did not like his frivolous behavior, because he spoke seriously about everything. A displeased Lodbrok asked if the madman understood the situation he was in and what he now faced. The protagonist apologized for getting distracted and explained that he was simply very worried about his partner. A nervous Ivar couldn't make heads or tails of the nonsense the guy was spouting, and his eyebrows knitted together tighter and tighter. Suddenly, the young man pulled a strange object from his jacket pocket that was emitting golden rays. Thrown off balance, the old man already felt his eye twitching and even briefly lost his ability to speak, his mouth hanging open. Slightly concerned, Liapis also didn't understand what those glowing threads in his hands were, but she soon began to catch on. The young gentleman admitted that he was worried about the elderly man's body, but it sounded somewhat strange. He wasn't worried about the vessel the vampire currently inhabited, but about the one stored far away in the cold northern lands. It was hidden deep within an icy cave, a place an ordinary person could never reach. The extremely rare doll lay inside a solid block of ice and could only be brought out at Lodbrok's command. The hero was referring to the old man's true body, which was that of a fragile blonde woman with delicate, pale skin. Clearly up to something, Dantalian remarked that he was afraid something might happen to the treasure. Shocked, Lapis abruptly looked away when she saw the old man's cane lying on the asphalt. The stunned company head couldn't understand how his opponent knew his true appearance. The brave man continued to hold the golden threads between two fingers, glaring maliciously at his opponent, on whom he was exerting emotional pressure. The guy began to smile menacingly and giggle, knowing full well that he would succeed in luring his opponent into a trap. In the game Dungeon Attack, Ivar Lodbrok was a vampire princess head over heels in love with the main character. According to the plot, the Demon King betrayed her, after which she sealed her true self inside an icy coffin so that no one could ever take advantage of her again. The little fairy shifted her soul between dolls, doing so almost imperceptibly and as a matter of routine. The young man was greatly surprised when he first met her, because he had never even thought about such a thing before. In the game, her character looked completely different, so the young gentleman was thoroughly taken aback. The brave young man frightened Ivar even more, pointing out that in that dreadful distant place, the sleeping beauty might have something bitten off. Deeply shaken, the old man continued to sweat profusely with his mouth agape and couldn't pull himself together. Dantalion, who was intimidating him, threatened that someone might send a special signal and disaster would befall the poor girl. The girl with the reddened eyes tried to figure out how the young man had found out about her true body, since she hadn't told anyone. Even more striking was the fact that her luxurious long hair was in her opponent's hand. Smiling slyly, the hero thought to himself that finding those locks was a real stroke of luck and that now he had nothing to worry about. Earlier, the young man had decided to play it safe and plucked a couple of strands of hair from the stranger, and he hadn't even expected such intense fear from Lodbrok. Now all that remained was the final touch before the operation would take on an undeniably victorious character. With a smirk on his face, Dantalion turned his gaze to Lapis, who had no idea what His Majesty was talking about. Judging by Ivar's reaction, the surprised girl concluded that the young gentleman wasn't bluffing at all. Immediately, the hero decided to repeat his offer to the elderly man, whose eyes betrayed his horror. The daredevil urged him to surrender and join him, since that would be the only rational decision. After these words, a brief silence fell, during which the company's head tried to process everything. In a state of horror, he wondered to himself why everything had turned out so badly for him. At the same time, Lodbrok told himself that he would never, under any circumstances, serve that arrogant scoundrel. He told himself that he could not possibly endure this and considered dying on his feet the best outcome. Rage took hold of the vampire who, caught off guard, began to transform, emitting a multitude of lilac rays. Anger overwhelmed the old man's mind. He opened his drooling mouth wide and began to scream at the top of his lungs. The wary Dantalion hadn't expected such an outcome, but he remained calm and silently observed the situation. Having transformed into a black monster, the toothy creature decided to launch an attack and tear apart the two thorns in the company's side. For the first time in a long while, the young men were deeply shocked and froze in place, staring at the tentacles lunging toward them. The agile Dantalion managed to cover his face with his hands, trying to fend off the tentacles that wouldn't leave him alone. Squinting, he looked carefully ahead to avoid making any mistakes due to inattention. The enraged opponent quickly closed in on Lazuret and grabbed her by the throat, ordering the boy not to come any closer. Now the girl was in the clutches of a mad old man who was slowly scratching her delicate skin with his sharp claws. The grim psychopath threatened that if the enemy took even the slightest step, the blue-eyed girl would meet her end immediately. It would have been easy for the old scoundrel to deal with the traitor, so he behaved as brazenly as possible. The brave Dantalion held his ground and didn't give in to his threats, maintaining a cool, composed gaze. The young man's first question was what Ivar was trying to achieve, even though he could see that nothing would come of it. The impulsive old man shouted at him to shut his mouth and stay still, so as not to make the situation worse. The stern warrior wasn't afraid of the senile old man at all, but he behaved with restraint so as not to put Lazuret in danger. Trembling with nerves, Lodbrok cried out that a single move by his opponent could take the life of the defenseless Lapis. The young man had no choice but to stay put and play it safe, but he knew he would still be able to handle the fool. Suddenly, the gray-haired man proposed a deal that could satisfy both sides. He called on the Demon King to immediately withdraw his men from his true body, and only then did he promise to release the girl. He was curious to see how Dantalion would react, knowing that his beloved's life was in the hands of his enemy. For her sake, the protagonist had even gone against another ruler, so he had no choice but to agree to Ivar's terms. At first, the vampire wanted to kill Lazuret right away, but that could have endangered his true form as well. He didn't want to admit it, but he had just released nearly all of his magic and was now severely weakened. As a result, the madman wouldn't be able to hold out for long, which meant he had no choice but to act according to the circumstances. However, when Lodbrok returned to his true body, he would definitely kill Dantalion, a thought he kept repeating to himself every second. The nervous old man hoped that the young man would call off his men as soon as possible so he could calm down. In the end, the young man did agree to listen to his opponent, who felt a surge of joy and began to grin. But unexpectedly, the hero said that if the old man wanted to kill Liapis, he could go ahead and do it, a statement that struck him to the core. Stunned, Ivar couldn't believe what he'd heard, because now the situation had changed completely. The brave young man repeated once more that he couldn't care less whether the blue-eyed boy lived or died, so there was no point in pressuring him. The opponent couldn't collect his thoughts after such a turn of events, since he had already considered victory his. Nearly popping his bulging eyes out of their sockets, Ivar wondered to himself if he had imagined the whole thing. With a menacing glare, the Demon King chuckled and asked whether this was what the fool called a deal. He emphasized that agreements are made between equal parties without any outside factors, or in the event that one party is many times stronger than the other, a fact the hero was well aware of. The daredevil didn't think for a moment that the head of the Kunska company was unaware of such basic fundamentals. Laughing nervously, the psychopath asked him to be quiet, threatening that he might actually harm the defenseless lady. Showing absolutely no fear, the young gentleman urged him to go ahead with his plan and not hold back. Casting a menacing glance at the beautiful Lapis, Dantalion, as calm as if nothing were amiss, asked if she herself agreed to this. He remained composed as if he had planned this from the start, and his assistant was merely there to help him. The emotionless Lazurite remained silent in response, unafraid of death even at the hands of the man she worked for. Leaving no room for doubt, the woman gave the go-ahead and prepared to join her ancestors. She added that she didn't mind sacrificing her life for the greater good, so it was impossible to intimidate her with anything. Stunned, Lodbrok couldn't figure out what the hell was happening to them, and his self-confidence had completely vanished. The young man began taking slow steps toward his opponent, emphasizing that he had miscalculated from the start. His mistake was that he had speculated about the outbreak of an epidemic, thinking that Barbados had caused it. The hero added that the vampire had naively assumed that Lapis had helped pull this off, and that Dantalion was merely a pawn in this story. The pitiful fairy trapped in the old man's body was now completely at a loss, and had even begun to fear the unpredictable Demon King. Now the heavily breathing lady finally grasped the true essence of the story, which turned out to be far from simple. The brave man declared without hesitation that he had been the main instigator all along, and that his rival had drawn the wrong conclusions. He couldn't believe that her petty thirst for revenge had clouded her judgment so much, and the princess unexpectedly let the surprised Lazuret go. Even more sudden was the fact that the young woman inhabiting Lodbrok's body abruptly fell to her knees before the warrior. Terrified, she began to tremble and nearly fainted from fear, wondering who he really was. Now all that remained was to accept that she would never be able to defeat the mighty ruler of the demons. Tears began to well up in her eyes, for the loss of hope and grief were consuming her soul from within. The fairy could not believe that standing before her was the true King Dantalion, renowned for his invincibility and strength of mind. Smiling, the kind-looking young man asked her not to be so afraid, as he did not consider himself a tyrant. In a calm voice, he said that the secretive woman would come to work for him, but this would in no way affect her activities. Kneeling down, the gentleman added that she would simply have to occasionally carry out his orders politely. The brave man also emphasized that Ivar had no right to refuse, for otherwise her true body would be reduced to ashes. Then Dantalion asked her to listen carefully to his first request, while the lady in the old man's body was deeply anxious. Whispering, the young man explained everything in detail, maintaining a positive tone, which only made her worry even more. Upon hearing this, Lodbrok's expression changed again, as he experienced a profound shock that wouldn't subside. The protagonist believed it was time for them to return to the meeting and admitted that, in fact, he had nothing to do with the plague. The young man added that he was counting on the old man, who was now fully informed of the situation. Meanwhile, the ever-serious Malbas was already glancing at his watch, clutching it tightly in his hand since quite some time had passed. The stern man said it was time to move on, since they hadn't gathered there to stay forever. Those present turned their attention to a participant who had just entered the room after leaving earlier due to personal circumstances. It was the sullen-looking old man Ivar, who had managed to resolve the issue concerning the company's main building. An angry Barbados glared at him disapprovingly, wanting to get rid of the troublemaker and conduct business in peace. The focused Queen Paimon was ready to continue the meeting, proving Dantalion's guilt. The hot-tempered Malbus asked in a raised voice how things were going and added that he would like to continue Walpurgis night. The troubled old man replied in a slightly trembling voice that he had managed to resolve the issue, but he looked exhausted. The sarcastic Barbados asked if, along with the castle, the pitiful old man had lost his last bit of strength. The nervous emperor shouted at her to rein in her talents and stop acting like an upstart. The leader said that now all that remained was to wait for Dantalion, the ruler of the demons who had gone out for some fresh air. But a moment later, the hero himself entered the room, ready to continue the discussion and prove his point. An angry Paimon showed increasing hatred in her gaze toward him and wished to wipe him off the face of the earth as soon as possible. The horned one, however, glanced at her with a confident smile on his face, knowing full well that victory would be his. The elder emphasized that since everyone was present, it was finally time to resume the important meeting. Smiling, the red-haired provocateur noted that the kid hadn't run away after all, even though she'd assumed he would. The daredevil calmly replied that he'd said earlier he just wanted to test himself a little and gather his thoughts. The impulsive lady called it utter nonsense because she knew the scoundrel was clearly up to something. In a raised voice, she turned to Ivar, who had turned into a model student, urging him to immediately show the others the evidence. The alarmed head of the Kunska company was now keeping his mouth shut and standing still, leaning on a wooden cane. His nervous colleague asked why he had frozen in place and was acting like a vegetable when urgent action was needed. Unexpectedly, the elderly gentleman said he had no arguments to offer, so it was pointless to continue the argument. The stunned woman felt her pupils constrict and nearly fainted right in the middle of the hall. The equally shocked guests didn't understand what was going on at all, since they had hoped that Dantalion would be punished. The tense Paimon began to sweat profusely, asking again what her old comrade had just said. The deeply frightened old man replied that he had never had any evidence to begin with, and called all of Her Majesty's words lies. The guests at Walpurgis night were stunned by what they heard, while the beautiful Barbados gloated, as that was exactly what she had wanted. For his part, the stern Malbus listened silently to the details of the events, conducting a thorough analysis in his mind. The Demon King, as always, wore a sincere smirk, satisfied that Ivar had done his job as expected. In the end, the princess couldn't take it anymore and gave in to a fit of unprecedented rage, screaming at the top of her lungs and terrifying everyone around her. The enraged woman shouted that if the old fool wanted to die so badly, then she would grant his wish right then and there. Suddenly, someone stomped their foot loudly, shattering the stone slab beneath them, a terrifying sight. The guests at Walpurgis night were deeply unsettled, as the tension was mounting by the second. In a raised voice, the stern Malbus ordered the queen to calm down immediately and not dare to disrupt the sanctity of the gathering. A thick vein stood out on the girl's face in anger, and she fell silent, thinking of how to get around the ruler's prohibitions. That very moment, she demanded that her personal advisor at the company, Torker, who had never let her down, be brought to her. A tense Barbados silently glanced around, while Dantalion showed no emotion whatsoever. Like a predator, Paimon waited for the goblin to appear, who was supposed to take her side and help her. The short, pointy-eared creature appeared in the hall at that very moment, drawing the attention of everyone standing around him. Drenched in sweat, Lodbrok was horrified at the sight of Torker, whom he had previously trusted. The hero wondered what kind of oddball this was and how a lowly servant could possibly help a woman in such a situation. The young man, who was plotting something evil, said to himself that it was all over for Ivar and Paimon. Torker, looking concerned, glanced at the head of the corporation, who no longer seemed so confident. The elderly gentleman lowered his head, trying not to look anyone in the eye, for he felt ashamed. At that moment, the goblin was tense and trying to plan his next moves so as not to remain an enemy to anyone. The impulsive lady exclaimed that the assistant himself had told her that the Demon King was to blame for the spread of the plague. She added that there could be no doubt about this, but noticed that the long-eared one's behavior had changed. Nevertheless, her counterpart confirmed that everything was exactly as Her Majesty had said, after which a brief silence fell. The concerned people watched the unfolding events with wide eyes, hoping that everything would turn out all right. Unexpectedly, Torker remarked that he blamed Dantalion for the outbreak of the epidemic, but admitted that he had made the whole thing up himself. Now old Ivar was like a baby who had had a nightmare on a rainy night, while Malbus remained stern. The extremely serious hero silently watched the situation unfold, realizing that everything would be different from now on. A nervous Paimon had no idea what nonsense the goblin was spouting and began to suspect that Lodbrok had ordered him to say those things. Zubasti firmly emphasized that they had received no such orders from anyone and that he alone was to blame for everything. The incredibly angry princess asked him to tell everyone the truth, unable to believe that he could have made such a foolish mistake. She added that she knew him like the back of her hand, since they'd known each other for what felt like 1,000 years. The woman addressed him not as a client, but as a longtime friend, and asked once again who had orchestrated all of this. Persistent and resolute, Torker replied without a moment's hesitation that he alone was to blame for everything. He admitted that he wanted to get his hands on the black herb owned by His Majesty Dantalion, but he couldn't have pulled it off on his own. That is precisely why, to achieve his goal, the cunning, long-eared creature enlisted Princess Paimon, who trusted him and went along with his plan. Mr. Ivar, who loved to line his pockets and craved even more power, was also drawn into the operation. Deeply shaken, the lady at first dismissed what she heard as nonsense, but it was the absolute truth. The short man added that he had simply taken advantage of the woman's favor, as well as the power of Kunsk, the company's head. When the revelations finally ended, he wrinkled his green snout, down which beads of sweat began to trickle, and waited for the crowd's reaction. A surprised Dantalion began piecing together the puzzle in his mind. Even he hadn't expected such behavior from the seemingly pathetic Torker. An angry Malbus concluded that the insolent fellow had been pursuing his own selfish goals and had deceived the Demon King for that very purpose. Looking the scoundrel in the eye, the old man asked if he realized the gravity of his crime, for which punishment was inevitable. The green-skinned man calmly said that now that his entire cunning plan had fallen apart, he knew what awaited him. The department head added that if Lady Paimon was at fault at all, it was only for believing the words of an elderly fool. In a quiet voice, Torker addressed Lodbrok, saying that this was the last thing he could do for him. Pointing the dagger at his face, he exclaimed that, to atone for his grave guilt, he would sacrifice his life. A stunned Dantalion had not expected such a turn of events, and a tense Lapis watched the situation unfold alongside him. For his part, the old man Ivar, who was a close friend of the goblin, trembled violently with fear and nearly fainted. In less than a minute, dark blood spattered everywhere, sending Princess Paimon into a state of unprecedented shock. The lady could not believe what she was seeing, but her close friend had indeed been suddenly killed. The people in the hall were stunned to see Torker, who had refused to live with the mark, now lying dead on the tiled floor. Tears began to well up in the queen's eyes, for the goblin had been through many difficult situations with her, and now he was gone. In horror, she lost her balance and fell to her knees, refusing to believe what she had seen and unwilling to accept it. Bursting into tears, the breathless lady began to scream loudly, asking how he could have died so suddenly. The distraught onlookers began rushing toward Her Majesty and turning to Lord Malbus, who remained calm. The unwavering elder ordered that she be immediately escorted out of the hall so she would not disrupt the Walpurgis night gathering. The calm subordinates helped the woman to her feet and began to escort her to a quieter place. Barbatos, who was still conscious, exclaimed that it was a splendid sight, for now the wretch had gotten what she deserved. The leader shouted at her to be quiet, and Dantalion knelt down beside Torker's already cold body. The hero silently praised the goblin's resolve. He had sacrificed himself to clear Paimon and Ivar of all charges, making them appear as victims in the eyes of the others. The young man covered the cold body with his own cloak, carefully adjusting it, and it was a dignified gesture on his part. Standing off to the side, Lodbrok closed his eyes with a trembling hand, unable to bear the sight of his close comrade now drained of blood. Silently saluting, The Demon King thought to himself that he sincerely respected Torquer's courage, which had impressed everyone. Suddenly, Malbus promised that he would compensate the princess for all her losses, and that the matter could be considered closed. The calm young man stunned His Majesty by saying that there was no need for that, while Barbados did not quite understand what was happening. Getting to his feet, he added that Lady Paimon was merely a victim of deception and that no one could undo what had been done. The young man noted that Torquer was already dead, and he had no right to make others bear responsibility for his actions. The just elder praised the young man, who had once again conducted himself with dignity. The system notified the hero that the Demon King's favor toward him had increased by 20 points. He added that he sincerely respected the hero's decision and assured him that people would be talking about the breadth of his soul for a long time to come. The gentleman said that there was no longer any need for a vote and officially declared Walpurgis Night over. The elderly man invited the distinguished guests to enjoy the local alcohol until dawn. An enthusiastic Barbatos praised his unprecedented generosity and shouted for them to bring out everything they had. Beating Dantalion with her finger, the beauty invited him to have a drink with her, as if she wanted to talk about something in private. The emotionless young man concluded that the yellow-eyed girl would cause him more trouble, and that there was no escaping her. Soon the situation returned to normal, and now people began to have fun, socializing with one another and enjoying their drinks. With a heavy heart, Ivar picked up the dead Torquer and carried him off in an unknown direction, recalling the best moments of their friendship. The grieving gentleman silently acknowledged to himself that they had lost this war and that nothing could be done now. Walking down the long, dark corridor, Lodbrok hoped his friend would forgive him and promised that one day he would repay this debt. Meanwhile, beneath a moon slightly obscured by clouds, the protagonist stood by the railing, lost in thought. A little earlier, the restless Barbados had been sitting in his arms, holding onto his neck and pouring alcohol into his mouth. The young man, feeling nauseous, couldn't understand how she alone could down so much liquor, and assumed that all kings were like that. As he descended the steps, Dantalion realized that the alcohol had gone to his head after all, which was why he decided to get some fresh air. For a moment, the brave young man caught himself thinking that a great many unusual events had occurred since he'd entered the game. He had met quite a few different characters. Some of them had become close to him, while others he had to deal with. He had to use stone golems, control the beautiful Lazuret, and fly with the Berber sisters. Other rulers had also stood in his way, including the psychopath Lodbrok, whose true form was that of a tiny fairy. Smiling, the young man mentally addressed his pathetic father, saying that he had managed to build a pretty good life for himself in this world. His thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of Lapis, whom the young man immediately declared his beloved fiancée. He emphasized that she knew him very well, since she had been able to find him without any trouble and without wasting much time. Suddenly, the girl said that the young man had acted rashly today and asked why he had spared the treacherous Paimon. She also pointed out that it would have been better to get rid of the root of the problem, but instead the reckless young man had let her escape. The young man realized she was about to lecture him again and asked her to let him rest a bit, as he was very tired. In turn, the blue-eyed woman began to stare at him silently, as if plotting something and gathering her courage. Exhausted, Dantalion asked her not to look at him like that and added that Paimon and his friends wouldn't be able to stop them. Spreading his arms wide, the self-assured hero suddenly declared that he planned to pull off something no one in this world had ever dreamed of. With a smile on his face, he assured her that he would definitely keep his promise and that an unforgettable sight would unfold before the beauty's eyes. Deeply impressed, the lady was simply stunned by his bold words and involuntarily opened her mouth. Gathering her thoughts, she decided not to argue and to trust His Majesty, who had never let her down. Relaxing, the brunette admitted that he had thought she would scold him at first, but fortunately, things turned out differently. Suddenly, Lazuret boldly grabbed him by his vest and pulled him toward her, which looked very unusual. Not wanting to waste any more time, the brave lady kissed her counterpart on the lips, for she harbored romantic feelings for him. A few seconds later, she pulled away from him and calmly looked him in the eyes, waiting to see his reaction. A stunned Dantalion cried out, asking what on earth that was, since he was completely unprepared for such a turn of events. The unflappable Lapis said she knew His Majesty's true nature, but her words sounded somewhat cryptic. The hero protested that he had made her his fiancée solely to achieve his goal and serve his own interests, not to develop a relationship. Blushing, he added that he could abandon her at any moment, just as he had done during his conversation with Ivar. The unwavering young woman replied that she understood this perfectly well, but that it was simply impossible to stop her. The surprised young man hadn't expected her to be so persistent. After all, he hadn't noticed that side of her before. Smiling more brightly than ever before, the radiant young woman sincerely declared that she believed in His Highness with all her heart. Feeling a sense of relaxation, the young man wrapped his arms around her waist in the moonlight and pulled her close, saying that it was the first time he'd seen her beautiful smile. Surrendering to warm feelings, the hero himself now kissed the charming girl, truly savoring the moment. It was impossible to change the past, and the emotionally wounded young man often recalled how a crazed woman had lunged at the children with a knife. At that moment, the two little girls, their faces scraped, burst into tears, hugging each other and hoping that everything would be all right. Standing off to the side, a frail-looking man and a young boy watched what was happening without intervening in the conflict. The distraught boy urged his dad to break up with the psychopath who took it upon herself to torment the defenseless. His father replied that he couldn't do that since she was the boy's mother, but that was just a lame excuse. The distraught child exclaimed that she wanted to kill his sisters just because they weren't her biological children. He asked whether his father would choose her or his own children, but the man remained silent, which made him extremely angry. Still, the fool said he loved the woman and wouldn't leave her, and tears began to well up in the boy's eyes. Flashing a menacing smile, the scoundrel repeated once more that his feelings for her were mad, so the choice was obvious. The worthless father noted that his pessimistic son always thinks the worst and urged him to think positively. Clenching his fist tightly, the angry boy thought to himself that his father was talking nonsense and promised himself he wouldn't forgive any of them. At that moment, Dantalion received a rather hard slap from the cold-blooded Lapis, which made his cheek turn red. All of this was taking place in the main square of the city of Nibelheim in front of a fairly large crowd of citizens. The agitated onlookers were distressed to witness the deterioration of the young couple's relationship, but no one intervened. Now the lovers stood at a distance, gazing into each other's eyes without a single spark of love. The angry young woman had not expected such a low blow from His Highness, and had always held him in high regard. The embittered ruler held his hand to his face, looking at her and pondering how to punish her. He asked if Lazurit realized that she had raised her hand against her master, and in front of a whole crowd at that. Without a moment's hesitation, the lady answered in the affirmative, completely unafraid of any possible consequences. Unwilling to tolerate such humiliation, Dantalion was ready to teach her a lesson so she would get what she deserved. At the top of his lungs, the brave man declared that as of that moment, Lippis was fired and was no longer anyone's business. 2 hours later, the king was already sitting in a luxurious armchair at Admiral Nibelheim's residence, explaining that this was how they had parted ways. Tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest, he asked why she was there, though it wasn't clear exactly who he was referring to. As it turned out, sitting across from him with a glass of wine in her hand was the enigmatic Barbados, who was curious to chat with him. The lady replied that in the demon world, everyone was talking about how the hottest couple had broken up, and she called it amusing. The young man said he wasn't in the mood right now, and was somewhat impressed that the rumors had spread so quickly. Speaking sternly, he added that he didn't want to discuss it with anyone, so there was no point in asking him questions. His counterpart called him cold, then noted that she had been kind enough to come in person to hear the youngest ruler's story. The hero didn't quite like the name she'd called him, but he still behaved with restraint. Looking at him over her glass, Barbatos said that usually, mongrels like Lazurit are killed even if they simply try to touch the king. The impulsive young man asked her not to stick her nose into someone else's love life and told her to go away. Smiling, the beauty admitted that she liked him anyway, adding that as the older one, she was obligated to look after the youngster. She asked Dantalion not to sulk, saying that the world was full of beautiful women and he would soon forget the half-breed. After hearing this, the young gentleman fell deep in thought and remained silent, a look of mystery on his face. The lady promised that if the king did as she said, even the high elves would want a piece of him, and he wouldn't even have to lift a finger. Her proposal proved quite intriguing to the horned one, who was now seriously considering agreeing to it. The red wine lover assured him that she would never give bad advice and urged her counterpart to tell her what had happened between them. The young man didn't even know where to start, so he took his time before speaking, trying to formulate a clear statement. He began to explain that half a month ago, an old woman had come to him claiming to be Lala's mother. Then the young man said that according to rumors, Leapis had been an orphan her whole life and asked if the woman hadn't abandoned her and run away. The elderly woman burst into tears and began to say that she had been driven out of the village immediately after her daughter's birth. But not a day went by without her thinking about her. All her life, the unfortunate woman had been searching for her blood relative, and one day important rumors finally reached her. The young man promised to let her meet Lazuret, and the toothless, wrinkled old woman began to thank him for his kindness. At that moment, a calm young woman entered the room and informed His Highness that a letter had arrived for him. The hero pointed out that she had arrived just in time and asked if she recognized the old woman kneeling before him. The emotionless young woman said nothing in response, and Dantalian noted that he too had not expected her to appear. Trembling with excitement, the woman reached out with her withered hands toward her daughter, whose name was engraved on her heart. Blue-eyed Lazuret was completely stunned and didn't even know how to react to what was happening. Weeping with joy, the grandmother could not believe her luck at finding her long-lost child after so many years. Trying to control her emotions, the lovely lady began to clench her fist tightly so as not to give in to sentimentality. The Demon King immediately noticed her unusual behavior, though he did not quite understand what was happening. At that very moment, the young man turned to the old woman who had definitively stated that she was Lapis's mother. He warned her that lying to the ruler of the demons was punishable by death, and added that since she had come here, she must be certain that this was her daughter. The frightened woman assured him that this was indeed her child and sincerely hoped that he would believe her. Giving her a menacing, malicious glare, Dantalian asked why she had only now rushed to look for Lapis. The old woman replied that she was simply having a hard time, and the hero asked if she meant to say she had been too busy. The old woman said that her daughter had been just a child and might have misunderstood everything, but that was in the past now, and she wanted them to be a family again. Unexpectedly, without any further ado, the brave man drove his fist deep into her wrinkled face, striking her to the very core of her heart. Blood splattered everywhere, and the stern warrior declared that it was not up to a pathetic little bitch to decide what to do with the girl's past. The defenseless woman collapsed to the ground, and the merciless fighter asked if she might be interested in hearing Lala's opinion. He realized that the calculating old woman clearly thought that once she met her daughter, she would immediately share her treasures with her. The hero added that Lapis was dear to him, and he had no intention of forgiving anyone who wanted to harm her. Suddenly, the girl standing behind him urged him to stop immediately and put an end to this terrible farce. Swinging his sword, the stern Dantalian declared that the old woman had remembered her motherhood too late and clearly wanted to profit off her own child. Terrified and in tears, the woman began to scream so loudly that her last few frail teeth nearly flew across the room. The resolute Lazuret stepped in to defend the elderly lady, once again asking the Demon King to calm down. The helpless old woman began to crawl away, desperately hoping she could save her life and escape. The protagonist calmly asked if Lala really intended to spare the life of the man who had brazenly ruined her life. She replied unperturbed that it wasn't worth His Highness's effort, which was why she had urged him to come to his senses. The hot-tempered Dantalian exclaimed that, in that case, they should hire mercenaries to see the job through to the end. Unexpectedly, the cool-headed girl turned to him, saying that he knew nothing about her, so he shouldn't meddle. At that moment, the system notified them that Lapis's favor level toward the ruler had unexpectedly dropped by 10 points. The disheartened hero was almost at a loss for words as he asked why Lazuret was angry with him over what was happening. Without giving any answer, the lady simply turned around and began to walk out of the room, leaving behind a great deal of confusion. At that moment, Barbados, who had already grown very bored listening to the youngest of the king's story, suddenly asked whether Dantalian had completely lost his mind and whether he even understood what he had been doing. The young man, for his part, believed that the woman who had ruined Lala's life had come to him, so he had acted sensibly. Sticking out her tongue, the yellow-eyed woman said she'd expected her counterpart to be at least somewhat useful, but he was just a psycho. Just as she decided she could use him for more than just pleasure, everything went down the drain and her expectations were shattered. Feeling tense, Barbados emphasized that the dimwit had tried to kill her own mother right in front of her. The demon thought it over and remarked that if a person deserves to die, it's easier to finish him off on the spot. Her companion expressed sympathy for a mongrel named Lapis and noted that if she were in her place, she would have castrated the fool. Deciding not to dwell on it too much, she asked what happened next, and Dantalion hesitated slightly. The Horned Lady asked if it was true that this had happened half a month ago and that something else had clearly happened after that. Suddenly, the young man froze with his mouth agape, having become completely mesmerized by her luxurious, voluptuous hips. The girl asked what he was staring at and emphasized that if he wanted to ogle her, he'd have to pay for it. Leaning back, the king said he was already very tired from the day's events and that he needed to be in the right mood for such conversations. He also reminded her that 2 hours earlier his beloved had left him and that the yellow-eyed girl had allowed him to admire her figure. The young man stopped whining and decided to continue his monologue, saying that on that occasion Lala had brought him a letter. Without a moment's hesitation, he held out the evidence to Barbados, who was sitting in front of him, realizing that it might explain a few things. The torn sheet of paper stated that Dantalion was someone's next target, and that in 10 days, 2,000 soldiers would attack his castle. The princess, showing little emotion, imagined a whole horde of warriors watching as the ruler's residence burned to the ground. The daredevil reacted to the dire circumstances quite calmly, though he hadn't yet fully grasped them. Barbados, sitting in front, began to grin mischievously as she pieced together the puzzle in her mind and pondered who might be threatening him. After taking a sip of wine and spilling a little, she remarked that it sounded like a threat, but the young man corrected her, saying it was more of a warning. The woman with the curvaceous hips asked if there was any difference between the two concepts. The serious young man immediately asked her to take a closer look at the text, realizing that she clearly hadn't understood something. Watching the drops of wine fall ceaselessly onto the floor, he added that there were only 2 sentences, but they contained many important details. As she filled her glass once more, Barbatos was slightly puzzled by the young man's words. The young man reread the message, stating that he had become someone's next target, realizing that there was a clue there. He emphasized that the words in question could be interpreted to mean that someone was not his enemy. For a threat, the letter was written in too mild a tone, so the protagonist sensed that something wasn't quite right. Setting the nearly empty bottle aside, his companion noted that the idea was quite interesting, but she still didn't understand where the young man was going with it. The protagonist said that the author was clearly someone from the upper class, since there were no mistakes in the text. And judging by the slant of the letters, the unknown person could write with both hands. Smiling and impressed, Barbados called it all amusing and asked how he had figured that out. The perceptive young man pointed out that a person's lifestyle could be deduced from their handwriting. And in this case, the writer held a rather high-ranking position. The carefree queen asked him to show her the sheet of paper again, wanting to examine the details more closely. Using magic, she pulled the evidence toward her with a flick of her index finger, but this did not surprise her companion in the least. Showing little emotion, the pensive Barbados asked how the little one had managed to figure it out. With a heavy sigh, Dantalion first asked what she needed her eyes for, and then told her to look more closely. The rather dim-witted young woman noticed only that there was a comma between the 2 and the 3 zeros. The hero tried to remain calm so as not to snap at his counterpart, who clearly wasn't very quick on the uptake. Still, he said that it was a waste of time for an ordinary person to fuss over punctuation marks, but their author was accustomed to doing so even with numbers. The daredevils surmised that the mysterious stranger often dealt with large sums of money and had to interact with many people on a daily basis. It was suggested that he kept the books or personally managed a large territory. The cunning Barbados smirked slyly, noting that the youngest one really was losing his mind. The hero said she had jumped to conclusions too soon and added that there were 5 more clues in the short letter. But he declared he wouldn't reveal anything else, since it would be boring to uncover all the secrets at once. Keeping her composure, the yellow-eyed girl realized that the sick freak was taking the liberty of teasing her. Not at all upset, the beauty asked whether it was true that the sender was most likely a merchant. The young man narrowed his eyes and said wearily that he had reached that conclusion based on his own guesses. The young lady giggled, suggesting they dot all the I's and cross all the T's, but the young man didn't quite understand what she meant. Confident in herself, Barbados declared that she would find the person who wrote the letter in no time. The emotionless Dantalion could not have imagined that the demon queen was capable of such an act. The cunning lady asked who he thought she was, and suddenly an aura of dark magic began to emanate from her. She gently bit her finger and directed the energy toward her interlocutor, but her intentions remained unclear. The disconcerted young man had no idea what was happening, and the torn piece of paper immediately flew away from him. The lady pulled the sheet back toward her and began to cast a spell using her own blood, which looked mesmerizing. A somewhat frightening smile remained on her face, and she was behaving unusually, but the ruler of the demons did not intervene. As it turned out, Barbatos, the queen of demons, had ordered the letter to fly back to the sender, which was astonishing. Right before his eyes, the paper began to burn with a dark blue flame that rapidly consumed it. In less than a minute, the sheet of paper simply vanished into thin air, and Dantalion was left speechless by what he had seen and fell into a stupor. A terrifying bat with red eyes suddenly appeared in the air, emitting repulsive sounds. The seemingly mad, yellow-eyed woman began to control the creature with hand gestures, guiding it in the right direction. Stroking her pet, she said that it would find the author without any trouble, and in no time at all, since it had been specially trained beforehand. Once the search was over, the little creature would immediately send a signal to its mistress, who would spring into action without delay. Smiling, the king, pleasantly impressed, called it a good move that would help them unravel the mysteries. Without wasting any time, the lady released the bat toward the window and relaxed, knowing that everything would turn out perfectly. Crossing one leg over the other, the beauty promised to help her ally, as she wanted to mend their relationship. The hero admitted that he had always considered her magnificent, and then asked how long the search would take. He knew full well that if the incomparable Barbatos took on the task, it certainly wouldn't drag on for long. Aware of her own importance, the lady firmly stated that if she weren't around, the guy would be hunting down the stranger for months. Feeling a bit on edge, the lady advised him to be grateful that she had taken on this difficult task for everyone. The princess noted that her magic never fails, and added that they would definitely verify the boy's conclusions. She asked once more whether it was true that, in the opinion of the serious Dantalion, the letter had been written by a merchant. Smiling, the gentleman replied that it was merely a guess, since he had once had a friend like that. It was said that if he were one of them, he would be caught quickly, and Barbatos asked out of curiosity what her comrade planned to do. The mysterious young man repeated once more that he had been on friendly terms with the merchant in the past. Very soon, a terrified Ivar Lodbrok found himself at his residence, insisting that he hadn't written any letter. The elderly gentleman was extremely agitated, as the protagonist had previously frightened him quite a bit. The young man really wanted to believe the man, but he reminded him that he had already tried to get rid of him, thereby destroying any good impression he had made. The brave young man looked slyly at his counterpart, who had no idea how this whole conversation might end for him. With a trembling voice, Ivar asked him to calm down and speak calmly, but Dantalion had no intention of coddling him. Bowing respectfully, the vampire assured him that he no longer intended to harm his highness. In the first few seconds after hearing this, the Demon King remained silent, but then spoke his companion's name once more. With a terrifying glint in his eyes, he said that he sincerely believed in Lodbrok's powers, but not in Lodbrok himself. Having calmed down somewhat, the old man asked how he might earn the young lord's trust. The shrewd ruler replied that all he had to do was fulfill just a couple more of his important requests. Drenched in sweat, Ivar asked what exactly was expected of him, realizing he was getting himself into yet another bind. Breaking into a smile, the young man asked to be given a chance to think things through a bit first, and only then say anything. Unexpectedly, he declared that he wanted to hire a squad of tough mercenaries who could be of great service to him. He emphasized that he needed only high-ranking mercenaries capable of killing in an instant. Dantalion, giving orders, noted that in just 2 days he should have as many as 3,000 brave fighters. A very nervous Lodbrok realized that this was a virtually impossible task, but he had no choice. The disheartened old man was initially at a loss for words, as everything had been stated quite firmly and sharply. Alarmed, he asked again, "Do I really only have 2 days to complete this extremely difficult task?" The protagonist asked if the old man meant that he wouldn't be able to achieve the goal he'd been given. The vampire replied in a trembling voice that he could assemble an army, but there wasn't nearly enough time. The man added that if His Highness needed high-ranking mercenaries, he'd already been in the bath for half a month. The young man didn't quite understand what they were talking about, since there were plenty of capable fighters roaming nearby. A troubled Lodbrok remained silent, pondering the pressing matter and unsure how to extricate himself from this difficult situation. The Demon King urged him to look around, emphasizing that he was referring to the army of Nibelheim, which numbered about 4,000 soldiers. He added that Ivar was in fact the ruler of the city, so he could easily borrow them for a while. The tense gentleman said that if they did so, the settlement's defenses would be instantly weakened. They were talking about the main trading town of the demon world, which had to be protected like the apple of one's eye. The nervous vampire warned that if Nibelheim fell, it would have a severe impact on the entire demon dimension. The old man also wanted to point out something else, but suddenly something happened and he had to fall silent abruptly. Dantalion, listening intently, asked him to continue his monologue as he needed the details. The elderly man reminded him that the terrible problem of the plague, which was still claiming lives, was far from resolved. The young man sat down in an armchair and mysteriously bowed his head toward the floor, speaking softly to his interlocutor. The angry hero said that the old man's comfort was none of his business and expressed his displeasure with a glance. Tense, Lodbrok was afraid to argue with his majesty, so he tried to keep quiet as much as possible. Slowly approaching, Dantalion slipped his hand into his cloak pocket, wondering if the old man had forgotten something important. With a menacing smile, he pulled out a strand of golden hair and reminded him that Ivar's beautiful body was in his power. The little fairy with her enchanting facial features could be destroyed by the ruler's men at any moment. Deeply shaken, the vampire nearly fainted upon hearing this and realized he would have to submit once again. Still, the man objected, saying he had done everything the hero had told him to do, namely, to go against Paimon. He had also sacrificed one of the leaders of the Chamber of Commerce, all to protect the devil's spawn. Taking steps toward him, the king emphasized that it was solely for this reason that Ivar had sworn allegiance to him. Feeling increasingly fearful, the gentleman began to breathe heavily and experience a strong heartbeat. The young man soon stopped and decided to clarify one more detail that was of great importance. In a quiet tone, the daredevil suggested going over the matter once more to dot the I's and cross the T's. Unexpectedly, he sternly declared that the worthless old man simply needed to get down on all fours in front of him. Terrified, the old man began to break out in a cold sweat again and nearly choked, realizing he had no choice. The gray-haired vampire instantly fell to his knees before the ruler, with whom he had no right to argue. Finding it hard to breathe, Ivar silently hoped that he would at least manage to stay alive after what was happening. The gentleman could only wait with trepidation for the verdict, which could be fatal. The cold-blooded demon ordered him to bow his head immediately, showing not even the slightest hint of mercy. The old man felt worse and worse and was on the verge of fainting, but he had to endure it so as not to make matters worse. Still, he obeyed the king and began to tremble violently, even chattering his teeth. The invincible ruler brazenly stepped on the old man's flabby head with his foot and began, quite literally, to press him into the floor. Smiling, the seemingly good-natured hero emphasized that their relationship was a very simple one. Then the young man began to chuckle, and the old man had no choice but to agree with him, since there was no way he could escape. The young man continued to taunt him, inflicting ever-increasing pain for refusing to carry out his orders. Through his cruel actions, he sought to force obedience from his helpless subordinate. The brave man repeated once more that in exactly 2 days, he would need an army of 3,000 valiant soldiers. Now the frail Lodbrok was afraid to object and merely said that everything would be done as his majesty commanded. The calm Dantalion praised the servants, then remembered that he had one more small request. The man, however, felt an unprecedented weariness and doubted he would be able to manage it, but he had no choice. He wanted the cunning vampire to gather some information about a certain important person. At that moment, Barbados sarcastically called the king a sadist and was already imagining the old man writhing in pain. Then, in a raised voice, she asked what about the search for the author of the letter whom they needed to track down. Smiling slightly, the shrewd young man asked her not to rush things and wasn't worried about anything at all. The young man promised they would come back to that later, and besides, the beauty was more interested in what had happened between him and Lala. On September 7th, according to the imperial calendar, Dantalion, who had been sleeping soundly, woke up in Governor Nibelheim's castle. Reluctantly rolling onto his side, the young man, still groggy from sleep, asked why it was so noisy in the morning. Lapis, who had slept with him all night, pointed out that it was already noon, and a small note was visible in her hands. Smiling, the young man asked if it was true that she was holding a message from Ivar, who had been carrying out an important assignment. Throwing a white shirt over her bare body, the blue-eyed girl noted that the information was quite reliable. She said that there were 13 slave markets in the Kingdom of Sardinia, and that 4 of them were frequented by aristocrats. The girl added that the slave the Demon King was looking for had been replaced at Papia's trading pavilion. The utterly calm Dantalian now relaxed even further, as everything was going exactly as he wanted. His beloved noted that the target's name was Laura de Parnes, which sounded quite unusual and beautiful. She was the child of a marquis and a maid who had lived together their entire lives without ever reproaching one another. From the moment she was born, the lady was a stranger to everyone, and for many years she was kept in the dungeon, her very existence concealed. The innocent blonde did not have the happiest of childhoods, but there was nothing she could do to change it. A serious Lazurit asked why His Highness had taken an interest in a human child. The sarcastic demon asked if his beloved beauty was jealous, since she was asking such questions. The pink-haired lady said she simply hadn't expected the young gentleman to be interested in small children. A stunned Dantalian urged her to stop such jokes, exclaiming that he had an important mission on his mind. But the young woman, for her part, remained completely unperturbed and looked at him silently, as if analyzing his behavior. With a heavy sigh, the dark-haired man pressed his hand to his eyes and felt a slight sense of shame, but tried to calm down as quickly as possible. He admitted that he was genuinely interested in the captive lady, who had clearly lost all joy in life. It had been said that she might have exactly what they needed, so she was constantly on his mind. The hero emphasized that Laura hated people more than anyone else and might be able to provide answers to many questions. The calm Lala was curious as to why the young woman harbored such animosity toward the human race. The brave man suggested she put herself in the shoes of a lady whose family had denied her very existence her entire life. She had spent her entire life in confinement, where she was constantly bullied and made to feel despised. After the fall of the Parnes clan, the blonde woman became a slave, enduring even greater hardships. Having finished his story, Dantalian was about to ask his beloved a question, as he was interested in her opinion. He asked what, in the blue-eyed beauty's opinion, the unfortunate Laura, imprisoned in captivity, was thinking. The young man asked her to try to imagine it, confident that she would be able to grasp their purpose mentally. Suddenly his expression turned somewhat frightening, and the king himself said that the answer was very simple. In his mind, the hero began to picture a horrific scene where everything around him was burning, and a woman's silhouette was moving across the ruined ground with a sword in her hands. The brave young man remarked that the victim yearned to take revenge on everyone in this world by inflicting even more pain upon them. With an elaborate chuckle, Dantalian remarked that someone like her was always needed, which was why he had been chasing after her. As always, the unflappable Lapis listened silently to his stories, wondering what might come of all this. The cheerful young man noticed her quiet demeanor and asked if he had perhaps disappointed her with his ideas. Without a moment's hesitation, the beauty confirmed this, but remained quite reserved and even emotionless. She admitted that she was certain the king simply wanted a charming maid of noble blood. The impulsive young man exclaimed that he had never even thought of such a thing and asked what she actually thought of him. The disheartened young woman was already hoping that the blonde would relieve her of the burden of satisfying his tiresome demands. The guy pointed out that she was the one who had initiated the kisses, so she couldn't blame him for anything. The lady said that at that moment she hadn't yet known about his stamina, and added wearily that it took too much time and energy. She didn't know how she could go on working if she had to spend whole days pleasing him with massages and other things. Just then a woman knocked on the door and said in a gentle voice that His Highness's lunch was ready. The young couple looked toward the doorway, and the hero motioned for the maid to come in. Unexpectedly, a trio of beauties entered, each carrying a tray, and one of them was even pushing a rather large cart. The green-haired lady walking in front, her face serene, gave a polite smile. The young men hoped they would be given their food as soon as possible and left alone again, since they weren't really dressed. Yet the servants didn't seem at all surprised by the fact that the people standing before them were ready for bed. Still, the flustered woman apologized for interrupting the Demon King and his beloved. The stern ruler noted that he himself had asked them to come in and said they could go about their business. After paying their respects, the leader of the trio said that everything would be taken care of within the next few minutes. To the rhythm of a waltz, the ladies began setting the table, but one of them suddenly found herself staring at the leader. In turn, the cool-headed Liapis slipped into her pants and was fully dressed in a matter of seconds. The maid inadvertently showed her displeasure but nevertheless continued to carry out her duties in silence. Dantalion, who never forgave mistakes, noticed this and began to glare at her sternly, even as she thought she was being discreet. Then the young man turned his attention to Lazurit, who was standing by the bed, adjusting her clothes and braiding her hair. She was completely calm and was preening herself while pondering the immediate situation and her next moves. Soon the servants reported that dinner was served and asked permission to leave, but the king unexpectedly ordered them to remain where they were. He repeated once more that each of them must remain motionless, while he himself began to rise slowly from the bed. Even the unflappable Lala couldn't fathom what Dantalion had in mind. Predicting his actions was practically impossible. The flustered, elf-like lady asked if they had done something wrong, since His Highness was so angry. The young man suddenly asked which one of them had just dared to click their tongue in displeasure, causing them to be afraid to even breathe. The eldest of the trio had no idea what he was talking about, and the hero pointed out that she had decided to play dumb. Jumping to his feet abruptly, the brave man noted that he knew exactly what sound was causing his irritation. Throwing a robe over his naked body, the stern demon asked which of them had clicked their tongue, showing bad manners. His gaze was fixed on the brown-haired girl, who began to tremble, thereby unwittingly revealing that she was the culprit. His colleagues scattered to the sides while the ruler approached her, silently scrutinizing her from head to toe. The ruler moved right up close to the servant, who was drenched in sweat, asking her if she had made the indecent gesture. Glaring at her, he asked in a raised voice why she had done it, and the girl began to apologize. At the same time, Dantalion knew full well that she had made that sound toward Lala, who clearly aroused her dislike. Her friends were very worried about the girl, who obviously believed that a pathetic half-breed was unworthy of being with the Demon King. Reaching for the sharp knife on the nightstand, the daredevil first of all declared that Lapis was his fiancée. He threatened that even if she were his servant 3 times over, she was not allowed to look down on his other half. Out of fear, the girl began to cry and in a trembling voice begged for forgiveness, hoping to stay alive. At that moment, Lazurit herself addressed His Highness, suddenly urging him to stop immediately. Alarmed, Dantalion first thought he had misheard, but he turned around anyway and looked at her. The unwavering woman looked straight into his soul, mentally signaling that he should slow down. The deeply surprised, dark-haired man couldn't believe that she had actually stood up for the servant, who clearly didn't want her there. The young man once again gave in to his emotions, just as he had the last time when he started beating up the defenseless old woman who called herself Lala's mother. The young man realized that the terrified lady had merely clicked her tongue, yet he had already turned that into a crime. He told himself that it clearly wasn't worth taking it out on her, but still something wouldn't let him rest. Relaxing his grip, the king urged himself to think clearly, noting that his beloved would not like this at all either. Coming to his senses, the young gentleman asked if the silly girl understood where she had gone wrong, and she gave a sharp, affirmative answer. Turning his head toward the wall, the ruler told the maids to leave the room and leave him alone with his thoughts. The friends took the trembling lady by the arms and began to lead her away, and one of them said that they were truly sorry. A few seconds later, Dantalion finally calmed down completely, and a slight smirk even appeared on his face. Adopting a positive attitude, the young man said that when it came to Lala, he acted like a fool, but this time he'd managed to pull himself together. In response, his partner gave him a stern look, as if she were offended by the stunt he'd pulled. The system unexpectedly notified him that Lazurit's affection level for the Demon King had dropped by 7 points. It now stood at just 11 points, which was quite low for developing a romantic relationship. The serious lady said she would prepare everything necessary for the trip to the slave market and added that they could leave after lunch. After that, she asked permission to leave and headed for the exit, while the agitated young man begged her to stay. Feeling deeply guilty, Dantalion wondered to himself why his beloved hadn't forgiven him and couldn't understand what he had done wrong. After some time, Barbatos' sister arrived at their destination and suggested they get started as soon as possible. The protagonist felt calm, and standing beside him was Lazurit in a sand-colored camouflage robe. Smiling, the Demon King asked the blonde to get to work and stay focused. With a flick of her finger, the beauty activated her magic to retrieve Hermes' equipment. A strong, swirling wind arose around them, catching the attention of the others who remained unfazed. The charming witch asked Miss Lazuret to move aside slightly and directed the stream forward. A surprised Dantalian watched with wide eyes as events unfolded right before his eyes. The cool-headed Lapis didn't find the phenomenon remarkable, so she continued to ponder and analyze. Standing in the thick white smoke, the protagonist said that today's topic was the mysterious merchant. A few seconds later, the young man took on a slightly different appearance and now looked like an ordinary person. After feeling his head, he noticed that the red horn had indeed disappeared, so his sister deserved praise. The king noted that her actions were quite good, and she felt a warmth in her heart and thanked him. The brave young man felt completely at ease, for he was certain that now no one would even suspect that he was the ruler of the demons. Concerned, Berber turned to His Highness, emphasizing that he should be extremely cautious. She added that after a day had passed, the transformation magic would wear off, so he couldn't let his guard down. Grinning, the young man joked about Cinderella's magic, but still said that this should be enough for him. Then the young man turned to the witch, calling her Granny, and asked her to gather his sisters and wait for his signal. Saluting him, the polite blonde promised that everything would be handled with the utmost care and that he needn't worry. The young gentleman's attention shifted to the unflappable Lazuret, whose attitude toward him had changed. The beauty was gazing into the distance, but suddenly she glanced at the king, who wanted to make peace. The hero tried to joke, saying that sometimes it's useful to change one's appearance, and asked if Lale liked him this way. The girl said they needed to find a guide before heading deeper into the city and asked him to follow her. She also emphasized that this morning's events must remain a strict secret so that nothing would go wrong. The lady asked the ruler to try not to reveal his identity and to behave as discreetly as possible. Squaring his shoulders, the self-assured young man replied that he understood everything and urged them to move forward as quickly as possible. With his back turned, he began to worry that Lazuret's attitude toward him had changed significantly and that she was now colder toward him. It all stemmed from that one time when the psychopath had threatened a defenseless maid with a sword, reducing her to tears. His relationship with the beauty was only getting worse with each passing day, but Dantalian couldn't figure out what he'd done wrong. The fair-haired witch gazed into the distance with a hint of surprise, wondering where the reconnaissance party would be heading. The group had a short distance to cover before reaching the town's entrance, so they began to move forward cautiously. On September 10th, at the slave market in Babia, a burly man was, as always, rampaging with a whip in his hands, shouting at the slaves to hurry up. Nearby, exhausted young women were bound with chains and wooden planks. Unable to escape, they drew the man's leering glances. Meanwhile, Dantalian was unhappy about the high fee for the guide, but the goblin assured him that for that price, he could show them the entire territory. The long-nosed goblin asked if this was their first time here, and upon hearing an affirmative answer, inquired what kind of slave they wished to purchase. The hero began to think it over and asked for some time to do so, as he needed to weigh all the pros and cons. The guide chuckled and said that there were about 4,000 souls in Babia, adding that although it was a small town, even the rarest specimens could be found there. The young man couldn't wait to take a closer look at everything, and suddenly he remembered something he wanted to clarify. Word had reached the young man that the daughter of a fallen aristocrat had appeared at the market today, so he was curious to know if it was true. Smiling, the goblin with bangs remarked that, as expected, rumors spread quickly. He added that this was definitely an extraordinary curiosity, and like all rarities, it would be put up for sale at tomorrow's auction. The perceptive Dantalian concluded that the big-nosed man knew far too much, and that this was a trait of a good guide. His counterpart said that it was a pleasure for him to receive praise from a visitor to the city, but he warned that he would hardly be able to buy the girl. Turning around, the elf looked off to the side, preparing to explain the reason for the possible failure. The hero's attention was now focused on two men standing off to the side who looked unremarkable. Without showing much emotion, the young man asked who they were and what connection they had to the matter. The guide replied that the man with the black eye patch was the head of the slave traders, named Pabi. Standing to the right was Count Rosal, who was planning to buy that very young lady and who often smoked expensive cigars. Now the young man understood why nothing would work out, but he remained confident and feared no one. It dawned on him that the buyer had already been chosen and he didn't stand a chance, but he didn't seem likely to give up. The brave young man began to chuckle slyly, hatching a cunning plan to achieve his goal after all, and stop at nothing. He asked what he needed to do if he wanted to get close to the slave traders, just like a haughty aristocrat. The goblin, breathless with excitement, replied that it was impossible, because people like that don't befriend just anyone. Unexpectedly, Lala handed him another pouch of coins, which moved him deeply, and he expressed his gratitude. Encouraged, the pointy-eared goblin said that a dinner party would be held today, attended by all the merchants in the city. With a sly smile, Dantelian began to imagine how soon he would become the owner of the girl he desired. The young man clearly remembered that they needed to get to the bar on the outskirts of town, which was located in a gambling house run by slave traders. That evening, he arrived at his destination and entered the building without drawing attention to himself. Still, the people sitting at the tables began to eye him, scrutinizing the stranger from head to toe. Approaching the bar, the young man ordered a glass of wine, and a bearded man set about fulfilling the customer's request. Suddenly, Dantelian heard someone's loud, indignant shout following yet another loss at cards. Earlier, the daredevil had also told the guide that he wanted to find out the name of the merchant who owned the young lady he was looking for. He needed to track down a young man named Giacomo, so he began to look closely at everyone. At a nearby table sat an impulsive fellow who was shouting loudly because he was tired of losing. The red-haired young man suggested placing another bet, since he didn't want to go home looking like a fool. Relaxing and sipping his wine, the hero realized he had found his target, and now it was just a matter of time. The gamblers spent quite a bit of time at the table and didn't head home until late in the evening. Confident in his actions, Dantelian was in no hurry, since he needed to keep an eye on the subject's behavior. Smiling, one of the men asked if Giacomo was okay since he'd really let loose today. Taking a sip of cold beer from a wooden mug, the red-haired kid replied that everything was fine. Slamming the mug down on the table defiantly, he demanded in a raised voice that they start the game and not get distracted by outside factors. His opponents agreed with him and decided to keep having fun, smoking cigarettes, and sipping their foamy drinks. One of the older men chuckled as he looked at his cards, saying that it had been a long time since something like this had happened. The winner immediately began collecting his winnings, saying that today really was his lucky day. A dejected Giacomo didn't want to believe he'd lost again, but the harsh reality was just that. Patting him on the shoulder, the blond man sitting next to him reminded him that he'd won a girl from the Parnes house, so there was no need to be down. Another man pointed out that she could fetch a great deal of money, but the young man still couldn't pull himself together. The gray-haired old man with a cigar was even slightly envious, because everyone knew that Count Rosal would buy the beauty for a huge sum. It was said that he certainly wouldn't skimp, since he possessed an incredibly large fortune. The mustachioed man said that the Lord was known for his amorous nature, so by becoming his slave, the lady would live happily ever after. The tense Giacomo strongly disliked the words of his gambling partners, who were chatting about such things in his presence. One of the brazen fellows admitted that he would like to spend time with the charming lady at least once. Keeping his composure, the red-haired young man urged them to stop the commotion and stop spouting nonsense. Recalling Laura's incredible beauty from their first meeting, he said in a quiet tone that she wasn't like that at all. The young man's cheeks flushed, and he felt a bit uncomfortable, but he tried to stay calm. The blond man smirked and asked him not to say that the kid had become attached to worthless goods that would soon end up in someone else's hands. A nervous Giacomo exclaimed that this was absolutely not the case, and deciding to change the subject, suggested they keep playing. The cunning card shark began hiding a card under the table, noting that they still had the whole night ahead of them and there was no need to rush. The scoundrel mentally mocked the young simpleton, who was far too kind despite being a slave trader. Reaching for the deck, he hoped that this time he would get lucky again and the winnings would go to him. But a stranger suddenly appeared behind the old man and remarked that the whole scene looked quite entertaining, which took him by surprise. Without a word, the brave man swung his dagger straight at the hand of the scoundrel who had dared to cheat. After piercing the scoundrel's limb, the hero flashed a smile, calling his actions disgusting, and carried on as if nothing had happened. The rest of the people sitting at the table were terrified by what they had seen and were speechless with shock. In pain and realizing what had happened, the mustachioed man began screaming at the top of his lungs, and his blood splattered everywhere. The polite Dantelian called him a true slave trader who didn't even consider treating people as equals. The young man decided to focus on the fact that the player had allowed himself to cheat, showing no regard for others. Stunned, Giacomo couldn't believe that his opponent had actually decided to resort to such methods to snatch the winnings. Now a knife was sticking out of the very center of the fool's bloodied hand, with a card also impaled on it. The righteous gentleman turned to the red-haired boy, emphasizing that the scoundrel had brazenly pulled the wool over his eyes. The disheartened youngster didn't know how to behave in such a situation and couldn't seem to gather his thoughts. Acting enigmatically, Dantalian wanted to say something else to the frightened boy, even though he realized he shouldn't do so right now. He calmly asked whether he was correct in assuming that Giacomo wasn't sure whether to sell Laura to Count Roselle. With a trembling voice, the boy said that no one knew the slave girl's name, but the eccentric somehow possessed this information. The hero suggested discussing it later since there was little time, and assured him that he had no interest in the girl becoming a servant. The brave man was also certain that his counterpart didn't want that at all either, and therefore they needed to work together. Impressed, Giacomo was simply dumbfounded and couldn't say a word, while someone off to the side called him a fool yet again. The wounded card sharp exclaimed that a buyer for the girl had already been found, and that the merchant would face severe punishment if he let her escape. The unshakable Dantalian paid no heed to the fool's ramblings and said that, in this situation, the choice rested solely with the red-haired youth. The disheartened young man was flustered by the realization of his words, but tried to gather his thoughts, and a strange warmth welled up inside him. Unexpectedly, the merchant's favorability rating toward the king rose by 10 points, an excellent result in a matter of minutes. The green-eyed kid began to break out in a sweat from the tension and pondered his next moves nonstop. He firmly told the disgruntled mustachioed man that he himself had brought Laura here and that it was up to him to decide what to do with her. After a while, the young men went out onto the street, where by moonlight Dantalian handed his new acquaintance a bottle, saying that its contents would calm him down. At first, the hero seemed scary to the guy, but he wasn't really that bad after all, so his trust in him continued to grow. Raising the bottle in a toast to their new acquaintance, the daredevil suggested that his companion tell him more about the girl, and was sure they would get along. With a sly grin, the dark-haired man added that this was exactly what they would drink to, and the shy young man agreed with him. As they walked down the street, the two struck up a conversation, and Giacomo learned that the warrior was freeing enslaved captives and planned to completely eradicate slavery in this world. The hero added that, to do this, he first needed to find someone like the young man who would support him, which was why he had been looking for him more than for Laura. The shrewd demon king managed to impress the gullible young man, whose fondness for him continued to grow. His companion admitted that he didn't actually want to become a slave trader. His father was in debt, and there were no other jobs in this city. Suddenly, he began bowing repeatedly before the brave young man, begging him to help the captive girl escape. The emotionless champion of justice looked at him in silence, fully understanding his feelings. The brave young man asked why Giacomo was so eager to help Laura, and he replied that she would no longer be human here. The young man blushed again and tried to say something else, but it was as if there were some invisible barrier inside him. Suddenly, unable to control his emotions, the young man hurled a glass bottle, which instantly crashed to the ground. Reaching for the bottle, the young man clutched his head, admitting he'd had one too many, while Dantalian realized the sleeping pill had taken effect. Patting his friend on the back, the hero said he understood his feelings and believed that only he could take care of the lady. The tense merchant asked if he really thought so, and his respect for his companion rose another 10 points. The brunette asked where the lady was now, and Giacomo pointed ahead, replying that she was sitting in the farthest cage. The weary young man silently looked at Dantalian, who calmly told him not to worry about anything. He promised to free Laura, and everything began to blur in the eyes of his newfound friend. There was nothing he could do about it. Smiling, the merchant began to relax rapidly and drift off to sleep, knowing full well that his companion wouldn't let him down. Once again, his regard for the protagonist rose by 20 points, and that was truly an excellent result. The ruler of the demons wondered if he had ever before been able to raise someone else's regard for him so easily. The fact was that Giacomo was a naive, kind-hearted young man, so anyone who wanted to could easily deceive him. But the honest Dantalian respected his feelings, so he silently promised himself that Laura would be happy. Glancing at his watch, the inspired young man realized that the time was right to take action. Suddenly, a rapid transformation back to his former appearance began, but this brave man was no longer afraid at all, since he had made it in time. Now he was once again clad in a long black cloak, and as the king of demons, he headed toward the right cage. Seeing the girl flipping through her notebook, the hero calmly introduced himself as the 71st ruler of the Devil's Brood. With a flash of a smirk, the warrior turned to Laura de Parnes, stating firmly that he had come here specifically for her. The young woman, for her part, was focused on her reading, but upon hearing her name, she stopped abruptly, ready to respond. Remaining unperturbed, she politely asked the stranger not to block her moonlight and made no move to leave. With indifference in her eyes, the exhausted blonde looked at the man across from her, saying she was busy reading. Ms. Parnes was one of the main characters in the game Dungeon Attack and possessed the power to change the world. There was only one difference between her and the main character, which once manifested itself in a horrific battle. At that moment, the terrified fighter screamed for help, hoping that at least someone would be able to pull him off the battlefield. Standing before him was a cold-blooded lady, raising her sword to finish him off and finally restore the silence. The blood-stained lady brought not hope, but despair, which coursed through everyone, spreading through their veins. She left no one alive in her wake, and without a shred of mercy, continued to commit grim atrocities. The main character, in turn, represented the Habsburg Empire, conducting himself with dignity and bringing glory to it in every battle. Laura, meanwhile, fought on behalf of the Kingdom of Brittany, to which she had once sworn to serve until her very death. Both kingdoms launched a great war for dominance over the continent, and it dragged on for agonizingly long years. In the fog of armed conflict, Madame de Parnes killed more people than all the demon kings combined. In a sense, she was the first threat to the protagonist, not the demon rulers, but that wouldn't happen for another 20 years. At the moment, the blonde was nothing more than a 16-year-old girl who couldn't even stand up for herself. It was precisely for this reason that Dantalion had to tame her now, so that in the future the beauty wouldn't turn against him. The brave man declared that he had enough money to outbid anyone at the auction. Besides, there were witches near the market waiting for his orders. He added that as a last resort, he could simply dye the charmer's hair. But he wanted to show respect for her feelings. The resolute gentleman admitted that he needed a subordinate, like the indifferent Laura. The girl hadn't expected this, but the hero pointed out that he didn't need a slave at all, otherwise he would have simply used money or force. The daredevil said that, if she wished, she could test him and see if he was worthy of becoming her respected boss. The lady thanked the King of Maidens for his generous offer and decided to speak about her own fate. But the confident Dantalion interrupted her, emphasizing that he was well aware of the facts surrounding the beauty's difficult life. He warned that tomorrow Count Roselle of the Kingdom of Brittany planned to buy her to satisfy his desires. The man collected noble maidens like Laura with the aim of torturing them, which sounded incredibly gruesome. The hero threatened that it would start with wax torture, and then it would only get worse, all the way up to the amputation of limbs. The calm blonde remarked that she could endure flames and such, but she wouldn't want to lose a leg or an arm, since it would make reading more difficult. The enigmatic king asked if books were really her only concern and remarked that she was surprisingly unflappable. The lady said there was no need to praise her and added that she had realized as early as age 6 that she was a true genius. Smiling, the ruler of the demons called it an extraordinary coincidence that he, too, had realized at that age that he was a child prodigy. The green-eyed girl clarified that she had come to this conclusion when she saw that, at the age of 10, neither her brothers nor her sisters understood anything about geometry. The protagonist, on the other hand, figured it all out when he noticed that his 5-year-old little sister couldn't learn even 2 foreign languages. Every time Laura saw people who couldn't grasp simple truths, she felt sorry for them. She couldn't understand how they managed to live with such tiny brains, so she said she would feel terrible if she were in their shoes. The demon replied that most people were merely pitiful creatures, and that those like them had no choice but to guide them in the right direction. Completely calm, de Parnes asked the steward if that wasn't all too exhausting. The cheerful horned creature agreed with this view, but noted that they were still part of this vast world. Looking at the girl thoughtfully and with a touch of whimsy, he added that one always has to make sacrifices. The pensive blonde wondered if it was possible to make a sacrifice just once, but she couldn't come up with an answer right away. Her companion said that was quite enough and began to chuckle, keeping the conversation light. He said he'd been confident from the start that they'd get along well with the beautiful woman who'd reached out to them. Standing up, Laura, still bound by chains, admitted that she actually felt the same way. Now a slight smile appeared on her face, and she began to feel even more at ease while speaking with the Demon King. The ruler asked her to name the smartest person in the world, and she unhesitatingly named herself. After that, the daredevil began asking her various questions, even inquiring about how Deparnes treated innocent people. The lady couldn't understand how they could live in their foolish little world, and said that their purity was so blinding that they seemed like entirely different beings. Then Dantalion asked about friendship, and the lady said she would grant it only to those who did not stand in her way. As for love, she called it the most beautiful path to ruin, all the while maintaining a smile and sincerity on her face. After a couple of minutes of questioning, the young gentleman felt even more confident in her and realized that she could be relied upon. The blonde noticed this and literally blossomed before his eyes, ready to become an attentive subordinate. At that moment, the charming Laura's level of affection for the hero rose by as much as 30 points. Soon, the captive finally left the confines of the cage, and her companion asked her how it felt to be free. With a smirk, the green-eyed woman replied that it was incredibly comfortable, since now she could move around freely. The daredevil asked her to accept his first gift and open the letter, unleashing a stream of magical energy onto it. The wave ricocheted off the sheet of paper and surged into the sky, a sight that was mesmerizing yet slightly frightening. Suddenly, several witches appeared on the horizon, flying at tremendous speed on their broomsticks after spotting the signal. They all drew upon otherworldly powers, amplifying their abilities to carry out any task. The unflappable Laura smiled, trying to figure out exactly who she was about to meet right now. Huge plumes of white smoke rose everywhere, caused by the Berber sisters. Through their actions, they managed to start a massive fire that engulfed one building after another, freeing the remaining slaves. The mighty Demon King watched the events unfold with pleasure, proud of his subordinates. Dantalion, reveling in the spectacle, urged Deparnes to watch, promising that the city would be cleansed today. The chief witch calmly snapped her fingers, causing the flames to spread in all directions and burn everything to the ground. The tense captives couldn't believe what was happening, and their bodies were still tightly bound in chains. The frantic slave traders began to rush about, unable to fathom what on earth was happening. One of the panicked men urged everyone to put out the fire immediately before their merchandise was destroyed, but it was to no avail. Suddenly, a reckless man lunged at him with a dagger in his hand, despite his steel shackles. Meanwhile, the impulsive Count Rosal of Brutani had been seriously wounded and was threatening his assailant. Standing in his way was the cool-headed Lapis Lazuli, who paid no heed to warnings that she wouldn't get away with it. Terrified, the man cried out that he understood everything and promised to pay whatever sum she wanted. Clutching his bloodied ear, the coward begged her to stop and unexpectedly declared that he could buy his life back. Meanwhile, somewhere in a doorway, Giacomo, who had slept like a log, was finally coming to his senses. Opening his eyes, the dazed young man was terrified to see that the town was engulfed in a fire unlike anything he'd ever seen before. Overcome by panic and shock, he immediately wondered what had happened while he was asleep. The young man suddenly remembered how, not long before, he had met Dantalion, who had promised to rescue Laura from captivity. The anxious young man wondered where the girl who meant more to him than anyone else was now. He told himself he had to save her immediately, since her life was hanging by a thread, but he was not yet aware of the crucial changes. The merciless witches continued to revel and circle in the sky, causing the flames to spread ever faster. In terror, the worthless slave traders began to scatter in all directions, while the freed captives rushed at them with swords and axes. The fools begged for mercy, but the people, who had endured brutal treatment, had no intention of granting it. Meanwhile, Dantalion snapped his fingers and turned his attention to the death cries of the tormentors of the freed Laura. A smile appeared on the blonde woman's face, because for the first time in a long while, no one was mocking her anymore. The relaxed Demon King emphasized that from this moment on, a new life would begin for the charming lady. Gazing at the mesmerizing flames, the daredevil confidently declared that this beautiful prelude was dedicated specifically to her. Pleased with himself, the ruler began to dance, while the lady watched his back and found herself growing more and more captivated. Feeling a sense of calm, Deparnes turned to the ruler, eager to share some important words with him immediately. Kneeling down, the blonde respectfully acknowledged the hero as her master and was ready to serve him faithfully for many years to come. She even swore that the life he had given her would be devoted to carrying out his every command. The lady said she would bring her mentor's every idea to life, as long as he respected her and did not betray her. Meanwhile, the thugs continued to wreak havoc all around and attack the merchants, seeking to take their lives in retribution for all their misdeeds. Feeling warmth in his heart, the protagonist vowed that he would always defend the dignity of the charming Laura. Stepping close to her, the 71st Demon King promised that her loyalty would be generously rewarded. Warm smiles lit up the young men's faces as they had made an excellent impression on one another. The young lady was still kneeling before the respected boss, who was gently stroking her head. A bewildered Giacomo witnessed this extraordinary scene and asked them to wait a moment. The tense young man asked, with excitement in his voice, what on earth was going on here and what the girl was up to. The ruler of the demons turned his attention to him and bit his lip, realizing that a scandal could break out at any moment. The daredevil emphasized that the kid should have just kept sleeping peacefully, since he would have been happier not knowing anything. A bewildered Giacomo couldn't figure out how the demon knew his name, and this threw him off balance even more. The boy was deeply troubled by what was happening, yet he recognized in the demon the ordinary man he had previously walked with. Breaking out in a sweat, he refused to believe such a turn of events. But that was the harsh reality. Trembling, the merchant asked if Dantalion was really the king of demons who had simply deceived him. The stern warrior confirmed his suspicions, introducing himself as the 71st emperor of the Devil's Brood. The red-haired guy fell deep in thought and remembered him, but still couldn't bring himself to accept that he had run into him. The young man finally realized that everything the brazen man had said was a lie, and that he had intended to pull the wool over his eyes from the very beginning. The unflappable hero expressed his sincere gratitude to Giacomo, admitting that he regretted what he had done to him. Spreading his arms wide, the ruler emphasized that, just as the naive merchant had wished, he had freed Laura and all the slaves. All the captives had indeed managed to break free and kill the scoundrels who had tormented them for so long. Clenching his fist tightly and trying to suppress his anger, the red-haired boy asked what the demon intended to do with his beloved. The hero assured him that he had no intention of forcing the blonde to do anything, and that she was leaving with him of her own free will. Alarmed, Giacomo nearly burst into tears upon hearing this and couldn't even string two words together. In a menacing tone, Dantalion ordered the fool to return to his hometown before he was killed, and he had no intention of repeating himself. Out of fear, the young man collapsed to the ground and began to tremble even more, realizing he needed to get out of there immediately. The daredevil noted that this would be a good lesson for the naive kid who had trusted a stranger in a gambling house. After that, the Demon King suggested that Laura leave and stop wasting time on idle chatter with a fool. Before doing so, the lady silently glanced at the heartbroken young man, who harbored genuine romantic feelings for her. Without a moment's hesitation, the young couple began walking away, while Giacomo grew increasingly angry. Unexpectedly, the cool-headed Lapis came out to meet them, still wearing her camouflage robe. The lady stopped in front of the smiling Dantalion, who was behaving with even a touch of arrogance, but he could afford to. Pleased with himself, the ruler inquired whether his subordinate had completed the assigned task. The woman replied that neither Count Roselle nor the slave traders associated with him would leave the scorched city. The shrewd ruler listened carefully to everything and praised her work as excellent, after which they were able to move on. The serious lady decided to ask who the person standing next to His Highness was, as if she were feeling a twinge of jealousy. The hero replied that this was the very same Laura he had spoken so much about, and he was about to introduce his beloved. But unexpectedly, Lazurit interrupted him and asked who the man loitering near him was, which sounded strange. A shocked Dantalion and his new assistant spun around abruptly and froze in mild shock, never expecting something like this to happen. Despite the threats, a breathless Giacomo still trailed after them and managed to catch up, as if he wanted to say something else. The stern king mentally concluded that the young man must have serious feelings for the blonde, since he didn't care about the consequences. The brash Lapis immediately began drawing her katana from its sheath, having no intention of listening to the stranger's stories. Stepping abruptly in her path and spreading his arms wide, the protagonist asked her to stop and calm down. He said that naive and pure-hearted people were a rare find in this world, so people like Giacomo shouldn't be killed. The surprised, blue-eyed girl asked him to clarify his statement, which had slightly confused her. Although he wasn't particularly afraid, the red-haired merchant still mustered his courage and lunged toward his opponents. The daredevil grabbed the emotionless girl by the hand and asked her not to go anywhere, but she thought he was crazy. The alarmed young man asked in a raised voice if she was sure of her choice, since she had gotten herself entangled with the Demon King. The green-eyed girl firmly stated that she knew perfectly well what was going on and had decided on her own that she would serve him. A desperate Giacomo couldn't understand why she wanted this so badly, since those madmen could do whatever they pleased with her. The lady calmly asked what could possibly be worse than her current life, and added that her master would give her something new. With a smirk on her face, the charming lady remarked that for the first time she could feel her tender heart fluttering. Sweat kept streaming down the young man's face, his cheeks remained red, and he felt lousy inside. The young man's hands dropped sharply in despair, and he now realized there was no point in saying anything else. For another couple of minutes, Giacomo silently gazed into the eyes of his beloved, who couldn't care less about him. Lazuret, watching from the sidelines, turned to His Highness, asking him to explain what was going on. The hero asked her to ignore it, noting that for the young woman, this was a farewell to her old life, something she simply had to endure. The young lady continued to watch everything with a cold gaze, running through incomprehensible calculations in her head. The distraught young man said that this was the first time he'd seen Laura smile, and that he was now convinced she was truly happy. He admitted that up until now he'd only caused her pain, for which he began to apologize, but it was already too late. Just a couple of seconds later, Giacomo clamped his mouth shut and caught himself thinking that the train had already left the station and he was just talking nonsense. In an instant, the young man mustered his courage and decided to tell the beautiful girl something important, while she listened to him in silence. The young man was finally about to confess his love, but suddenly someone's sharp blade pierced right through him. His important speech was abruptly cut short, and the young man was overcome by a feverish heat. He couldn't think straight, but blood spattered everywhere. As it turned out, it was Lapis who took the initiative, plunging her blade into the young man's back without warning. The cold-blooded young woman showed not a shred of mercy toward the young man who had been speaking those important words. Less than a minute later, the helpless Giacomo collapsed to his knees and began to gasp for breath, realizing that this was a painful end. Even the stunned Dantalian hadn't expected such a stunt from his subordinate, who shouldn't have behaved that way. The impulsive king shouted, asking if Lala realized what a ridiculous thing she had just done. Showing no emotion, the woman replied that she was simply doing what was required of her. Deeply shaken, the hero immediately asked if she really enjoyed senseless killing so much. The blue-eyed lady, however, asked if it was really as unnecessary as her counterpart had claimed. She reminded him that His Highness had personally ordered her to kill all the slave traders and those associated with them. Everything had been done to ensure that no one would learn of Dantalian's arrival in the city, so Lazuret did not consider herself at fault. The lady could not understand why they should spare the life of the sole witness, from whose back she had abruptly wrenched the sword. The stunned brunette urged her to stop immediately, no matter what, but it was already too late. The stern Lala remarked that the ruler to whom she had sworn allegiance was cruel and merciless, and had done everything without a single mistake. The system notified the hero that his subordinate's affection for him had dropped by another 5 points. A troubled Dantalian continued to beg her to stop the slaughter because everything around them was already stained with blood. The steadfast woman said that it was as if a completely different person now stood before her. Respect for His Majesty continued to plummet unabated, while the blood of the dead boy kept spurting. The hero was almost speechless and bewildered by the horror he witnessed. But Lazuret had no intention of stopping. Soon the girl's overall favorability rating toward Dantalian had dropped to 0 points, and that was already a warning sign. The stern Demon King called her a devilish spawn who could not reign in her talents. The cold-blooded lady continued to stab the already dead merchant, asking how His Highness still viewed her. The shocked ruler could not make sense of his subordinate's behavior, as she was acting unusually. He recalled situations when he had tried to deal with Lapis's mother and threatened a gossiping maid with a dagger, but his assistant had stopped him. The young man sincerely believed that she would understand why he had spared Giacomo's life, but everything turned out completely differently. The woman said that the ruler had never understood her and urged him to remember the boy's dead face forever. The stunned brunette even began to doubt that it was really Lazuret standing before him, because she had never behaved that way before. The lady, splattered with someone else's blood, remarked that such was the difficult fate of His Highness, who had nothing to say in response. Dantalian, utterly serious, silently looked into her eyes and drew conclusions about her unusual behavior. His counterpart warned that if the young man forgot about his weakness, one day someone would take advantage of it. Suffering from a headache, the hero emphasized that Lala was truly worse than even the darkest demons. The blue-eyed girl asked once again how he had viewed her up until now. But at first no answer followed. On September 20th, the king sat in Admiral Nibrahim's residence alongside Barbados, asking what Lapis wanted from him. The intoxicated lady had finished yet another bottle and suggested they take a break, since they had been chatting for so long that night had fallen. The young gentleman hadn't even noticed how quickly time had flown by and agreed with his companion, who was tired of listening. Rising from his chair, he headed for the cabinet, where the wine was supposed to be, the purchase of which had been entrusted to Ivar earlier. Smiling with a bottle in his hands, Dantalian said that the old man knew a thing or two about this matter, so he could be trusted. The yellow-eyed lady's mouth immediately began to water at the sight of the exquisite drink, which had an unprecedented flavor. The young man held an extraordinary bottle, neatly wrapped in a steel chain. According to Lodbrok, Hell Mountain was where the finest wines in the demon world were produced, and the beverages made by Magma were considered top-notch. Barbatos, flustered and shocked, shouted, asking where the kid had gotten his hands on a barrel new from the year 1101. The pensive hero couldn't even imagine that the drink was so expensive, while the astonished lady couldn't believe that he didn't know how valuable it was. The brave man said that if she listened to him until the end, she would be able to take the first sip, and asked if she was okay with those terms. The lady, blushing slightly and smiling, replied that it was easier than easy and was already looking forward to the taste of the wonderful wine. With a laugh, the sarcastic Dantalian pointed out that the great and terrible lady had sunk so low that she was willing to listen just for alcohol. A short time later, the now drunk demoness was once again downing the blood vessel dilating drink. Settling into his chair, the king continued his story, noting that an attack on the demon ruler's castle was being planned. The horned woman downed another glass in less than 10 seconds and concluded that the letter he had received earlier was genuine. Smiling, the hero confirmed this and remarked that the true climax of the story was now approaching. On September 15th, witches were circling in the sky near the residence of the ruler Dantalian, as observed by the imperial king. Soon a young woman entered the young lord's chambers, and he asked if she had already settled into her new surroundings. Laura, dressed in luxurious attire, replied that everything was the same everywhere and added that she would find life much more interesting with books. She also mentioned that she had a variety of food and could bathe as often as she wanted, which was already wonderful. The ruler listened to her and emphasized that this was the most important thing, when suddenly someone knocked loudly on the window. One of the Berber sisters reported that 30 kilometers to the north of them was an army moving toward the castle. The fearless king knew that the army numbered 2,000 men who had deigned to appear. The determined warriors marched resolutely forward, raising red banners bearing the image of 2 white horses between a steel shield. Leading the way was a burly man who constantly blew a long horn, producing loud sounds and warning everyone in the vicinity. The knights, protected from head to toe, held their lances firmly in their hands, and each of them was ready to give his life for his country. Suddenly, a warrior dismounted from his white horse and asked whether it was true that they would find deposits of black grass in the nearby Dantaliana castle. The leader of the detachment demanded in a raised voice to be addressed as general, and the general's agitated subordinate immediately complied. Jorg von Rosenberg, guardian of the north, displayed the utmost severity and a readiness to fight to the last drop of blood. The man said that it didn't matter at all whether the rumors were true or false, since the problem was that they had spread throughout his lands. As a result, fear and panic gripped the people, something he hated more than anything and always tried to quell. The Margrave added that if they did nothing, they would permanently lose the trust of their respected citizens. The brave warrior believed that the people needed to see that the army was doing everything possible to make them feel protected. Finally, the soldier noted that he didn't care whether there was black grass inside the fortress, because it was more important to show everyone that they were doing something for their homeland. The comrade concluded that politics comes first since they aren't pursuing any other specific goals. An embittered Rosenberg declared that their enemy is the weakest of the 71st kings who doesn't even have any allies. It was said that by defeating Dantalian, they would easily be able to restore the people's faith, and that is the most important task. George's lands were located relatively close to the castle, and if a cure for the plague were found there, it would be an incredible stroke of luck. At that moment, a knight ran up to the general, stopping almost right next to him, and knelt as a sign of respect, wishing to report on the situation. The scout reported that there were no enemy fortifications visible ahead, which might have seemed strange. The ruthless Margrave exclaimed that the goddess herself favored them, so they could not retreat even a single step. Raising his sword high, an enraged Rosenberg shouted that they had nothing to fear from the king, for together their army would defeat him. Meanwhile, the utterly calm hero sat in his chambers playing chess, addressing Laura. Turning to his new assistant, the young lord said that her first battle had finally begun. The beautiful young woman approached her master, reminding him that she had already spoken about something important, but decided to give him one last piece of advice. The young woman noted that all her knowledge came from books, but she had no experience in real battles and could kill all of his mercenaries. After explaining everything clearly, the young lady asked directly whether this arrangement suited the pensive ruler. Smiling, the young man said that she shouldn't worry about it and remain calm himself. His red eyes flashing, the demon remarked that his counterpart could deal with as many as she wanted. Feeling his immense power, the king said that he could always just hire more people, since he had more than enough money. Then he suddenly reached out his hand toward the surprised Laura, who was slightly stunned and simply froze in place. Touching the shoulder of the slightly blushing lady, Dantalian sincerely said that no one could replace her. Impressed, the blonde silently gazed into his eyes for a few seconds, processing what she had heard in her mind. The confident ruler urged Laura to think of this not as a battlefield, but as a simple children's game. After moving a chess piece, he added that there were as many as 3,000 toys with which the charming young lady could amuse herself. The calm lady listened silently to her host, who was trying to convey to her the importance of maintaining composure. The beauty was even somewhat taken with his approach to this serious matter, and she began to weigh her options. Still, Laura decided to give in and relaxed, then pulled out a chair to sit down at the table. Reaching for the black pieces, the lady declared that she would follow His Majesty's orders and carry out everything to the highest standard. Now she wanted to play soldier and do so as relaxed as possible, without giving anything much thought. Still, the blonde made every move deliberately to avoid any missteps and stay afloat. The calculating Dantalian was now completely confident that she would handle the task with flying colors. The brave warrior remarked that it was time to start the fun and get rid of the scum who dared to enter his territory. The combat unit soon approached the Demon King's castle and also prepared to attack it as soon as possible. After some time, professional fighters returned from reconnaissance, ready to report the situation to the general. A soldier said that about 3 kilometers away, the path was blocked by armed troops, presumably enemy forces. Sirius Georg had only just learned that Dantalian, whom he had always considered a weakling, had his own private army. He asked if his subordinate could describe the individuals he had seen and immediately received an affirmative answer. The scout concluded that they would have to face a detachment of mercenaries, and the commander asked for an estimate of their numbers. The knight, kneeling, replied that there were probably about 200 men, but the lack of precision annoyed the Margrave. The stern general noted that on the battlefield, unreliable information could prove fatal for them. A member of the group asked for forgiveness, and a comrade standing nearby remarked that the general was behaving somewhat strangely. A serious-looking man said they would see for themselves and ordered his aide to follow him. After that, he charged forward at full speed, making his horse's hooves sparkle and kick up more and more dust. A short time later, the protagonist's mercenaries came into view on the horizon, fully prepared for battle. Looking through his spyglass, Rosenberg confirmed the scout's assessment, as there weren't that many enemies. Still, the commanders couldn't understand why they had positioned themselves right here in the middle of the barren land. This could only mean that Dantalian knew of their arrival, but it was unclear how this information had leaked to him. The Lord tried to calm himself and realized that the top priority right now was simply to cut down the enemy ahead. The decision to invade had been made half a month ago, and even if the king had found out about it, it would be impossible to assemble an army in just 2 weeks. Confident in his actions, the Margrave turned to his aide-de-camp and ordered him to listen carefully to his command. In a raised voice, he said that the archers must be mobilized immediately and that they should attack from both flanks at once. The knights began to blow their horns at the top of their lungs, signaling to the archers that they must prepare for battle immediately. Now a fury spread among the troops. piercing everyone's heart and making them thirst for the death of their enemies. A whole herd of soldiers charged forward on horseback, ready to indiscriminately destroy everyone in their path. At the same time, Dantalion sat in her residence, rejoicing that the long-awaited event had finally begun. On his table were chess pieces placed on a map of the area, which looked professionally strategic. The white side was the enemies, and the astute young man knew how to outmaneuver them in no time at all, without much effort. Joining him in the game was the charming Laura, who from now on viewed the serious situation as a game. The young men carefully considered every move and never rushed, so as to avoid mistakes that could prove fatal. The Demon Lord's minions had already aimed their weapons and were ready to engage in a fight to the death with the cavalry. The focused archers were ordered to prepare and take aim at their targets, which they did in a matter of seconds. Dantalion's mercenaries remained resolute and did not even consider retreating as they watched the hail of arrows raining down on them. At that moment, the situation had become terrifyingly tense. Death now loomed over everyone, but no one was about to give up. A massive barrage of projectiles was directed squarely at the enemy horde, so there was nowhere left to flee. Soon, Margrave Rosenberg ordered his aide to report on the situation, and the aide began nervously formulating his report. The serious-looking man began to scan the area ahead, drawing conclusions about what was happening and analyzing everything in detail. He found it suspicious that the enemy mercenaries hadn't even attacked, something he'd never seen before. He was certain they were up to something, but if they had reinforcements, everyone would have already seen them arrive. The stern commander couldn't figure out what his opponents were doing or what their commander was thinking at all. The group didn't change formation, didn't counterattack, but simply took the blows, and in this way, their lives were simply being wasted. A confident aide reported to the general that it seemed they had failed to disorient the enemy in such a short time. The ruthless Georg said that this was a favorable moment for them, so he ordered them to continue the heavy fire. The members of his unit blew their horns ever louder, urging their comrades to action, and this bore fruit almost immediately. A tense Rosenberg was at a loss for words and felt a sickening sense of dread given the situation. The professional archers drew their bows once more, eager to finish off the remaining enemies as quickly as possible. Now Dantalion's mercenaries were falling to the ground one by one, their blood spilling everywhere and mingling in the air. Each of them was struck squarely by an arrow, inflicting incurable wounds and turning their internal organs to mush. Within a couple of minutes, a whole host of knights, either already dead or gravely wounded, lay scattered on the ground. The very angry Margrave wondered to himself what the accursed demon was up to, as he could not fathom his intentions at all. At the same time, the tense hero sat in his chambers, pondering the pressing situation, realizing that the atmosphere was tense. The perceptive Laura realized that infantry alone could not stand up to a detachment of archers and promised to keep this in mind for the future. Behind her stood the King of Demons, who asked her in a low voice to be sure to take this to heart. Then the hot-tempered gentleman abruptly grabbed the idiot by the hair, exclaiming that now was the time to think, while she begged him to stop. The guy wanted to teach the stupid girl a lesson, as a huge mistake on her part had cost the lives of many of his mercenaries. In his anger, he shouted that he'd never seen anything worse than this battle in his life, and that they could now consider themselves disgraced. The blonde reminded him that the master had spoken of trusting her, and emphasized that he himself was to blame for everything. Letting go of her hair, a slightly puzzled Dantalion asked her what she was hinting at with her remarks. The girl said she had only read books on military strategy and that her knowledge should have been tested in practice first. Chuckling, the relaxed ruler asked what she was really up to and promised not to get angry. As it turned out, the charmer wanted to test how well the fighters obeyed her orders. The stern leader grabbed her by the tail again, and she, in tears, called him a liar and wailed that she couldn't take it anymore. Still, the impulsive young man let her go, after which Laura crashed into the table and, in tears, clutched her head. The demon said that the goddess of victory smiles only upon those who are willing to take risks, and that she would never win if she kept putting off her decisions. The green-eyed girl calmed down a little and began to take his words to heart, realizing that she needed to muster her courage. Smiling, Dantalion emphasized that she needed reckless bravery capable of overcoming any obstacle. A few seconds later, Laura had fully regained her composure and was ready to make another attempt. She said she understood everything clearly, and the master gave her a stern look, convinced that this was indeed the case. The girl noted that she was a genius, but when it came to war, she was still just a child, and her pride wouldn't help her here. Sitting down and reaching for the figurines, the beauty promised to set everything right as soon as possible and not let the Lord down. The ruler said she had complete freedom of action and asked her to strip the enemies of all glory with victory. With a dazzling smile, the charming lady assured him that everything would be carried out in the best possible way very soon. The protagonist asked how Laura planned to proceed, given that a horde of enemies was already almost at the doorstep. The utterly calm blonde asked for a moment to think so as not to make another fatal mistake. Meanwhile, the stern Rosenberg expected dirty tricks from the enemy and didn't let his guard down. As always, victory never came easily to the veteran commander, and he was certain that Dantalion had something up his sleeve. The aide-de-camp, who was always by the general's side, decided to ask him what kind of extraordinary battle had just taken place. The general said nothing in response, as he himself had not yet been able to draw any conclusions about the situation. The aide called the demon's actions brutal, noting that he had used mercenaries as human shields and needlessly sacrificed their lives. The leader emphasized that the young man always cared more about others than about himself and called it a bad habit. The young man asked for forgiveness, feeling deeply agitated, but the Margrave chose not to dwell on it. The gray-haired general remained completely silent, reflecting on the pressing matter and attempting to analyze its meaning. As a man, Gorg had great respect for his student's position, but he noted that in war, compassion can prove fatal for a warrior, and asked him to keep that in mind. The inspired young man listened to him attentively and understood everything, after which he was able to resume carrying out his orders. The fearless commander said that they had their own way of administering justice and that Dantalion must calmly accept his death. One of his subordinates immediately exclaimed that a messenger from the reconnaissance unit had arrived, and the commander asked for a report. The tense knight cried out that a new group of mercenaries had unexpectedly appeared ahead, and this was already a warning sign. An angry Rosenberg knew from the start that he shouldn't let his guard down, because the enemy was treacherous and unpredictable. Meanwhile, the calm Laura continued to move the pieces on the board, and the prudent hero was confident that she would succeed this time. From then on, the beauty carefully considered every move, putting the knowledge of military strategy she had read in books into practice. The focused Margrave stared intently through his spyglass, trying to piece together the puzzle somehow. Once again, a group of mercenaries with blue flags stood in their path. They were still standing in the same spot, but now they were holding bows. He soon concluded that this time there were about 150 enemies. They were exactly the same as last time. Meanwhile, the more confident fighters began drawing the strings of their bows, putting pressure on the other side. The man remembered that last time they'd encountered an infantry unit, whereas this one consisted entirely of archers. As long as they got even a little closer, the archers wouldn't be able to put up any resistance, so Rosenberg wasn't particularly worried. At first, Georg thought these fools didn't know the basics of warfare, but he eventually realized that it wasn't done on purpose. The situation looked more like the rifle squad was supposed to assist the infantry, and it became clear why the previous group hadn't put up any resistance. Now the puzzle in the professional commander's mind had finally fallen into place, and he no longer considered his opponents to be fools. He realized that the mercenaries had only recently been assembled and were unable to act in concert, and that there were most likely other teams nearby. In that case, the commander-in-chief had to make a combat decision immediately. In a fit of rage, Georg ordered the cavalry to attack the enemy, crush them all, and leave them no chance to resist. Everyone was ordered not to take even a single step back in this battle for honor, so each rider charged forward at full speed. Dantalion's archers tried in a hurry to rain arrows down on the attacking force, but at close range they were no match for the swords. The merciless knights cut down the fools one by one, making them tremble with fear. But they took no prisoners. From a safe distance, the Margrave watched as columns of gray smoke began to rise into the sky. Just a couple of minutes later, a jubilant aide exclaimed that the goddess herself was clearly smiling upon them, since it was all over. The stern Rosenberg urged everyone not to let their guard down and emphasized that they would celebrate their victory upon returning home. Raising his sword high, he exclaimed that they were getting closer and closer to victory and added that even at this pace, he hadn't yet destroyed the Demon King's castle. Meanwhile, an angry Dantalion once again grabbed the weeping Laura by her pigtails as she begged him to stop his antics. The embittered young man said he had asked her to give in to recklessness, But stupidity was an entirely different matter. Summoning her courage, the girl cried out, asking him to hear her out, which even surprised her now silent host somewhat. She noted that she hadn't repeated her previous mistake and, according to her calculations, would be able to defeat a third of the enemy's army. The thoroughly perplexed brunette asked what on earth his counterpart, who was expressing herself in an extremely incomprehensible manner, was getting at. The lady asked how His Majesty was feeling at that moment, and he immediately began to reflect on his own feelings. The whimsical blonde emphasized that playing at being real soldiers turned out to be a lot of fun, and began to smile. The young gentleman liked her behavior. He relaxed a little and grinned back in response. The lady said that when Dantalion advised her to treat the soldiers' lives as if they were toys, she wasn't sure if she could do it. She felt she had a sense of morality and ethics, and she believed that only books could bring true joy. The beauty didn't believe that such acts could bring even the slightest pleasure, and her hands trembled constantly. In practice, however, everything turned out to be much more pleasant than she had imagined, so now joy was getting the better of her. Having calmed down, the ruler of the demons said that he knew they were cut from the same cloth, so he had nothing to worry about. Spreading his arms wide, a satisfied Dantalion asked Laura if she knew what this pleasure was called. He noted that a sense of superiority could be satisfied in various ways, but there was something more intuitive. Feeling a warmth inside, the girl listened attentively to her master, eager to learn something new. The daredevil finally said that the feeling he had mentioned was called power, which was earned through hard work and sweat. The flustered blonde hadn't quite expected to hear something like that, but she still tried to process the information. The hero said that power is a force capable of turning the world into a bloody carnage, and for him it is one of the reasons to continue living. Encouraged, the lady asked if it was true that this phenomenon makes anyone's life much more enjoyable. The gentleman asked her to think for herself about why endless wars continue on their planet. He added that power is so sweet that it surpasses human lives, and no one can resist it. Pleasantly surprised, the beauty now wanted to gain power and be independent of anyone. The king asked if she wanted to manipulate people, control their lives, and decide when their day of death would come. Overcome with incredible joy, the young woman slammed her palm on the table and, breathless, turned to her host. Blushing, Laura unexpectedly confessed that she had never experienced such feelings since the day she was born. The daredevil said that now the charmer could truly live and asked what her true feelings were. The green-eyed girl replied that she now truly felt alive, although she had never felt that way before. The hero promised that with him, she would be able to see the world at its best, and the lady trusted him completely. But suddenly the king felt a chill inside and began to break out in a cold sweat, lost in memories of the past. He recalled how Lapis Lazuli had once knelt before him, to whom he had also sworn to grant true power. At that time, the lady had devoted her life to the ruler of the demons, who was now experiencing intense anxiety and trembling. Suddenly, Dantalion rushed toward the door, instructing Laura to keep an eye on the situation while he was away. The blonde promised that everything would be fine, and added that her experiment had come to an end, and the seeds had already been planted. The young man rushed forward at full speed, rapidly realizing that everything was connected. Fragments of various situations began to surface in his mind when Lazurit had said that His Highness didn't understand her at all. The woman had always tried to serve him unconditionally and carry out any orders, but in many ways he was terrible to her. When the lady was splattered with the blood of the dead Giacomo, she asked seriously what the ruler thought of her. At that moment, the hero finally understood the reason for Lala's disappointment, and this made him increasingly nervous. Very soon he reached the right room and, out of breath, burst inside, where he began to catch his breath. Lapis stood in the room, completely calm, silently reviewing some document. The slightly puzzled lady turned her gaze to the Demon King, not understanding the purpose of his unexpected visit. Having calmed down, the brave hero smiled sincerely and confessed that he had fallen in love with the unbearably beautiful blue-eyed woman. By this point, the already weary Barbados continued to listen to the young ruler's romantic tales. The impulsive queen asked why she had to listen to this nonsense, which was starting to make her sick. Smiling, the happy young man replied that love was like that and could not be changed in any way. He wondered why he had wanted so badly to kill Lala's mother, since her death would not really bring him anything. But he still wanted to deal with the unfortunate old woman. He just needed to figure out why. Reaching for a rose in the vase, The young gentleman remarked that the answer was right before his eyes and decided to explain it to the yellow-eyed lady. The hero explained it all by saying that he had simply fallen in love with Lapis, who had become the very center of his life. After laughing heartily, Barbados asked if it was true that he had fallen head over heels for the woman and therefore wanted to kill her mother. As he inhaled the delicate scent of the flower, Dantalion once again felt a surge of calm and wanted to make sense of it all for himself. First, the young man tried to kill his mistress's wayward mother, after which he nearly destroyed the maid who had simply let slip a word. If the public had found out about this, his reputation would have gone down the drain. But fortunately, everything worked out. The protagonist wanted to spare the life of a witness named Giacomo, and the reason was the naive young man's honesty. The Demon King had hypocritically tried to win over the blue-eyed beauty and only now realized it. Once was always called a coincidence, twice a coincidence, but 3 times was already considered mere statistics. The young gentleman wasn't so foolish as to fail to notice such obvious things, but the mystery in his blood got the better of him. The whole point was that the perpetually cold Lazurit had driven him mad, and for that reason he turned a blind eye to everything. Initially, his greatest pleasure was to drive people to their wits' end, and on that occasion with Ivar, he felt happy. But during the incidents involving Lala's mother and the maid, the young man felt nothing but unprecedented rage and couldn't control himself at all. Dantalion created the first out of a thirst for power and the second in the name of love, so he didn't consider himself at fault. The giggling ruler of the demons simply couldn't believe that he had truly fallen in love for the first time in his life. Adopting a completely serious tone, he said that he now knew exactly how to deal with it. Barbados, listening intently, asked for clarification on what her counterpart, who spoke in riddles, meant. Unexpectedly, the eccentric demon replied that he simply needed to part ways with Lala and rid himself of this burden once and for all. His words caused some shock and bewilderment in his interlocutor, who did not understand his intentions at all. The horned demon asked her to imagine how disappointed Lazurit was in him after everything that had happened to them. He added that the blue-eyed woman had never sought his love and had always maintained a cool detachment, which sometimes hurt him. Although they had spent a lot of time together, it meant nothing now, and the ruler was already tired of listening. The king noted that body and soul are 2 different things, and added that he needed a deeper connection with a woman. It was said that she was willing to do anything for power, but Dantalion's romantic feelings would only stand in her way. Because of his feelings, the hero, without even realizing it, thwarted the lady and her ambitions by bringing her elderly mother, her maid, and Giacomo to the monastery. In other words, the young man completely ignored her wishes, and she couldn't bring herself to say so directly. Finally, the brave young man admitted that he loved power much more than Lala, so he wasn't afraid of ending their relationship at all. He added that the beauty came in second place, and Barbados, sitting in front of him, couldn't hold back her laughter. The serious lady firmly stated that she didn't care what happened between them, but she found his latest remarks unacceptable. The young man thought it was all perfectly natural, but perhaps he had slightly exaggerated his love for Lazurit. His indifferent companion called his chatter a waste of time, saying they were just squandering their drinks for nothing. Feeling tense, she asked if they could return to the little war that had come first chronologically. On September 15th, according to the imperial calendar, Rosenberg's army reached the forest in front of the Demon King's castle. An excited subordinate reported that reconnaissance had discovered a cave, which by all appearances was the entrance to the residence. The stern general said that given the circumstances, it was time to begin the invasion, and noted that they would proceed according to the original plan. Sometime later, the aide asked whether there were indeed reserves of Dantalion's black grass. The commander reiterated that this was by no means their priority, as they were doing this to show the people their support. The truth was that the epidemic had spread widely across their lands, and the remedy would certainly not have hurt, but he kept that to himself. Soon a scout reported that inside the cave, the detachment had discovered a cache of herbs, enough to fill as many as 6 carts. Jorg's stunned aide hadn't expected such news and hoped the general wouldn't make a foolish mistake out of principle. The man began to rejoice inwardly, and gazing at the sky, silently prayed to the goddess, who was on their side. Clenching his fist tightly, the elated Margrave realized that with such a bounty, they would be able to save the people suffering from the plague. The Lord ordered them to exercise caution, remove all supplies, and continue to act strictly according to plan. Meanwhile, the ruler of the demons returned to the room where Laura was sitting and inquired about the situation on the front lines. At first, the emotionless girl said nothing as she was unable to form a sentence. In turn, one of his subordinates reported to the general that they had removed everything from the cave. The stern commander asked everyone present to listen to his further instructions and remain vigilant. The squad leader shouted loudly, ordering everyone to evacuate the underground complex immediately, as it was already dangerous there. Just a few seconds later, an incredibly powerful explosion thundered, sending an unprecedented amount of smoke skyward. Dentalian Castle was at the epicenter and risked being reduced to mere ruins, with no place left to survive. The cool-headed Rosenberg silently watched as the cave turned into a pitiful pile of rocks. In a raised voice, he ordered the warriors to return home, making it clear that they had accomplished their mission with flying colors. The aide asked whether they hadn't come for the Demon King's head, who was still alive. The man calmly replied that now that they had the black grass, it was pointless to waste time on a worthless weakling. The general was certain that Dantalion no longer had any troops, and he believed the best course of action was to return as soon as possible for the sake of the sick. Impressed by the commander-in-chief, the aide joyfully proclaimed him the true voice of the people. Pleased with his men, Georg said it was time to bring this good news back to their homeland, where their families were eagerly awaiting them. Now the troops began jumping for joy and shouting, realizing that they had managed to secure victory. Meanwhile, the shocked hero learned that the utterly calm Laura had handed over the black herb to the enemy forces. The mysterious beauty picked up the black figurine, smiling as she urged her master to watch closely. For some time, she kept her eyes fixed on the strategic map, completely confident in her actions. The bold lady promised that from that moment on, things would only get more interesting, but she didn't reveal any details. Meanwhile, the Margrave and his troops were marching toward their homeland, each reflecting on the duty they had fulfilled. The jubilant aide announced that the Rosenberg territory had been saved and was certain the people would be ready to believe that Georg was a saint. The commander noted that they would finally rid everyone of the epidemic, and he imagined just how much he would now be loved. Slightly surprised, his subordinate asked whether they shouldn't send the black herb to the market. Visibly moved, he added that everyone would praise the general simply for the opportunity to buy the medicine. The gentleman firmly stated that all the miracle cures would be distributed free of charge to the sick. Deeply moved, the knight could not understand why he had decided to show such unprecedented generosity. The leader emphasized that luck had been on their side twice, first because their lands were located not far from Dantalion's domains. Second, they had managed to repel the enemy threat without suffering any losses, and now it was their turn to sacrifice their own interests for the good of the people. Speaking with the utmost seriousness, he asked if he was perhaps mistaken in some way, and his subordinate once again began to admire him. Bowing low to the ground, the young man apologized, admitting that he shouldn't have questioned the leader's decision. He swore that he would serve His Majesty until his money ran out and would never argue with him again. Smiling, the man asked how old the young man's children would be this year. The adjutant, who enjoyed chatting, replied that his daughter would already be 6 years old, and his son would turn 2 tomorrow. The gentleman emphasized that they needed to hurry so the young man could reunite with his family, and the adjutant expressed his gratitude. Unexpectedly, a member of the detachment once again blocked the commander-in-chief's path, calling out to him in a raised voice. Impulsive Georg asked him to calm down and explain clearly what had happened. The breathless soldier relayed a report from intelligence that enemy soldiers were positioned on the hill beyond the forest. The highly tense assistant to the Margrave couldn't fathom how such a thing was possible, but the scouts were not mistaken. The general said that the war wasn't over until they returned home and asked for details on where the enemy's mercenaries were and how many there were. The concerned knight emphasized that they were positioned on high ground just beyond a dense grove. Meanwhile, the calculating Laura was rearranging the chess pieces on the map of the area, maintaining a sly smile. She placed 2 black knights in a row, believing that this would be a perfectly logical move under the circumstances. Now, Dantalion's army was supposed to half-encircle Rosenberg's forces and drive them into a state of panic. For his part, the stunned Georg could not believe that their numbers now totaled as many as 3,000. Their gazes were stern, their stances very firm, and now each was prepared to stand his ground until the bitter end. The tense general peered through his binoculars without stopping and fell deep in thought as he surveyed the enormous crowd. He asked his alarmed aide not to panic and said they needed to get out of there as quickly as possible. The extremely stern Margrave declared that they might have to fight and asked the entire force to be prepared for it. The second squad commander exclaimed that they would advance at full speed and urged everyone not to fall behind. The serious-looking man didn't know what to do in this situation, since the enemy had a full 1,000 more fighters. At one point, he turned around, sweat beading on his face, and began to ponder even more deeply, trying to predict whether they would be able to hold out. It was obvious that the odds were not in their favor at all, so they needed to come up with a plan of action as soon as possible. The members of the unit were very frightened and exchanged silent glances, beginning to think about how to get out of there. The resolute Rosenberg reminded himself that he was an experienced commander and had no right to doubt himself. In addition, they had several carts of black grass, which could protect the entire population from epidemic death. Trying to calm himself, Georg wondered why the enemy had positioned itself on the hill behind the forest. It was unclear why they hadn't sent all their troops from the very beginning, and it seemed they could have attacked at the very dawn of the battle. No matter how the general looked at the situation, he simply couldn't make sense of the reasons, and this made him increasingly nervous. Suddenly, he managed to gather his thoughts and made an important decision, maintaining his usual stern demeanor. Striking his loyal horse with his whip, the serious man shouted loudly, ordering the soldiers to heed his command. He needed to boost the morale of his troops, since their only option was to fight the battle at any cost. The gentleman exclaimed that the enemies had only just arrived on the battlefield, and that if they tried to attack them, the enemies would outpace them. The commander added that the destroyed enemy supply depot was proof of this, and the soldiers began to calm down little by little. Raising his weapon sharply into the air, Rosenberg began to shout that the scoundrels had underestimated them and thereby contributed to their success. The brave warrior urged everyone not to be afraid, noting that they were well-rested and full of strength, so they would be able to put up a worthy fight. In a fit of rage, he shouted that their opponents were clearly tired and weak, and if they attacked them now, they could snatch victory by the scruff of the neck. An enraged Georg asked everyone to remember that they were very close to their homeland, where their families and friends were faithfully waiting for them. The man proclaimed that together they would surely defeat everyone and return home unharmed, earning the title of brave heroes. The commander promised that none of the troops would die here, and now everyone clenched their fists tightly, believing in victory. Having succeeded in raising morale, the general called on the warriors of Rosenberg to show the enemy horde who they really were. Proudly raising their banner, a multitude of soldiers began to sound a battle march, exalting their army to the heavens. The cavalry was ordered to enter the battle immediately, and Georg himself firmly resolved that they would emerge victorious. At full speed, the knights on horseback charged into battle, closing in ever faster on their stationary opponents. Indiscriminately, they began swinging their lances and swords, and blood began to spatter within the very first minute. He was quite successful at mowing down his opponents, tearing them to shreds without even a thought of mercy. Dantalion, looking at the interactive map, asked thoughtfully if Laura was sure of her actions. With a look of deep concentration, the girl calmly replied that everything would be fine and no problems would arise. With a sly chuckle, the lady remarked that the fighting spirit of the enemy cavalry was impressive, but that it didn't mean anything yet. The protagonist emphasized that the enemy had acted foolishly, since they should have fled as soon as their soldiers spotted him. He added that a chase would have begun in any case, but 30% of the troops would have survived. The blonde said that the fools had chosen to give in, as if that were the most obvious solution under the circumstances. At one point, Laura asked if His Majesty knew why the fools had settled on such a course of action. The young gentleman surmised that it was all because of the black grass, which they saw as their hope for saving the people. The assistant confirmed this, noting that they were so obsessed with this cart that they simply couldn't let it go. The stern ruler fell deep in thought and murmured to himself that this was a truly remarkable strategy. Laura used the hope embodied in the healing remedy against the enemy, which was an incredible chill. The foolish soldiers didn't even realize they'd been led around by the nose. They simply fell for it like fish on a hook. The mysterious demon asked what the charmer would do next and advised her not to underestimate the enemy. The focused young woman emphasized that she was selfish, and that alone changed a great deal in their military strategy. Having tasted the luxury of life just once, the determined young woman would never be able to give it up again. The beauty turned to the smiling host who had complete faith in her, noting that the final touch was up to her. Suddenly, Laura rose from the table and said in a calm voice that they would join the battle. Meanwhile, the situation on the battlefield continued to heat up, and there was no progress. Standing on the sidelines, Rosenberg and his reservists watched the events unfold from a distance, trying to draw conclusions. A tense aide-de-camp addressed the general in a raised voice, suddenly reporting that the enemy cavalry was retreating. Looking through his spyglass, he added that he had absolutely no idea what they were thinking given the situation. Very serious, Georg was in no hurry to make any predictions, as the enemy was far too unpredictable. Being impulsive, he ordered his aide to shift all forces to the right flank, which disconcerted him and left him stunned. The alarmed young man warned that in that case, the left flank would be left completely defenseless. Calming down, the stern man noted that the opponent's target was the black grass, of which they had stolen an entire wagon load. Meanwhile, Dantalion was relaxing under an umbrella held for him by a witch, remarking that war was indeed an interesting thing. Dressed in the army's black ceremonial uniform, Laura turned with a smile to the master seated on the throne. The beauty emphasized that she found it very amusing to have the ability to move people around as she pleased. In response, the young man grinned, remaining silent and seeing in the blonde a potential general capable of leading any operation. The charmer said they could attack the left flank and crush the enemy in an instant, but that wasn't interesting to her. Spreading her fingers, the lady remarked that now the proud warriors of Rosenberg would have to show their true spirit. She wanted them to fight like rabid dogs and wage a true war, one that would give her unbearable pleasure. On the battlefield, the fighters continued to swing their swords and spears, inflicting fatal wounds and bleeding to death. Tense, Georg still watched from the sidelines and did not even consider intervening to help his troops. With every passing minute, the situation for his troops grew worse, and there was no longer any way to stop it. The soldiers desperately tried to stand up to the superior army and fought on equal terms, which sent shivers down one's spine. Now the only thing driving the young men forward was hope and the chance to protect the black grass, which was their family's only hope of survival. In reality, however, this couldn't make up for the difference in numbers, and the enemy was undeniably stronger. The extremely nervous general realized they were at their limit, and that there was no way he could save his men anymore. An alarmed subordinate realized that from the very beginning, the enemy had planned everything this way to catch them off guard. At the same time, the commander noted that 2 detachments had not been destroyed on the way here, and they were lucky that the main forces had not arrived in time to crush them immediately. The man also recalled that they had destroyed one of the passages leading to the castle, which clearly angered the enemy even more. If this was indeed a trap, then the discovery of the warehouse was clearly not part of the opponent's plan, since giving away their own resources makes no sense. The commander-in-chief was certain that they could be destroyed right now, but this could no longer be called a complete victory. The commander struggled with an unpleasant feeling inside, but he couldn't explain it or figure out what was causing it. He decided to turn the situation around immediately and ordered his aide to urgently mobilize the air mages. They had only 4 mages at their disposal, who served as the army's trump card for emergency situations. Georg considered this number sufficient to strike fear into the enemy ranks with their unconventional tactics. At that very moment, they soared into the air and headed for the battlefield, knowing that much now depended on them. These formidable warriors could save the lives of 2,000 troops who had found themselves in serious trouble. The future of the civilians waiting for their loved ones at home now rested on their shoulders as well. The serious Rosenberg understood that all they needed to do was break through the enemy's ranks, and the mages were their last hope in doing so. The mages raced forward at full speed, but suddenly a witch clad in black appeared in their path. The stunned young man couldn't believe that a woman with such powers had actually appeared before him. Without a moment's hesitation, Sister Berber attacked the bewildered fool, spattering herself slightly with his blood. Deeply shaken, Georg at first thought he was simply hallucinating, but the harsh reality was undeniable. In just a few seconds, all of Rosenberg's aerial troops lost altitude and were knocked out of the fight, suffering severe injuries. The beauties flew calmly across the sky, fulfilling their duties to the highest standard. The nervous commander tried to figure out what the witches were doing on the battlefield, as they had managed to take out all targets in a flash. The alarmed aide addressed the general in a trembling voice, hoping to hear some reassuring words. The stern man tried to figure out why the sorceresses had only appeared now, and realized that if they had been there from the start, they would have killed everyone at once. It was unclear to him why they hadn't intervened earlier, when they could have ended the battle in a matter of seconds. The unease inside him wouldn't subside, and now beads of sweat glistened on the face of the commander who was losing hope of victory. Lowering his sword with a trembling hand, the old man admitted to himself that he had made a mistake, but he was still trying to figure out exactly when. In a quiet voice, he addressed his chief deputy, who heard him instantly and began to listen intently. With his last ounce of strength, the desperate commander ordered that a white flag be raised immediately as a sign that they were surrendering. The shocked aide asked why he wanted to do this right now, when they could still put up a fight. A nervous Georg said that their calculating enemies had wanted from the very beginning to slowly and painfully kill every one of them. The gentleman added that if they continued in the same vein, they would all perish, whereas now they could still hope for mercy. Clenching his jaw in anger, the general remarked that at this point, nothing could be changed and they had to accept the situation as it was. His agitated comrade in arms tried to prove him wrong, but the commander asked him not to raise any objections. He ordered a messenger to be sent to the enemy, and soon the battlefield was littered with the bodies of the fallen and swords sticking out of the ground alongside torn flags. Soon the opponent replied, and now Rosenberg's army had to lay down their arms and surrender without resistance. An angry aide asked if the general was really going to simply cast aside the military honor he had strived for his entire life. The young man added that they must fight to the death to be remembered by the people as brave heroes. Georg said quietly that if they all fell here, chaos would ensue in their homeland that the citizens would be unable to quell. He added that for the sake of their families, they must now endure all the horrors, even though it was difficult to accept. With a stern expression, Rosenberg said that they would never forget this disgrace and would one day clear their names. The enemy troops parted to the sides and the general began to take slow steps forward, hoping he might survive. A smiling Laura, dressed in luxurious formal attire that exuded confidence, approached the elderly man. The troops were literally dumbfounded and in a state of shock wondered what a child was doing in such a terrifying place. The fair-haired beauty charmed them with her wonderful smile, something impossible to encounter in wartime. In an instant, she came to a halt and crossed her legs slightly, looking enchanting from the side. Stunned, Georg called her pose noble and emphasized that the lady resembled a most holy angel. A couple of seconds later, he was even more stunned and felt his pupils constrict significantly. Trembling with fear, the man realized that he was once again confronted with that very unpleasant feeling that had never left him from the start. As it turned out, the unpredictable Laura radiated a terrifying energy capable of piercing him from within. In a panic, the alarmed commander ordered his subordinates to flee immediately, shouting that it was a trap. He shouted that they needed to hide somewhere immediately, but there was no way he could save his own life now. A huge number of arrows instantly rained down on the old man, who was most worried about his people. The man was well aware that just one projectile could pierce him right through and consign him to history forever. The unflappable Laura watched the events unfold with a smile on her face, convinced of the uniqueness of her intellect. More and more sharp objects were picking up speed, heading straight for the enemy unit, which had nowhere to go. Meanwhile, a relaxed Dantalian grinned as he sat under an umbrella held by the witch, silently watching the show. Tense, Georg froze in place for a moment, holding his breath and feeling goosebumps rise on his skin. He had already said goodbye to life, but unexpectedly, his aide covered him with his body, taking an arrow in the shoulder. The distraught comrade was in terrible pain, but his first concern was whether the general was unharmed. A stunned Rosenberg could not understand why he had decided to risk his life for him, even though his family was waiting for him at home. A stern comrade exclaimed that they would protect the commander at any cost so that he could retreat to the rear. A very nervous old man shouted, asking what the young fool was doing, to which the young man replied that he couldn't leave him there. Suddenly, another member of the group sacrificed himself, holding out his arms and thereby taking the shell's brunt. The impulsive commander ordered the leader to flee immediately while he still had the chance. The disheartened gentleman was completely flustered and couldn't gather his thoughts enough to take even a single step. The hot-tempered ally shouted, asking why his counterpart was hesitating and what would become of Rosenberg if he died here. Meanwhile, the stable hand urged the leader to make a decision quickly because the horse was frightened and it was difficult to keep it under control. The knight exclaimed that they were warriors of their country and asked His Majesty to think first and foremost of the people as he had always taught them. Although it was difficult, Georg resolved to leave, and the persistent aide began to smile, realizing that he had managed to change his mind. The man nevertheless jumped onto his steed and began to ride away from the epicenter of danger, apologizing to the men he was leaving behind. Now his chief deputy felt at ease, while the horse galloped off into the distance. The stern old man realized that he had misjudged the situation and failed to protect any of his warriors, which meant he was a hopeless general. In an instant, his gaze filled with severity and tension, after which he began to turn his head carefully. Seeing his compatriots shot to death, the gentleman vowed to himself that he would never forgive his enemies. He was certain that the treacherous Laura was commanding the troops, and that her bow of greeting had served as a signal to the professional archers. The commander realized that the cunning handmaiden of Dantalion, the Demon King, had forced him to endure unprecedented humiliation. Ultimately, the arrow struck the aide-de-camp right in the heart, knocking even his sturdy helmet off his head. In the name of Rosenberg, an unbearably furious Georg resolved to devote the rest of his life to finishing off that wretched blonde. Meanwhile, the young woman noticed that the enemy general had fled the battlefield and asked whether she should send a pursuit after him. The Margrave, however, asked her to leave him alone. Judging by his tone, he seemed to regard her as nothing more than a useless pawn. The young man added that the man was one of the greatest aristocrats of the Northern Habsburg Empire, and capturing him now would cause more trouble than it was worth. He understood perfectly well that it was still too early for desperate measures, and decided it wasn't worth drawing unnecessary attention to himself. If the weakest of the 71st kings were to suddenly capture a great commander, it would alarm the continent's population and attract unwanted public interest. The hero had absolutely no desire for that, so he always thought ahead and tried to behave as discreetly as possible. He said that when commanding an army of 3,000 men, defeating smaller enemy forces isn't all that difficult. Besides, the demon ruler's castle had been damaged, and the young man was certain that the other demons would only laugh at them. Smiling, Laura remarked that only Dantalion could rejoice at the destruction of his own residence. She asked if his colleagues would criticize him for it, and the daredevil said he would even be glad if they did. In fact, the Margrave had enough power to assemble an army of 10,000 men, but they saw a different picture. The elderly general had seriously underestimated his opponents, and thanks to that, they were still alive. The brave man emphasized that a lion gives it his all, even when hunting a small rabbit. But Georg failed to grasp this simple truth. The pensive blonde called his remark profound and said she would keep it in mind from now on. His Majesty was glad she had realized this and asked her to come closer, noting that she deserved a reward for her first victory. The surprised green-eyed girl didn't quite understand what to expect, but she approached him in silence nonetheless. Unexpectedly, the hero grabbed her by the hair and with a smirk on his face began to pull it, while the young woman didn't understand why, since she hadn't done anything wrong. Still, after breaking free, the beauty wanted to point out something important, and the young gentleman listened to her attentively. She said that they had captured a whole bunch of enemy soldiers and asked if there was anywhere to house them all. The young man replied that the castle was half ruined and they had neither a dungeon nor anything of the sort. At the same time, he believed that releasing the weakened enemies was not an option either, since they might spill the beans and return later. Unexpectedly, the cruel ruler ordered that every one of them be killed, so that they would not return in the future seeking revenge. Very soon, the prisoners whose hands were bound were forced to their knees, and the executioners waited for the signal to carry out the sentence. Without wasting any time, the executioners swung their massive swords, causing the weakling to scream loudly in fear. Suddenly, someone asked in a raised voice to wait, as if he wanted to say something important before his death. The wounded army aide said that his head would be enough proof of Dantalion's victory, and in exchange asked that the others be spared. In response, the protagonist smiled slyly, as the proposal seemed quite interesting and daring. He turned to Laura, who had not yet killed with her own hands, as if wishing to entrust her with dispatching the brave young man. The king, who wanted to see the spectacle, suggested she give it a try, since he believed that simply imagining it in her mind wasn't enough. The ruler emphasized that the blonde would gain a great deal of experience that would certainly come in handy in the future. The charmer gave it a moment's thought and said that it definitely made sense, so she had no intention of refusing. Without a moment's hesitation, the green-eyed woman began slowly drawing her katana from its sheath, mentally preparing herself for decisive action. With slow, deliberate steps, She began to move forward, instilling ever greater terror and bewilderment in the wounded soldiers. With a smile on her face, the mad little lady abruptly raised her hand, thereby giving the signal to the executioner, who was growing a bit tired of waiting. Terrified and alarmed, Georg quickly realized that the true demons had ignored him and were simply going to kill the prisoners. At that very moment, the executioner began to swing his sword at the fighters screaming in pain, who were already beyond saving. With a trembling voice, the aide called Laura, standing before him, a true demon. But to her, it was music to her ears. With tears streaming down his face and his teeth clenched tightly, the young man said that he had only asked her to spare the boys' lives, but she knew nothing of mercy. He wanted to start cursing the wretched egoist, who emotionlessly swung her katana behind her back. Immediately, the blonde was splattered with the boy's blood and muttered that she hadn't managed to behead him with a single blow after all. Then the lady turned to the master sitting on the throne, reporting to him that she hadn't felt a thing after the first time. Smiling, Dantalion, pleased with her actions, pointed out that the beauty was far more resilient than he had thought. After these words, the gentleman asked his subordinate to scalp Georg and keep the skull as a souvenir. The psychopath touched the dead fighter's forehead, promising that she would cherish it in memory of her first murder. On September 20th, according to the imperial calendar, Barbados sat in Governor Nibberheim's residence, smiling at the story she had just heard. With his hands folded across his chest, Dantalion looked into her eyes with self-satisfaction, now seeing interest in them. Sipping red wine, the demon queen asked curiously whether the young gentleman had ultimately prevailed. The hero confirmed this, attributing his success entirely to the sender of the letter, who had warned him of the impending attack. The lady also pointed out that Laura Deparne seemed just as interesting as he was, since she had managed to pull off something like that. The horned lady had one more question, and the calm young man asked her to state it as soon as possible. The ruler asked how he had managed to find out about the girl, given that the very fact of her existence had only recently come to light. Even she didn't know what the girl was capable of, so she urged Dantalion to explain how he'd managed to dig up such information. Unexpectedly, the hero said that it would be more accurate to say that he'd always known about the beautiful Laura, who had become his right-hand woman. A tense Barbados couldn't make sense of the nonsense her companion was spouting, as he was behaving quite mysteriously. A smile remained on his face, and his confidence never wavered, since he was speaking the absolute truth. The perplexed lady couldn't stop pondering the pressing matter, trying to find some clues in it. Suddenly, she just started giggling strangely, covering her face with her hand, which looked a little odd. Laughing, the yellow-eyed woman exclaimed that she had been convinced all along that the youngest king was such an interesting person. Setting down her wineglass, the assertive lady promised that, one way or another, she would find the answer to her question. The lady didn't take her eyes off the young man for even a moment, trying to discreetly read his thoughts. Then Barbados flashed a sly grin, as if she were up to something, but she seemed quite kind on the surface. Still acting enigmatically, the young man asked if it was correct that she was interested in Lala's future. Shaking her head slightly, the lady gave an affirmative answer, and her companion understood her perfectly without a word. A little earlier, the brave young man had hurried to the office where Lazuret was sorting through papers. Then he confessed his love to her, and she, placing a stack of papers on the desk, remarked that she was deeply disappointed, which took him by surprise. The lady then clarified that it would be more accurate to say she had long since lost any hope of Dantalion changing for the better. Her gaze was now even colder and left no room for even the slightest hope of change. The young man simply froze in place, staring into the woman's eyes. He could not forget the beautiful smile she had given him before their first kiss. The lady emphasized that the king treated her as just another mistress, while she had sided with him, wishing to become an equal partner. She added that they had never entered into an official relationship, so she didn't understand why he was trying to take her property away. Lowering his head slightly, the young gentleman merely murmured that he regretted the circumstances. The calm woman asked again if it was true that His Highness had just said he loved her very much. The young man confirmed this without hesitation, calling the phenomenon astonishing. But it was indeed true. Blue-eyed Lazuret asked to be allowed to set the rules, which sounded like a novelty to Dantalion. The lady demanded that he not ask her to show him love, and she would not insist on it from him. The lady added that her main goal was to gain power in the demon world, and that to achieve this, she needed a cool head and a willingness to get her hands dirty. Smiling, the ruler agreed with her words, while his tense counterpart remarked that he had created a problem. The unshakable Lapis dismissed love as nothing more than a useless emotion, and was even surprised that the hero treated her as a woman at all. Her top priority was to rise above the others, but since she was merely a lowly hybrid, the task was considered difficult. The calm ruler rested his fingers on his chin, murmuring that he too wanted to say a few words. The hero said that he wasn't the only one who had succumbed to base emotions, and noted that Lala wouldn't have attacked him like that if she hadn't felt the same way. He added that he even felt sorry for the bewildered beauty, who replied that she didn't understand what he was talking about. With a smile, the horned man asked if she loved him in return, though he was already certain that she did. The lady thought His Highness had lost his mind and urged him not to jump to such hasty conclusions. Spreading his arms wide, Dantalion urged her to consider whether the fact that he was in love with her might actually be to her advantage. He promised that when they climbed to the top of the world together, all power would be in her hands and she would have nothing to worry about. He couldn't understand why, upon learning that he had grown even more attached to her, she felt aversion rather than joy. After hearing these words, the woman was deeply moved and even at a loss, not knowing how to respond to him. Now Lazurit acknowledged that the Demon King was right, noting that she had no reason to object to his affection. With eyes wide with shock, she looked at her companion, who had not yet said everything he wanted to say. The protagonist calmly and confidently remarked that the whole point was that she loved him with all her heart, even though she denied it. The beauty's cheeks flushed slightly, and she seemed to be mulling over his words in her head, trying to convince herself of it all. The ruler noted that for both of them, power still came above all else, which is why they were drawn to those who thought the same way. A relaxed Dantalion admitted that he had fallen head over heels for Lala because of her unwavering love for ruling the entire world. A pensive Lazurit no longer argued with him about anything, as if someone had replaced her in a matter of seconds. For a moment she closed her eyes and surrendered to the sensations, seeking some kind of peace within herself. Now Lapis realized that disappointment was growing within her whenever she saw the king striving for something other than power. The thing was, the lady felt that the man she had feelings for was slipping away, and he was confirming it. As he took steps toward the charming young woman, the young man said that they were very much alike. He emphasized that they were each other's weaknesses, and no one could deny that fact. The hero said that as long as they remembered who they were, their weaknesses would only complement each other, rather than weigh them down. The brave young man decided once again to confess his love to the charming Lazurit, confident that this time she would respond differently. With a sweet smile, the calm lady replied that she too harbored feelings of affection for His Highness. The young gentleman silently stepped close to her and leaned toward her lips, and the girl felt herself relax. Holding each other tightly, the couple gave in to tender kisses, which they had both already missed. The system cheerfully notified the king that Lapis's affection level toward him had risen by 50 points at once. Currently sitting in Admiral Nibberheim's residence, the young man said that he and Lala had grown stronger. He added that their love could not be called warm or tender, because that was not in keeping with their characters. The hero noted that they were completely devoted to their goal and willing to do whatever it took to achieve it, which set them apart from others. Barbados, showing little emotion, remarked that he seemed to have already mentioned this earlier. The unflappable Dantalion asked if her spell had located the sender of the letter warning of an attack on the castle. The tense, yellow-eyed woman responded with a slight look of puzzlement and remained silent, while the ruler grew more serious. The young man concluded that the goal had not yet been achieved, but remarked that he was quite satisfied with the situation. The hot-tempered drunkard reached for her glass again, asking what on earth could possibly please him under such circumstances. Smiling, the enigmatic ruler asked if he might inquire why her magic had failed to locate the author of the note. Barbados, overcome with intense aggression, realized he was mocking her and exclaimed that her spells were absolute and should not be doubted. In response, the fearless young man continued to chuckle, scratching his chin and pondering something. The embittered young woman didn't like his laughter because she hated it when people didn't take her seriously. Folding his arms, the perceptive Dantalion suddenly asked whether it was true that she was the one who had sent the letter. Playing the innocent, the lady began to make all sorts of excuses, asking how she was supposed to understand that. The protagonist was certain that Barbados had planned everything this time, and she was now evading the subject. She glared angrily at her companion, but didn't argue much now that the brave young man had seen through her. With a slight smirk, the lady suggested that the young man must have had too much wine since he'd started spouting all sorts of nonsense. Remaining completely calm, the young man suggested going over everything in detail so there would be no doubts. A very serious Barbados looked at him in silence, realizing that it all boiled down to her minor defeat. The daredevil began with the letter, noting that whoever had written it clearly sympathized with him, since otherwise there would have been no reason to warn him. The author must have a wide network of informants, because to find out about Margrave Rosenberg's affairs, one must possess a certain amount of power. The young man urged the yellow-eyed girl to consider how many high-ranking figures in the world cared about him. The young man reminded her that he ranked 71st among the kings, though it was slightly embarrassing to admit it. To everyone else, he was a lowly nobody with a rotten reputation, someone who was definitely not to be trusted. Under those circumstances, it was impossible for someone who showed him any sympathy to appear out of nowhere to offer help. Recalling Paimon, who had been deeply moved, the young man emphasized that he could have made someone happy when he crushed his enemy in front of a whole crowd. He was referring to Barbados, who on Walpurgis night had nearly fallen in love and was in awe of the young man's determination. Looking her in the eyes, Dantalian made it clear that he had seen right through her, but the lady remained unperturbed. Laughing, the lady said that it wasn't her style to send all sorts of scribbles, since she preferred to discuss everything face to face. First of all, if it really were her, she wouldn't have denied her involvement, since it turned out that he had been saved thanks to her. The ruler noted that the sender was the boy's benefactor, and she wouldn't have turned down the chance to make him her debtor. The perceptive Demon King calmly remarked that Barbados hadn't written this note with the intention of helping him. The maiden exclaimed that someone else had done it, and the brave hero asked if it was true that she had wanted to test him, which greatly surprised her. A moment earlier, sticking out her tongue, the yellow-eyed girl had said she'd hoped the newcomer would be useful, but he seemed more like a nutcase. The hero was well aware that, because he had discovered the properties of the black herb, the lady considered him capable. But she had no idea how he'd managed to gather so much black herb right before the outbreak began, so she devised a test for him. The lady decided that the Margrave would be perfect for testing Dantalian's skills, and with his help, she wanted to find out if he would truly be useful to her. The young man asked what conclusion Barbados had reached, since she was no longer denying anything. Seeing her extremely serious expression, he smirked and concluded that he'd hit the nail on the head. The young man assumed she was going to offer him a spot in her faction right after he passed the qualifying round. But before that could happen, a very serious obstacle arose, namely lapis lazuli. If someone who's having an affair with a half-breed were to join Barbados, it would make her look like a fool in the eyes of society. The hero didn't realize that she wanted to tarnish her faction's reputation. In other words, she felt it necessary to share him with Lala. In Nibelheim, Dantalian was known as a demon lord with strange tastes and a fondness for hybrids, which is why his counterpart had taken precautions in advance. With a menacing glare, the queen ordered him to stop beating around the bush and get to the point. Immediately, her interlocutor mentioned his beloved's elderly mother, whom he had met earlier. The stern Barbados listened silently to his stories, trying to analyze them and draw some fleeting conclusions. He began to calmly explain that the mother had abandoned the girl many years ago without even giving a thought to her future. The young man emphasized that they might not even be related, which is why he felt no pity for her. Tapping his finger, Dantalian said that going to the ruler without evidence and making accusations was a sure path to death. But the old woman was surprisingly confident, as if someone had given her accurate information. The perceptive hero pointed out that it was most likely Barbados who had led his partner's mother to them. Now the lady spread her arms and rested them behind the sofa, continuing to listen to his very long story. Then the young man noted that the yellow-eyed woman had sent her subordinates to his castle to keep an eye on him. He was referring to an incident when he had frightened a maid half to death with a knife simply because she had clicked her tongue. At that time, his relationship with Lapis wasn't close enough to warrant such a reaction, and the young man might still have understood her if they'd been on more equal footing. The seemingly mad princess exclaimed that she wouldn't have gone about things in such a roundabout way, but would rather have simply killed everyone who got in her way. The utterly calm demon pointed out that this would indeed be the case if they were all indifferent. His embittered opponent demanded that he stop spouting nonsense immediately and ask what he meant. The daredevil asked her to accept his praise and noted that the girl was actually a good politician. She was getting angrier by the second, but tried to hold back her emotions until the very end. Right now in the demon world, Dantalion and Lala were the most talked about couple, and in Nibelheim, many supported their union. If Barbados killed one of them, it would reflect badly on her reputation, which stressed her out even more. The hero noted that no matter how much she denied it, politics mattered to her, and the fact that he and his beloved were alive continued to annoy her. The brave man was willing to bet that the Horned Lady hadn't expected to encounter a couple with such extraordinary love. When rumors of their breakup reached her one day, she, of course, hurried to the Demon King's residence. Immediately after the breakup, her heart became as fragile as glass, and the couple had made a big, public spectacle of it. If she had intervened early on, she could have successfully driven a wedge between them, which was exactly what Barbatos wanted. But it all turned out to be just a charade. Earlier, Lala had told His Highness that if they were going to spread rumors, it would be better to put on a show. As a result, the demoness, brimming with curiosity, showed up, even though less than 2 hours had passed since the loud scandal. Dantalion, smiling slyly, emphasized that every single thread led directly to the Horned Lady. Filling her heart with rage, the maiden said she had come to support her and continued to deny any involvement in every possible way. At that moment, the unshakable young man snapped his fingers as if to summon something. Lapis entered the room, apologizing for interrupting the conversation, and the hero asked her to recount what had happened. The woman began to explain that around noon, a terrifying bat had flown out of this room's window. A little earlier, the mysterious Barbatos had used dark magic to burn a letter with a blue flame to summon a monster. The witches who were on the road reported that it had flown 3 kilometers and disappeared naturally. Now the fair-haired girl was starting to get very nervous, because it was now much harder to wriggle out of the situation. The hero pointed at her, noting that she simply wanted to get rid of the piece of paper so he wouldn't start making assumptions. He accused her of using a made-up spell as an excuse and of starting a search for a non-existent person. Then the stern gentleman asked Lazurit to show the yellow-eyed woman something, and she reached for the handle of a small cabinet. The extremely tense demoness stared at her, still holding a glass of wine that no longer brought her any pleasure. Inside, she saw the heads of the dead maid and the old woman who falsely claimed to be Lala's biological mother. The smiling Dantalion emphasized that his beloved was angry, not because he had nearly killed her mother. The fact was that the hero had tried to deprive her of the joy of taking revenge on her own, something he later realized. The same applied to the worthless maid who had insulted the beauty with her vile tongue. Unable to contain her inner impulse, Barbatos jumped to her feet and shouted, asking what he meant by that. The brave man pointed out that she had been wrong from the very beginning, since Lapis was not just any woman, but a vengeful and cunning one, and that was precisely where her charm lay. Rising from his throne, the king declared that he loved Lala with all his heart and that no one would ever be able to separate them, no matter how hard they tried. The shy Lapis blushed and asked him to stop talking nonsense, then asked permission to take her leave. Sighing, the hero said that was enough conversation for today and allowed her to go rest, noting that he would come by later. Left alone with the demoness, he asked how she was feeling after such a huge failure. Now Barbatos began to giggle and twitch strangely, still sitting in the luxurious red armchair. For a moment she fixed a frighteningly calm gaze on Dantalion, who remained composed. As if she'd gone mad, the lady began to laugh loudly, opening her mouth wide and revealing her sparse, sharp teeth. Afterward, the lady leaned back and felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her soul. Satisfied, the princess said that Dantalion had entertained her more than she had expected, for which he deserved praise. Suddenly, the young woman sat up properly and smiled sweetly with flushed cheeks, making her seem like a different person. The young man took her words as a compliment, realizing that the game had been worth the time he'd spent on it. The calm beauty asked if he realized that he'd wasted half a day here just to make her laugh. The hero clarified that he had almost managed to penetrate the Eighth Queen's soul, so it would be more accurate to say that it had taken him a whole day. Suddenly, Barbatos confirmed that the perceptive young man had guessed everything correctly, but now it would make more sense to get rid of him. Otherwise, she would be unable to stop worrying and would blame herself for this oversight for the rest of her life. At the same time, the lady considered herself a magnanimous ruler and promised to spare the boy if he joined her faction. But the lady also warned that he would have to break off his engagement to the talentless mongrel for whom he harbored feelings of love. At one point, the fair-haired girl bit her finger and slightly stained her chin with blood, but she didn't care. Then she directed a stream of dark energy toward her opponent, who was still sitting on the throne, remaining unperturbed. Unexpectedly, the young gentleman felt a strong tension in his hands, but he didn't panic and simply continued to watch. Steel shackles suddenly appeared on his hands, firmly attached to the chair itself. It quickly dawned on him that he had lost the ability to stand up and was now a prisoner of a psychopath. The madwoman sensed a certain power over the young man and was eager to have some fun with him as soon as possible. The lady threatened that if he refused her offer, she would chop off the fool's head so quickly that his body wouldn't even realize it. A serious Dantalian asked why a queen like her would go to such lengths for a new faction member and suggested that she wanted to destroy humanity. Resting her foot on the chair and grabbing his chin, the fearless Barbados asked what would happen if that were indeed the case. Then she grabbed a long sword, preparing to put the finishing touches on a ritual crucial to the future. In a polite tone, the lady ordered the ruler to abandon his pathetic half-breed and obey her unquestioningly. Pressing the blade against the defenseless boy's throat, she warned that otherwise, things would end horribly for him. Dantalian, suddenly feeling tense, asked her to stop, promising to do whatever she wanted. The beauty was glad that everything was finally going according to plan, and remarked that her new sweet slave would need a collar. But in an instant, the extremely stern king said that he hadn't finished stating his wish, so they shouldn't let their guard down. The discussion centered on Barbados's true desire, namely, the only way to destroy all of humanity. The protagonist decided to instigate a great war that would ultimately lead to an incredibly powerful explosion. The nervous woman pointed out that all the rulers of demons and nations must participate in such a massacre, so someone like him wouldn't be able to pull it off. The self-assured hero said that all that was needed was to spread a rumor that the rulers were to blame for the spread of the plague. Humanity was now on the brink of collapse, yet the authorities were doing nothing, and soon the people's discontent would reach its limit. Therefore, if they lied and claimed it was the work of demons, human rulers would gladly take advantage of the situation. The enigmatic Dantalian assured her that all the blame would fall on the kings, and the people's hatred would be directed solely at them. After hearing these words, Barbados, who had been swayed by his story, suddenly loosened her grip and sheathed her blade. The delighted maiden asked how he had figured that out, and the handsome man emphasized that she would need to seize the moment. The incredibly stern hero exclaimed that she would simply need to find a suitable pretext, and the foolish little people would gladly attack them. The daredevil urged her to show everyone what true hell looks like, a place where there's no room to breathe, which was exactly what the lady wanted to achieve. The impressed lady kept smiling, while the terrifyingly evil Dantalian displayed unprecedented determination. Settling herself on top of the young man, Barbados said to herself that she acknowledged his intelligence, but believed he was mistaken if he thought he could understand everything in the world. She decided to lead the young man to his very end, considering simply beheading him to spare him torment, but still that would have been too easy. The charmer asked if Dantalian was just going to walk away after arousing her, and now she was thinking of a bloody war. The hero, flushed and slightly sweaty, suddenly felt his condition worsening, and the cunning girl, as it turned out, had used the magic of lust. She was certain she could easily tame a boy like him, while the young man's eyes began to gradually close. Now the weakened king was freed from his steel shackles and was finally able to move his swollen hands. Still conscious, he silently gazed into the eyes of the enigmatic and unpredictable Barbados, whose intentions he did not understand. Suddenly kissing Dantalian on the lips, the charming lady declared that she would allow him to do whatever he pleased with her.